Today we are going to see what if Goku joined Raditz Part 2. So let's get started. Last time on the Wrath of the Earthling Saiyan, they eventually arrive in a city. Vegeta looks around furiously as if whatever he is looking for is extremely important. Well, it has to be if he's going crazy about it. The sound of hissing is heard in the distance. The first thing that they see is a Saiyan pod like Raditz had, rising from the ground and shooting off into space. Someone stole someone's pod. They hear Vegeta shouting, "That Earthling stole my pod." A smirk appears on his face. She thinks that she has outsmarted me. Well, too bad for her that she hasn't. He reaches inside his chest below his breastplate part of his armor. His eyes go wide. No, she stole the remote too. But how? He thinks and he growls, "That blinding light back then. She used the advantage of us being blinded and stole the remote to my pod. Damn it, Nappa." Vegeta's call startles the general a bit. "Yes Vegeta, change of plans. Call in for another pod. I'm going to need it. When I find that woman, she'll wish that she were dead from the very moment I stepped foot on this miserable planet." "Yes Vegeta." Nappa immediately turns on his scouter. Meanwhile Kakarot, I believe that you know what should take place. This planet needs to be wiped out as soon as possible. Talk your son west from here and begin taking care of cities there. Carrot may be a bit stubborn but he'll get used to it soon. Raditz, you take east. I'll be taking care of things down south. As for Nappa, that leaves him with north. By the end of this week we should have taken care of a decent number of humans. Meet back here then, and my power ball should help us finish the job. Now, just as promised, the week has passed. So far, 45% of the Earth's population has been taken out. All humans must perish for the mission to be a success. Therefore, as once again I say, promised, Vegeta will help the others finish the job. I hope that all of you are ready. I'll only do this once. Vegeta's voice says in everyone's scouters. When I give the signal, all of you should know what to do. By the time this is over, almost all of these Earthlings should be dead. Then we'll meet together to summon the dragon. I hear you loud and clear. Kakarot replies. He looks at his eager son. Ready to have some fun Carrot? Yeah. Carrot balls up fist with determination. I suppose that we can pay Master Roshi a visit first. Nothing better to do to pass time. Kakarot summons his dark nimbus cloud and hops on with his son. Take me to Roshi's house. Immediately, the cloud zooms up to the direction commanded. At the same time, the sky grows dark. Just as planned, just in time of nightfall, the Saiyans arrive on the destination. Oh, Master Roshi, Master Roshi. A few seconds go by of dead silence. I don't think he wants to come out. Carrot guesses. That can be fixed. Kakarot fires a key blast and it blows up the wall of the house to pieces, revealing the turtle hermit sitting on the toilet reading a magazine. He had to admit to himself, it's a disturbing scene but it is also funny to see. The old man nearly falls into the bowl of the toilet seeing the two. He covers his face with the magazine as he shoves his pants up. Don't you know how to knock? Sorry but, I wanted to pay you a visit one last time. Kakarot says as his tail flickers, showing his impatience. He turns away to give the man privacy hearing the zipper of pants pulled up. After a toilet flush and the sound of running water, he turns back around watching his former master wash his hands. A minute passed and the Saiyan realizes that the old man is trying to buy time. He grabs him by his neck and walks out the house while ignoring the trashes that are delivered for the need of air. As soon as his foot hits the grass he carelessly tosses the man on the ground and crosses his arms. Roshi coughs for a moment and recovers from the small strangle. What is it that you want? The end of my life. Go ahead and kill me now if you want but know that there'll be a day when someone will defeat you Goku. He believed that strongly. He was once the strongest martial artist on the planet then his students surpassed him. It proves that there is always someone out there who could defeat you. There is no such thing as the best there is. Now, oh no that wouldn't be fun. I was just wondering where Ox King and Puar are at. Are they still with you? The man glances over Kakarot's shoulder before looking back at him. A little suspicious but it gets ignored as he replies. No, they left as soon as they heard about your wicked ways. We all know that you are going to end our lives. They would rather die by someone else's hand. So, why would you decide to stay here? Roshi doesn't answer. He simply looks down at his feet. Kakarot feels the presence of someone closing in. He quickly turns to face whoever. It could be only to see a giant axe coming down. It strikes his head and the whole blade shatters to pieces. A long swollen lump rises from his head. Ow, what the hell? He spots the Ox King holding onto a giant stick that once held on to the blade of the axe. The expression the giant man is giving him brings back a childhood memory when he Bulma went into a town and was mistaken as Oolong the Terrible, the shapeshifting pig. The same thing happened with Kakarot and the axe then. He has a hard head. Ox King shouts. Behind him is Puar and Oolong cowering in fear. Angry for falling for such a small setup, Kakarot knees his former master on the stomach. You lied. They were here the whole time. Trying to set me up to an ambush, huh? He sighs after receiving no answer again. No matter. All of you are about to die anyway. Not with me looking like this though. As if on cue, the sound of something exploding above catches everyone's attention. The sky becomes light as the evening. And there it is. Roshi takes off his sunglasses and rubs his eyes to be sure that the ball of light in the sky is real. What is that? Kakarot smirks at the clueless earthlings. His scouter beeps as a warning. A power level is rising tremendously. It's Raditz. Right now he must be going through the metamorphosis somewhere nearby. A faraway roar confirms it. And there goes my big brother. Always ready for everything as usual. He can be a show-off sometimes, but I wouldn't say that in front of him. His scouter beeps again, and again. Now he's finding himself getting excited. Nappa and Vegeta too, might as well join in. I don't want to keep them waiting. The Earthlings keeps their distance. Their eyes are staring at Kakarot's tail as it swings continuously. It's unfortunate to them at they have no idea on just what they are about to be up against. It's kinda sad if Kakarot still has sympathy for them. Kakarot has no problem with that. If he could pick one thing that he enjoys involving them now, it is seeing the horrifying looks on their faces. Yeah, I think it's time. I'll enjoy this one for sure. Every single second of it. He looks up to the sky and stares at the power ball floating there. A second passes and already he can feel his blood rushing faster than normal. His breathing becomes uneven. Too bad for you, this will be the last thing you'll see before I crush you and kill you. Well, he's still working on the threats. But still, knowing that they will all suffer for lying to him, taking advantage of him, and using him, he grins wide, revealing his teeth slowly growing into fangs. So now you see. He gasps as his muscles tenses up. Talking is near impossible now, but still he manages to force his words out. Your time is up. It's over now. Slowly his body starts to grow into the shape of the giant gorilla ouster they all feared. This planet will suffer for everything that it has done to me. He roars to the sky, sending the message to the entire world. Their time is up. Ahahaha. This is going to be one hell of a party. Hey, that's my line. The monsterized voice of Nappa said from the now itsy-bitsy scouter that sits on Kakarot's hand. None of them can use it. Might as well treat it as a walkie-talkie now. Kakarot shrugs. He turns his attention to his now tiny son. Come on, Carrot. What are you waiting for? You're missing out on the fun. Well, I don't know. It's just that when I transform, I won't remember anything after it's over. Carrot mumbles. His father just stares back at him with a happy look. That silly grin is always there, but it shows itself up when Kakarot gets too excited. He doesn't want to disappoint him. Okay, I'll do it. His father cheers him on as he looks at the moon and he too transforms into the monstrous ape. And let the first annual purge begin. Kakarot throws his giant fist in the air. This is going to be one sweet purge for him. He looks down at his former master. The look on the old man's face is priceless. He would take a picture if he had a camera right now, but it still wouldn't have work now that his fingers are way too big for the buttons. I hope that you are ready, old man. You better get ready to die. He rises his foot over the cane house and crushes it with a laugh. No, I just got a new paint job on that. Roshi panics. Kakarot looks at the humans and animals with a sneer. This is your time to pay. This is your judgment day. At West City, Raditz stomps around carelessly while watching the Earthlings scream in panic. They are like a swarm of roaches, squirming in groups. Yeah, sure. That'll make the job a lot easier. Really, the planet should have been taken care of by now, but the humans proved to be rather hard to find. It makes things a little more interesting. Raditz laughs as he crushes a runaway car with his foot. We made a sacrifice and now we get to take your life. Nappa fires an army jet down with a key blast from his mouth. He watches it crash into another and its fireworks. The two aircrafts fall to the ground against some tanks that too explode from impact. We shoot without a gun, we'll take on anyone. It's really nothing new, it's just a thing we like to do. Vegeta swats down a skyscraper from his destination and it falls on top several fleeing cars. You better get ready to die. You better get ready to kill. Kakarot shouts at his son. You better get ready to run. 'Cause here we come. Nappa continues his firing at the jets that just seem to won't learn from their comrades' deaths. You better get ready to die. Raditz vaporizes a whole mob of people. Your life is over now. Your life is running out. Vegeta throws a building at another, forcing it to fall against another, having a domino effect. When your time is at end, then it's time to kill again. Nappa is now skating over the field using the tanks as well skates. He had 2 tanks, one on each hand, and he throws them at army helicopters and watches the huge explosion take place. We live in black and white, you're just a parasite. Kakarot gets in his stance to perform a Kamehameha wave to kill them all at once since his son is too busy tearing up the beach. His silly grin once again is replaced with one filled with nothing but malice as the ball of energy starts to form on his cupped hands. Now close your eyes and say goodnight. He fires the bee. Last and all his former friends are vaporized. You better get ready to die. Raditz runs through the city still doing his stomping. You better get ready to kill. Nappa shouts at the army even though it won't happen with them. You better get ready to run, 'cause here we come. Kakarot promises to those who are still alive in the world. You better get ready to die. Vegeta had enough playing around. He finished off the city with his final blast. Get ready to die. Get ready to die. The Saiyans continue their rampage through the night. The next day, phew, now that is what I call a celebration. Kakarot rests against a palm tree while eating a giant fish he happened to catch. He elbows his son who is laying against his own tree asleep. Hey, it's time to wake up to meet up with the others. He chuckles when Carrot stirs with a slight groan. Man, are you pooped? MMPH, how come you're not tired from last night? Carrot mumbles half asleep. Well, either your small body can't handle so much power from a transformation or you're not used to the power yet. Oh wait, isn't that the same thing? Dad, Carrot says with an annoyed tone. What? It's true. Aren't we supposed to find Mom first? Kakarot completely forgot about her. He feels stupid about it to let it slip from his mind. Oh yeah, she must be the only human left alive on Earth. Bulma doesn't count since she got away with Vegeta's ship. Shut up with that. The prince's voice from the scouter cuts the low class off. Don't worry about the woman, Kakarot. I got that taken care of. In the meantime, you should go find your pod. I'm sure that your brother located it. I did. It's somewhere near the mountains. I'm surprised that this thing is still working after sitting here all these years. I haven't seen the older model for a while. No time for sightseeing. Get the pod ready so that we can report to Frieza already. He's probably already pissed off after I came here. Kakarot is confused. He has heard of many names but never Frieza. Who is this Frieza guy you speak of? For a while no one answers except Raditz, who gives off a long sigh. He's the one who's in charge. I'll explain later, just get here so that we can go. The longer we wait the more likely he'll have our heads. Is he really that impatient? Such a mean guy. Kakarot says. Go. Kakarot cringes from his comrade's demand. Having THREE shout at you at the same time from a scouter can really make his ears ring. Okay, I'm coming. He grabs his son's hand and flies off to his brother's location. Surprisingly, it isn't far. In fact, he finds himself flying towards the direction of his home. He finds his brother standing in the middle of the woods beside a deep crater. Hey Raditz, don't. Hey, me. Just come here. As soon as Kakarot touches down, Raditz explains. He points at the crater. Your pod is down there. See it? Kakarot looks down and takes note on how old the crater must be. Many plants have made a home there. Hidden under the growth, he can see a sphere that has to be the pod. Oh, So that's the spaceship I came in from planet Vegeta as a baby. He gets to his knees and sticks his head in the giant hole, causing his brother to sigh. Wow, it's really deep and overgrown with vegetation. A few seconds pass and he laughs. Vegetation. Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta's name is in that word too. Focus. Raditz snaps. Kakarot is startled and falls into the crater. Many plants smack him on the face in the process. He lands on the dirt and growls. That wasn't necessary, you know. TCH. Raditz crosses his arms. And he takes notice of Kakarot carrying his son. What's with your kid? He's tired. Kakarot frowns. He woke up earlier but he went back to hay. He wasn't expecting Raditz to snatch the sleeping kid from his arms. What are you? Just shut up and get inside before I lose my patience. Fine, fine. Kakarot searches for a button but can't seem to find one. How do I open this thing? You're hopeless. Did I forget to teach you something? You never told me about the pods. Kakarot points out. You really get on my nerves. I know. Raditz growls and jumps inside the crater. He shoves his little brother aside and reaches down at the bottom of the pod. He lifts up what looks like a door. It opens up vertically. See, indeed, it does open without a problem. The Saiyan is impressed with how easily it did. Wait a second, the sensation of simply being around it's been here before very recently. When was? Make haste. His impatient brother isn't making this any better. No time to bother thinking about it. But how the old opened is rather impressive. Ooh. So that's how it works. He hops inside and finds the seat rather comfortable than he imagined. Bad guys always get the good stuff. He looks around restlessly. Now what are you looking for? Muffin button. Gah. Raditz slams the door shut and it hits his brother on the head. Oh, that was not nice. Whoever said I was? Raditz snaps. You said that last week. There is a long pause. Raditz mutters something under his breath, which isn't easy to pick up. Kakarot is sure the Saiyan is most likely insulting him in some way. Looking around inside, the cushioning is soft despite how small the pod is, probably to make long rides more durable in. The series of lights seem interesting enough. Don't touch anything. Raditz seems to know what his brother is up to. What did I just say? Sitting in here doing nothing doesn't sound so pleasant. He's always itching to do something, but it may just have to wait. He had his way last night, somewhat. Aside that, being inside the pod makes him have an unsettling feeling at the same time. Why hasn't Raditz left yet? He usually would, not wanting to deal with a personality he can't seem to understand. A blinking light. Kakarot catches sight of it. Below it is what appears to be a switch. No, wait. Is that a tiny pacifier of some sort? Was he fed on his way to this planet? How bizarre. Kakarot grabs it out of curiosity, and his fingers accidentally brush across a switch just above it. A sequence of lights spread across the keyboard. Kakarot scoots back, bracing himself for Raditz's scolding. But instead, he doesn't hear his brother's voice. Raditz seems to be finally walking away. Wake up, Kakarot. The Saiyan freezes. Those 3 words brings a sudden skip in his heartbeat as he holds his breath. Wake up and destroy all life forms on planet Earth. Wake up, and destroy all life forms. His ears slightly twitch on our own as the voice continues to talk to him. His eyes remain focused on the speaker it comes from. He feels his fingers twitching, his tail twitching. He opens his mouth to speak, but he is interrupted. Wake up, and destroy all life forms. Quote. The familiar sensation grows stronger. His lips slowly pull back as his eyes narrow. Why won't it shut up? Why won't it? Wake up and destroy. Wake up and destroy. 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 GGGH. Kakarot shuts his eyes, and a growl escapes his throat before he slams his fists against the padding, rattling the entire ship. Raditz finally reaches the edge of the crater, only for his scouter to turn on automatically as it picks up a growing power. What the? He glances back, and he speaks to Kakarot through the device. What's with you? There is no response, but he can hear him. And the noise in the background. Raditz's eyes widen. He completely forgot about that. Hey, what are you doing? I told you not to touch anything, didn't I? You fool. You're going to destroy the ship. Snap out of it. You're one big idiot, Raditz. Vegeta's voice insults him from the scouter. Did you forget to turn it off? I know you had to use it to get his blood boiling. But the trigger command can still set him off whenever he hears it. Just like it still affects you. Frieza's programming isn't to be toyed with. Raditz quickly sets the child down. I'm aware. I'll shut it down now. Make it quick, before he goes berserk. This is all on you, Raditz. Not wanting to get in any more trouble, Raditz is quick to slide down the crater and open the pod. He was expecting Kakarot to lunge forward and attack him. Idiot, I'm not the enemy. Get off me. Destroy all life forms, Kakarot. The voice speaks again. Computer. Raditz snarls. Shut off the programming. Shut it down. Shut it down. Understood. Trigger command. Shutting down. It falls quiet, but Kakarot is still thrashing, until a hand firmly grabs and squeezes his tail. His eyes widen as he falls down, limp and helpless. I might as well say the fault is my own. Raditz grumbles. I never liked the damn thing. To hear that same message over and over again makes the infants crazy. And even as adults, Kakarot. Can you hear me? Quote. Kakarot growls lightly, as the sensations all fade at once. The wild look in his face is gone. He feels the painful pressure on his tail. Let go. It seems you've regained your senses. Raditz releases the limp and steps away. I told you not to touch anything. You nearly destroyed your pod, and I would have gotten into a load of crap because of it. I didn't mean to. Kakarot grumbles. I don't even know what happened. I just heard a voice and it said something strange, and I got so angry I don't remember what. I know. Raditz frowns. It's in me, too. What? Don't think about it. What matters is that I shut it down. It won't activate again as long as it stays that way. You did this before, didn't you? To get you started on your purpose. So that you could remember it at least. That's messed up. I attacked you. That's just your instincts. Raditz growls. What? That doesn't make any sense. Is it something all Saiyans went through? Just us low class. Why? That's not even fair. Damn it, Kakarot, can you please shut up for a minute? I swear your mouth runs like hell. The long-haired Saiyan grabs his nephew and flies off. His voice comes on the scouter again. You don't have to do anything but sit there. It's destined to reach planet Frieza. The guys has a plant named after him too. And I thought Vegeta was wired for doing that. Shut up. Kakarot's ears ring again. He finally gets the message. He sits there a few minutes thinking that they probably left him. His thoughts change when his pod suddenly turns on. Destination. Planet Frieza. Wah what? The pod shakes violently before it takes off roughly into the air. He screams from the unexpected launch as he clings on his comfortable seat for dear life. His new life is gonna take some time getting used to. The Earth shrinks smaller and smaller from view. He gazes at the red window in awe. He never saw the planet itself and he is fascinated on how it slowly spins in space. Now it's gone. Gone in a matter of seconds. Sadness hits him first. The planet that he has called home for years has been out of reach since he took off. The planet he spent his childhood in is now out of his sights. He stares at the spot he lost sight of it in, watching the distant stars pass by. He probably won't set foot on it again, perhaps never even seeing it one last time. Having enough, he sighs and sits back against the cushioning seat. Feeling homesick already, his big brother's voice says from the scouter. His tone tells the Saiyan that he is being teased. No surprise there. I want to say no but I can't lie to myself. Kakarot replies. The energy in his voice is gone. He never felt so homesick in his life. No surprise. You lived there for a long time. You believed that you were born there. And you grew up there. Don't fret over it. Those feelings will be gone before you know it. If there's one thing Kakarot can point out about his brother, he's good at reading his thoughts. If you say so. Silence lingers for several seconds. I guess that you got really mad when you found out that I forgot about you from my memory loss. Raditz huffs. Mad. I was pissed. I never thought that out of any Saiyan baby to be sent outer space, it would be you to bump your head. Well, I forgot about who you were, but you did help me remember myself as a Saiyan. Are you thanking me? Don't push it. Quote. Why are you always so stiff? Me. It's you and those earthling emotions that rubbed on you. At least I managed to get rid of most of it. If I didn't, you would be crying over those humans' death. I wouldn't. Sure you wouldn't. Kakarot believes that Raditz rolled his eyes at that sarcasm in the sentence gave the hint. Just sit back and be quiet. I'm in no mood to argue with you. Is it because you are easily stressed? That's not good for your health. I swear that if you keep talking to me I'll knock you out when we arrive to our destination. Kakarot crosses his arms. He doesn't understand why his older brother refuses to at least have a decent conversation with him. It would be nice for him too. Why can't they have a little moment to get to know each other fully as brothers? A question does bother him. He takes the risk on asking it. When do we arrive there anyway? A long sigh is heard from Raditz. He answers. 18 days. 18 days. Which is why I need you to stay quiet. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. We are about to be put into hyper sleep regardless. Sounds like Raditz is starting to lose his nerve. Hyper what? This time he is ignored. The inside of the pod begins to hum and slowly, Kakarot's eyelids felt heavy. Finally, he fell asleep. We'll see you as soon as you complete your mission, Kakarot. The world is blurry, too blurry to make out images. It focuses and a woman in feminine Saiyan armor stands behind a red window. It dawns to Kakarot that he is inside a pod. Her hair is what a human woman would call wild bad hair. It seems natural, she seems friendly. Her tail, she has a tail. It swings slowly behind her. She seems upset as if she doesn't want him to go. She waves as she slowly shrinks away, just like the earth. For some reason he doesn't want her to go. He starts to cry while reaching his little arms for her, but she shrinks and shrinks, until she's gone. After a while he falls asleep, until a voice interrupts it. Kakarot, you must rise where I have failed. Redeem the pride of our race. It sounds like a man. Something about it rings a bell. No, both voices ring a bell. They sound awfully familiar. So familiar that he feels as if he could reach it, but it is just an inch out of reach. So close yet so far away, and it bothers him. His head is throbbing with a headache. Now he's irritated about this. Who are they? Who are they? He mentally tries to reach for it so close. It's that terrible feeling, the one you get when you can't remember something but you know it's somewhere inside your head. He can't remember. He just can't. He hears a loud explosion. Then great bone-chilling evil laughter over the screams of many people being vaporized. One of them sounded familiar. Kaka Kakarot. It's that man's voice again. Kakaroo. He can feel it. His skin is blistering hot and it feels as if his body is being torn from flesh to bone. He opens his eyes as another image reveals itself. A huge yellow death ball tearing his body apart. He hears the scream again and he looks to his right. He sees himself, no, a man looking like him. The man reaches out his hand for him and whispers, Kakarot. Kakarot is near speechless. He reaches for the man, trying to touch him for the first time. He finds himself surprised to hear what comes out of his own mouth. F father. A shockwave shoots between them both and they are shoved away from each other. Kakarot sees the man being shredded before his eyes. It's a horrifying scene. No. Kakaroo. The yellow death ball consumes him, ending his life. Kakaroo. Kakarot gasps as his eyelids flew open. He shots up to a sitting position only for his head to hit the roof of the pod. Ow, man, that hurts. About time. I told you it'll work. Nappa says with a grin. He slept like a log. Just like you do, Raditz. His heart is pounding so hard. Kakarot feels as if it is about to burst out of his chest. What was that about? A dream. He needs to calm down, knowing that his comrades can sense fear from anyone at any moment. He doesn't want to be made fun of all because of freaking out over a dream. It still bugs him. He ponders hard, trying to puzzle the pieces of the dream all together. Oh, shut up, Raditz mutters under his breath with crossed arms. He is hoping that Nappa didn't pick up his small rudeness. What did you say? How about you repeat that in my face, you low class? Nappa snaps. How about both of you shut up? Kakarot's awake now and that's what matters. We have to report to Lord Frieza so that he'll know that we didn't ditch our previous mission empty-handed. Vegeta interrupts the two before things could get out of hand. He glances at the Earth Raditz. Ed Saiyan and his expression shows irritation. He's awake but he's not responding. He bangs his fist on the pod. Get up. What? Where? Kakarot looks around quickly expecting a fight but there are no enemies in sight. He spots the prince giving him an angry look. Oh, Hi Vegeta. Don't. Hi. Me. Get your lazy ass up so that we can go on with the wish granting. We could have done it on Earth but we had no time. About that. What? Trying to stall me. They only work on Earth I think. They probably only do. Kami is the one who created the Dragon Balls. Since they didn't kill him for that reason they should still work. Still, they might need to be on Earth. He'll figure it out eventually. Vegeta growls. Why have you not mentioned it before? Forget about it. We'll figure it out later. Just keep your mouth shut about it. When I say that I'm speaking directly to you Kakarot, the one who has the biggest running mouth around. I'm just now speaking. Kakarot points out. I'm talking about the last 18 days fool. Oh yeah, before I fell asleep inside that pod. Some strange dreams I had. It involved something. Stop your daydreaming and let's go. We already wasted enough time waiting for you to wake up. Vegeta walks away. I'll have to upgrade that pod of yours to the newer models. The old ones always had its users sleep longer than they should. And the older models are more stubborn to deal with. Nappa frowns. The first few to respond to voice was good and all. The downside is they are too easy to mess with. We heard that earlier when that thing decided to turn on the programming. Raditz crosses his arms. He knows Nappa is reminding him of what happened recently. Well, then again, what can I say? Vegeta teasingly adds, remember when we had to activate it? When Raditz was too scared to take on those inhabitants of planet webbing. Raditz holds back a growl. If it were a planet full of worms. What was that? Nothing, boss. Raditz sighs. Thought so. You need to replace Kakarot's pod. Or have it fixed. We can't afford another incident to happen like that again. Either the trigger command, or the hyper sleep. It's not the pod it's him. You have no idea how hard it is to wake that fool up. Raditz tells Vegeta as the others follow him. He too starts to follow but his brother snatches his arms before he could take his third step. More irritation coming up. What? Can't you leave me alone for a minute? Sorry Raditz. It's just I had a dream. Dream? Really? Is it about you eating muffins? Raditz clearly remembers muffin button thing that his brother mentioned days earlier. No. Kakarot's face lightens up at the word. But that would have been awesome. Just thinking about it makes me want to have a blueberry muffin now. I hope they serve them here. I wonder if they taste good or do they cook them differently? Do they have butter here? How do they cook them? Do they use an oven? Does it have flavor because I hope it doesn't taste like rocks. Raditz struggles to keep himself from strangling his brother here and now for the series of opinions questions and he is being asked. This is a waste of my time. I'm leaving. If you get lost that's not my problem. He growls as he yanks his arm from Kakarot's grip and moves away again. No, wait, I'll tell you. Kakarot snatches Raditz's arm again. I don't want to hear it. Please just listen to me. Let me go or I'll knock you back to Dreamland. Raditz. That's it. You asked for it. Raditz raises his fist above his little brother's head. Can you just listen Raditz? I had a dream that involved our parents. Raditz stops his fist from making contact just when it was an inch away from the skull. His angry look relaxes into a slightly surprised one. What? I think that the woman in my dream was Mother. She said that she would be waiting for me when I returned from Earth. Then I saw my father. He was vaporized by some death ball and he shouted my name. He mentioned something about me redeeming the pride of our race. He sees his brother's face become angry again. He cringes, expecting a punch but nothing happens for a few seconds. He pens his eyes and sees his brother looking at his feet. The look on his face is its sadness. No, Kakarot must be seeing things. Raditz, she's dead. Raditz says, but I said that she's dead. Dreams are nothing more than images your brain puts inside your head. It could have been a vision. It could have been telling us something on how they died. The way Raditz looks at him tells Kakarot that he just said the wrong thing at the wrong time. Idiot. Raditz snarls while getting close at his little brother's face. What do you know about them? You don't even remember them. Mother and father died when our planet was destroyed. Get that in your head instead of that stupid dream and muffins. Raditz walks away quicker than normal. He seems to be taking hard steps too. The mentioning of his parents must have angered him. Raditz, Kakarot didn't mean for him to get angry like that. The Saiyan gets out of his pod and stands on one spot, watching his big brother storm away. Raditz seemed more than angry. It is as if Kakarot harmed his feelings. It's not his fault that he lost his memories. He wishes now that he never mentioned anything about the dream. Kakarot, where the hell are you? Vegeta shouts from a distance. Don't tell me that you dozed off again. I'm coming. Kakarot jogs towards where he senses the princes. He finds him waiting with the other Saiyans in front of a building. He looks over to Raditz, but his brother is not making any eye contact with him. Was it really that serious? There you are. Vegeta points at the building's entrance. In here. Frieza should be waiting. Kakarot then remembers something. Where's Chi-Chi? The prince growls as if the question insulted him. She ran off. Don't ask how it happened. Those Earthlings seem to be really good at fooling people. I'll kill them both when I find them. The prince is angry with himself for underestimating the woman. They both outsmarted him and that hurts his pride. That is not a good thing to do to a Saiyan. Carrot sighs. He isn't happy with that news. His poor mother's going to get herself killed out here. Who knows what lurks around every corner in a place like this. Inside, Vegeta directs them. He opens the doors and alien guards wait there. They step aside immediately. Vegeta has a reputation here too if they fear him so much. Follow. He walks down the hall. The building. Enji's design is so foreign to the Saiyan from Earth. The walls are curved and the floor has red tiles. Not a pleasant design. A purple alien stands there. His armor is identical to theirs, so it makes sense on where the Saiyans got theirs from. He has two crater-like holes, one on each side of his head. One whisker from each side of his lip hangs from his face. He sears, expecting the Saiyan's arrival. When he speaks his voice sounds somewhat rough and scratchy. Well, isn't it Vegeta? You know, Frieza wasn't pleased when he learned about that little stunt you pulled off. Shut up, Kui. Vegeta huffs as he walks past him. Seems like the two know each other. But, the purple alien revealed as Kui continues, he might let you off. He's never been happier since you gave him useful information as well. That's when the prince comes to a halt. What? Why should he be holding a grudge when eternal life is at his clutches? You're telling me that he went to planet Namek? Kui chuckles. Where else? What is he talking about? Carrot wonders out loud. Vegeta looks as if he's about to facepalm. Instead he spins around with an angry shout. Damn it, he's been eavesdropping on the scouters. He sprints off back outside. Vegeta, where are you going? Nappa calls. No time to explain. Just get back inside your damn pods. All of you. Yes sir. The Saiyans quickly follow the order and head back outside. What? Kui never expected that. He races after them in time to see the 5 pods taking off into the skies. Knowing that he can't just fly after them, he yells, Vegeta. I should have known. He must have figured out where those Earthling Namekians came from. I will be the one to have eternal life. I will be the one who'll rule the universe. Not him, not anyone else. Vegeta angrily presses many buttons and his pod changes direction. It sends signals to the others and those pods follow suit. Later, the pods travel their way through space and eventually they are traveling around a green planet. Kakarot looks at the window and leans against it to have the closest look he can get. The planet is just about big as Earth, possibly bigger. It must be full of life. So that must be the planet Piccolo and Kami came from, huh? It looks amazing. He observes as his pod descends towards it. The planet grows closer and closer until he sees the vegetation come in sight. Soon comes the bushes, then the trees, then dirt. Oh shoot. Kakarot nearly falls off his seat as his pod crashes into the dirt and buries into it from the strong impact. He is relieved that the entire pod has cushioning all around for things like this. He doesn't want to have another hard lethal hit on the head and forget everything all over again. He's aware that a new crater has been formed. Seconds later his door automatically opens. He pokes his head outside, unsure if the air is breathable. As soon as he is convinced, he steps out. He sees nothing but freshly grinded up dirt. The smell of it confirms it. So, he decided to move out. He walks up the slope and slowly the alien world appears before his eyes. Whoa, this is crazy. He never imagined that he would be traveling to other planets at short periods of times. He knows that Earth doesn't have the type of technology to even leave the galaxy yet. This is another reason why he is glad to have rejoined his race. He looks to his right and sees his son climbing out his crater with some difficulty thanks to his shorter legs. He too takes a good look around. He makes eye contact with his father and smiles. Kakarot smiles back. He looks over to his left and sees his brother climbing out without a problem. Raditz has to be used to those type of things since he's been doing space travel for years. He makes eye contact with him. Raditz catches his eyes and huffs while looking away to the green sky. Still holding on to that grudge. He'll have to get over it soon. Kakarot looks ahead of him and sees that Vegeta's and Nappa's pods landed next to each other. They both walk out and take a quick look around. They turn around to face him and his family. So this is planet Namek. I must note on how the colors are swapped from Earth's. Vegeta says. He's actually right. Instead of the sky and water being blue and the grass and trees being green, it's the other way around. It makes the world more interesting than Kakarot imagined. His son jogs to his side so he pats his head. Pay attention on what the prince will say. It might be important. Vegeta doesn't give out his orders just yet. He turns on his scouter to scan his surroundings. It beeps. Vegeta frowned even deeper. Today and the days before are obviously not his days. Damn. He brought Zarbon and Dodoria along. Who are they? Kakarot asks. Your worst nightmares if you cross their line. Raditz answers for him. Finally he spoke but still no eye contact. Something to expect to hear from you, Raditz. You are still afraid of dying. Nappa teases. He chuckles at the way the low class looks at him. Let's go. We'll have to be conscious. Fear scouters will pick up our readings. I'm in no mood to deal with their mouths today. Not even yours, Kakarot. You said that already. Kakarot reminds him. Vegeta nearly slaps him. I know what I said. Just shut up. If I may interrupt, I believe that Kakarot has a trick that can help us stay under the radar. Raditz requests. His eyes only glance at his brother for a second. I've heard. Fine then. You may speak but only at this moment. What is it that you have for us? Vegeta asks. Kakarot grins silly-like again. Vegeta tries his best not to punch him. Okay then. You see, I know how to suppress my energy. It's nothing big but now I see I have an advantage. I guess you can say that our opponents will underestimate us with our hidden power. Read my power level now. Vegeta allows his scouter to scan him. It beeps and he seems surprised. What? It's at 4,000. How did you gain such an amount? Impressive, but it's not enough. You did manage to nearly reach your brother's strength. See, you're fooled already. That's not my true power. I'm hiding it from you. Kakarot says almost playfully. You must be bluffing. Raditz growls. Kakarot smirks. No, I'm serious. He suddenly squats and he begins to shout. That shout turns into one of his famous long-lasting screams as rocks slowly rise from the ground. Vegeta is now in total shock. His scouter continues to beep as the numbers climb. What? 7,000, 8,000. The scouter's beeps again and his eyes widen. What? Kakarot stops his show and the rocks rain back down. Raditz and Nappa takes notice on the look on the prince's face. Nappa wants a direct answer. Vegeta, what does the scouter say about Kakarot's power level? Vegeta's hand aches slightly as he removes his scouter from his eye. He squeezes it with his slowly rising anger. It's over 9,000. The scouter shatters in his hands to smoke. Nappa tries to find his words from his disbelief. 9,000. That's impossible. The thing must be broken or something. He just broke it. Raditz points out. Vegeta glares at the low class. Tell me, how did you manage to gain so much power in a short periods of time? Well, Raditz had me carrying stacks of boulders to act like the gravity of planet Vegeta. I guess that explains it. He beaten me down many times too. The training really helped. Kakarot laughs nervously. He knows that Vegeta isn't too happy about him knowing a tick that he doesn't. Still, Kakarot is no threat compared to the prince. He simply shrugs it away. So be it. You showed us your little trick. I'm sure we'll figure it out quickly. From the looks of things you are just as powerful as your brother. He too managed to increase his power. I guess we can say he's no weakling anymore. Raditz crosses his arms. He knows that he can't say anything against it unless he wants his head to be blasted off. Now, we should get going. Frieza is now a threat to us all since he rivals us with these Namekian Dragon Balls. The only problem is that he brought his 2 lap dogs with him. Vegeta explains. What, are they strong or something? Kakarot wants to get familiar with this Zarbon and Dodoria. Stronger than us. However, I do believe that problem can be dealt with, but those chances are slim. That can only be solved if they leave Frieza and those 2 are too loyal to unless told to do so. Quote, Kakarot's eyes lit up in excitement. No way, you're telling me that they are that strong. I only dreamed of hearing about those with such strength. Then keep dreaming. Don't let your passion for fighting blind you. You'll only get yourself killed trying to fight even one of them. Vegeta warns him as he starts to walk off. Let's move. It won't be long until Frieza finds out we are here. If he does, then it's most likely that'll he'll send Kui after me. The bastard hates to get his hands dirty after all. Kakarot nods once, understanding the situation. He begins to follow until he suddenly feels dizzy. His horrible headache comes again. He places a hand on his head, groaning, which catches his brother's attention. Not again. Kakarot. His father's screams fills his head again, followed by the sound of a huge explosion. Kakarot shakes his head hard in hopes to make the horrid memory of the dream go away, but it still lingers. What is it that he wants? You're slowing us down, Kakarot. Raditz's impatient voice interrupts Kakarot's thoughts. What is the issue? Very bad headache. Nothing too severe. Those words turn out to be false when he falls to one knee. What the hell is happening to him? That's what you get for being such a fool. I can make it worse. Raditz says. No, please don't do that. I think it's all coming back to me. I think I'm starting to remember. Don't be ridiculous. Brain-damaged Saiyans never regain their lost memories. Your brain probably is acting stupid because you are so desperate to get them back. The pain is gone now. Kakarot stands up straight and looks at his brother in the eye. He is willing to let his brother listen, even if it means earning another punch on the head. Maybe it's more than just memories, maybe clues. What my dreams are telling me, father was killed. He asked for me to avenge him. Kakarot, listen to me. He was killed on the planet when it blew up from a meteor. Frieza reported the news to us. This was ever expected. Raditz tires to get his stubborn at the moment brother to understand. He is really starting to lose his patience with him. Somebody killed him. I know someone did. My gut tells me so. Why don't you believe me? Because it was just a dream. Kakarot frowns. It felt so real. Sure, all dreams felt that way, but for some reason it felt as if he was actually there when it happened. Do you know anyone who uses some death ball? Raditz frowns too. He does answer while staying in pace with his brother. Frieza. That attack is his most powerful eye. If I remember correctly. He pauses, realizing where this is going. Don't tell me that you think that Frieza killed our father in our home world. He's the only one who uses such an attack. It had to be him. You're a fool to believe in dreams. Raditz starts to increase his pace, once again distancing himself from his brother. Kakarot was going to let it be, but his slowly rising frustration tells him that he had enough. He has enough with his brother always teasing him and doing all the name calling. Is that all you're going to call me now? What is your problem? It's like you think I'm the one who's always wrong. Because you have always been. Your immature personality blinds your judgment. What's the point of fretting over a dream? You don't remember them, Kakarot. Raditz simply replies. There is a hint of anger in his voice. So just because you are older than me means that you can tell me what to do all the time. It means that you are always right because you know more than me. Raditz. I've been on Earth my entire life. They say that most dreams like that means something real, especially if your instincts tells you so. I understand that I wasn't born there, but I lived with the customs, you know. Raditz stops walking and turns around, staring at his brother. This is the first time Kakarot talked to him this way. Normally he would cower and listen, but he seems to be rebellious at this moment. Enough of this. We have to go. What? Are you afraid of the truth? Are you afraid of facing the facts? My father hardly knows me and he told me what has happened. You know him better than I do. I guess he told me knowing that I will avenge him, unlike you. Even if this is true, I would never challenge Lord Frieza. Raditz shouts. Exactly. I would. And you call yourself a Saiyan. What I see is someone who refuses to accept changes in life. Someone who can't accept his brother for who he is. That is the definition of a coward. Okay, He's going too far but he can't help it. His blood is really boiling and topping that with his frustration, he can't stop. Coward. You're calling me a coward. Raditz can't believe this. How dare his brother insult him with that word? Yeah, a coward. I heard how you are afraid of dying in combat from Nappa. A true warrior should never be afraid of dying, especially if it means protecting who you care about. I knew that since I was a kid. It looks like that I am more of a warrior than you. It's not always about strength. It's about courage. That is what you are missing. I see that because you denied everything I told you. When a true brother should accept what his sibling says. It's no wonder why they call you weak. You were just as strong as those Saibamen. You mock the weak but you fear the strong. You're no true Saiyan. Raditz snarls and he knees his brother on the stomach. As Kakarot crashes many feet away he shouts, "You are nothing compared to a Saiyan. You breed with a human instead of killing them. You all owed a human weaker than you to run your life after that half-breed son of your came by." Kakarot stands and gives his brother a death glare. "How dare you insult my son? What? Did I hurt your feelings? Oh no, it's just that I feel ashamed for you if name-calling is the only thing you are truly good at." Kakarot shouts back, "I'll show you how much of a true warrior I am. I'll teach you a lesson. On that'll make you wish that you were dead along with those humans." Raditz sprints his way towards Kakarot as Kakarot sprints his way towards Raditz. They clash and a violent beating is displayed between them both. What the hell? Vegeta turns around and sees the drama. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Not now. Out of all the time we had they decide to bicker like children. Such idiots. He facepalms repeatedly and he stops. Those two give me a headache by just watching them argue. Now they are fighting at a time like this. Nappa shrugs. He isn't surprised. I saw it coming. Carrot however is horrified. Seeing his father and uncle fighting like a pack of hyenas is bad news. From the way they are fighting, they could kill each other. Nappa sees the hybrid's expression. Don't worry too much. It's common for Saiyan siblings to fight like this. It's pretty entertaining. I never saw Kakarot so angry before. Carrot angrily stomps on Nappa's foot. Ow. Why you little brat? Easy Nappa. He's upset at the moment. He isn't used to these kind of things, remember. Vegeta warns the general. But still, if they don't stop this soon I'll have to break this up myself, and they won't like what I'm planning to do. He even believes that they might seriously wound each other at this rate. The way they are fighting means that they pissed each other off. Raditz ignores his brother's cries of pain as he bats him down on the ground. He'll teach him a good lesson. Thoughts are changed when Kakarot springs up and uppercuts his chin. It becomes a violent spar again. Carrot pleads that they will stop. He hates seeing them like this. Not just because they both have great anger towards each other but because they seemed mentally hurt. You ignorant scum. Raditz lands a punch on his little brother's head, forcing Kakarot to stumble backwards. He gives him not time to recover. Raditz jumps and spins with his right leg extended, kicking Kakarot on his side sending him flying a couple feet away. As soon as his foot touches the ground Raditz uses it to spring himself at his target. He uppercuts Kakarot while the younger Saiyan was rising to his feet. Kakarot falls on his back. Raditz stops and stands, curling his finger and pulling it towards him in a back and forth motion. Come on, get up. If you aren't a weakling then show me what you got. Vegeta gets a bit interested in this fight but he still isn't thrilled with it either. If they don't stop this nonsense anytime soon, surely we'll be in the radar. Kakarot pushes himself up only to get kicked on his chest. He is shoved across the field and his head collides with a giant boulder. It nearly knocks him out cold. He lays there dazed. He spoke out to Raditz on how he feels. The results certainly weren't what he was expecting. Then again, Raditz is a Saiyan after all. Still, if he doesn't fight back effectively, he'll be labeled as the weakling and that is not what he wants. He'll have to knock some sense into Raditz. That's the only option left. Through the whole year, Raditz treated him like trash. He's sick of it. He pulls himself up and stands. Raditz appeared in front of him within a flash. He sees the incoming punch so Kakarot rises his arm and he blocks it. He struggles to push Raditz's hand away. Kakarot may have gotten stronger but Raditz is still stronger than him, so much faster than him. He's lucky for blocking this. Raditz sweeps his little brother off his feet with his leg and grabs a handful of hair. He pulls Kakarot high above him and starts to punch Kakarot's chest with his free hand. He laughs while his little brother suffers. How does it feel to know that you are all bark but no bite? Kakarot attempts to kick Raditz, but his big brother holds him too far to land a hit. His legs are an inch away from his head when he flails them around. I'm going to knock you out. Kakarot sees the ball of pinkish energy gathering on his big brother's free hand. Quickly and cleverly, Kakarot uncoils his tail from around his waist and slaps Raditz on the face with it hard. Surprisingly, he had put in enough force to knock Raditz off his feet and crashing to the ground. Kakarot makes a mental note to do that more often. Raditz didn't expect that. He growls and glares at his brother. He's a visual learner. He learns things by simply watching and observing. Stole that trick of mine he witnesses on the beach when I slapped that monk away with my tail. His growls grow into a snarl. Why? He's always picking up on something. Why can't I do the same, damn it? He lunges at Kakarot and punches him, watching him stumble again. The two starts to spar violently again. Raditz finally lands many hits, aiming all over Kakarot's body like bullets. He's not holding back this time. He'll punish his little brother for sure. Kakarot can't endure all this. Sure, the armor is helping a lot, but it still hurts like hell. When Raditz gets close, he headbutts his head, while Raditz covers his forehead from the pie. Kakarot attempts to kick him down only to miss. Raditz attacks him again and he finds himself in a headlock. Stop trying so hard and accept defeat already, Raditz demands. He tightens his grip and now his little brother is gasping for air. You can either say it or faint. Either one I will accept. What is it that you want? An apology. Kakarot chokes out. His hands grip on Raditz's arms in hopes to pull them away. He can't breathe. If he stays in this situation any longer, he'll pass out from lack of oxygen. Raditz frowns. I'm not asking for your pity. I'm telling you to just shut up and do your job instead of dreaming so desperately. He tightens it even more. Any further and he might break his brother's neck. Kakarot feels lightheaded. Unable to move from the lock he's in, he resorts to the only options he has left. He pushes his brother's arms closer to his mouth and sinks his teeth into it. Nappa and Vegeta's eyes widen in surprise. That was not expected. Ah, Raditz. Z releases his brother the moment he feels teeth digging into his arm. It bleeds slightly and the teeth marks are clearly seen. He stares at his brother. Still having that biting problem, aren't you? That's a coward's move. Just as Kakarot stands, he kicks him down, and this time he pins him down with his foot. You just don't know when to learn, do you? Always have you been a fool. He slams his foot on his chest and ignores his little brother's pain-filled scream. Don't like that, don't you? Well, I don't either. It reminds me on how you endlessly scream for hours when you were a baby. Must I remind you? He continues to slam his foot down over and over. His brother's screams grow worse each time. Yes, I remember it so clearly. I couldn't stand you the moment you were born. You were the weakest Saiyan baby born on planet Vegeta with a power level of 2. You kept crying and it never stopped. He slams his foot as hard as he can and Kakarot screams loud enough to agonize his sensitive ears. Shut up. He kicks his head in attempt to knock him out, but Kakarot screams again. They took interest in you. You were weak, but you had the powerful lungs of a true warrior, they said. You'll grow up to become a great warrior, they said. He kicks him again. And what did they say to me? Nothing. They spat on me because I have no potential. How did he survive the explosion of planet Vegeta? This weakling shouldn't be here, they said. His foot hits Kakarot's skull again. He feels relief for his ears as his little brother becomes silent, nearing unconsciousness. Kakarot groans and he pulls his head up with the strength he had. It sounds like they liked me. I see that you have jealousy issues. Raditz's anger rises even further. So now you are saying that I am jealous? Oh please. He kicks his brother's head back down. I have always been stronger than you and will always be. You put shame in the Saiyan race the moment you befriended those Earthlings. It's not as bad as cowering when you're in death's door. Kakarot replies. He screams again when Raditz's foot slams on his chest again. Raditz covers his ringing ears. I thought I told you to shut up. He kicks Kakarot's head again. Kakarot is horrified. His uncle looks as if he's about to break every bone in his father's body. No, Uncle Raditz, please stop, he begs. Raditz chuckles lightly at his nephew's pled. Still angry, he replies, "And what are you going to do about it? It'll be best if you stay on the sidelines and watch your father fail." He looks back at Kakarot and grins darkly. "Shall I show you?" "Here." He laughs while continuing to stomp on his brother's chest. Kakarot's screams are getting weaker now. Pathetic. "Please." Carrot's eyes start to water. All he knows is that his father is in a lot of pain and he needs to stop it. "Stop." Seeing that his uncle won't comply, anger consumes him. "I said stoop." Raditz does stop, but only because of his nephew's change in attitude. "What?" "Ka." Rod is unaware that his body is once again getting consumed with the same red aura as the year before. "Leave my daddy alone." It engulfs him and he lunges at his uncle with a raging scream. "Not again." Raditz shouts. He gets into a defensive stance and dodges most of Carrot's punches and kicks. Suddenly his nephew stops and jumps back, creating a gap between them. He watches his hands go over his head. His scouter beeps. Power level 3020. Masenko. Raditz sees the yellow blast shooting from Carrot's hands. It slams on his chest and he is flings yards across the field and crashing down on the dirt. He curses out himself in every foul word in the Saiyan language for letting down his guard. "Now I'm done playing around." He gets up and stares down his once again horrified nephew. A Saiyan half-breed should act like one. "Stay down." He rises a leg and it makes contact with Carrot's stomach. The poor kid dangles there in pain. Kakarot is now terrified for his son's sake. "Gee Gohan." Raditz huffs looking back at his little brother who is fighting to at least sit up. Still trying to break away from the habit of calling him by his earthling name, I see. "Oh, that reminds me." He looks back at his nephew. "We got rid of every earthling except for two. Those two women who escaped. Then again, your son counts for being born on Earth." Kakarot's stomach drops. "No, you're not saying." "Yes, your son is half of the most weakest race I have ever seen." Just looking at him brings shame. "He's barely one of us, brother." He throws Kakarot below him on the ground as he adds, "So I'll make it one less earthling nagging to deal with." His hand crackles with pink static. "Witness this, my Saturday crush." He thrust his hand forward and Kakarot lets out a horrible scream that stabs his father right through his heart. Nappa marches forward. Raditz. However, Vegeta puts an arm in front of him. "Wait a minute." He looks at Kakarot who manages to sit up. The low class's face becomes pale. Kakarot tries to sense his son's energy but he feels nothing. His son lies there motionless. His biggest fear for his son has came true. He failed to protect him from harm and now he's dead from being killed by his own uncle. There. Now he won't be a problem for us anymore. Raditz dusts off his hands as if he was finished with a dusty project. He looks at his little brother again and sees the look on his face. "You should be grateful, brother. He gets on my nerves too with his endless crying and tantrums." He then frowns, familiar with the look he is receiving now. He sees the eyes of one who has been betrayed in his brother's eyes. Kakarot is looking at him as if he's a monster. As soon as he spots it, his brother's eyes turn into a pair of raging ones. Inside is far from a wildfire. It's explosions of rage and hatred. Something told Raditz that he's about to witness something really bad. And he certainly is. Kakarot was horrified and felt betrayed. His own brother killed his son. His only son. He pledged to protect him and he failed. It's because of Raditz's selfish ways. Raditz killed his own nephew in front of everyone's eyes. That horror changes. Kakarot feels his blood boiling out of control. His skin feels as if it is being scalded by his own blood rushing through his veins. His tail's fur bristles and sticks out in all directions while it whips powerfully behind him, strong enough to probably knock down a tree. Every cell in his body is screaming for him to punish Raditz for the heartless thing he has done to what remains in their family. He can hear the growls escaping his throat. The look on Raditz's face tells him that he must be scaring him from the way he is reacting to this. How else can he react? His 5-year-old son got killed. Raditz pushes away his small fear and laughs. "What's the matter? You don't look so good. You heartless bastard." Kakarot snarls in a way that sent chills down Raditz's spine. You killed my SOOOOOON. He roars to the S. KY as his ki flares out of control, whipping powerful wind around everyone and kicking up leaves and loose grass. A terrible scream explodes from his throat as he lunges at Raditz and starts to throw several punches with all his might. He doesn't care if Raditz is in a lot of pain. Anyone who kills anyone he cares about will not leave without any wounds from him. Raditz is receiving the beating of his life. He can barely block any of the punches he is getting. He is clueless. Where is that strength coming from? Even Nappa is in shock from what he is witnessing. Kakarot never acted like this before. I can't blame him. Vegeta agrees. He is beyond pissed. Raditz leaps back to distance himself from his raging brother. He needs to catch a breath. His body is throbbing with new bruises. He hears movement and his scouter beeps. He looks behind him and is punched on the face rapidly. He ducks and attempts to punch his brother down, but he is kicked away. So he leaps up into the air and delivers his double Sunday attack. Kakarot dodges that and soars down at him and elbows Raditz on his backside. The long-haired Saiyan growls and attempts to knock him down, only for his brother's fist T. O slam on his stomach hard enough to make him cough out blood. He presses his arms against the punched area while hollering and gasping. He glares at his brother again as blood-coated saliva seeps from the gaps of his teeth. Kakarot sees the faint fear in Raditz's eyes. He decides to end this now. Raditz throws one punch and he catches it. Raditz throws another and that is caught as well. Having both hands in his clutches, Kakarot starts to squeeze them. Raditz hollers as the bones in his hands sound as if they are breaking. He tries to headbutt him, but Kakarot gets him first instead. Kakarot elbows his chest and he falls. He punches him on the head, then his stomach again. He beats up his big brother for another handful of seconds before ramming him on the ground with his knee. Raditz lays there for a second in disbelief. Once again angry for feeling so weak, he attempts to attack him, but Kakarot hugs his body and starts to crush him with his arms and legs. With all limbs useless, Roddy. Cheesy's coiled tail glows orange for seconds before it whips his brother off his feet. He does that better. His brother is just a copycat. He didn't expect for Kakarot to stop his fall by grabbing on to his tail. The pain bursts through his spine now that his weak spot is being pulled on from the weight of his brother. Kakarot stands now and grabs hold of his tail and rises a knee. I will make you suffer. He promises. He doesn't wait for a reply. He pulls his brother's tail down while kicking up his leg. They hit each other and he hears a loud snap and Raditz's agony-filled scream. He watches Raditz fall on the ground while his now broken tail flails around like a squirming worm trying to get out of harm's way. Raditz can't stop screaming. His tail is broken, which means it'll send explosion. Of pain stabbing all over his body for hours. It's the worst thing to happen to any Saiyan, either if their tail is a weakness or not. How dare you? He manages to fire a ki blast. It's pathetical. Lee weak, but it does his Kakarot's face and burns it. Kakarot yells and tries to rub off the pain. It won't stop him. The way Raditz is screaming reminds him of his son's horrible scream when he killed him. His feet leaves the ground as his rage reaches its peak. He cups his hands and brings them to the side. Ka. Vegeta's scouter beeps. Kakarot is gathering a lot of ki to deliver a lethal blast. His power level is rising again. Just what is his true power? He pauses. No, he couldn't have achieved it. He's a low-class warrior. Nappa sees a blue ball of energy growing from Kakarot's hands. That's some attack. He's not planning to hit Raditz with that, is he? Raditz looks up and sees his little brother creating the energy of his signature attack. Kakarot doesn't listen. Raditz is a monster. He doesn't deserve to live. Raditz knows that Kakarot is not holding back. The way he is looking at him now fully terrifies him. Kakarot looks as he wants him dead. Kakarot, stop. Vegeta takes the note of what is going to happen. Nappa, stop him now. Kakarot thrusts his hands forward. The giant blue blast shoots down and at Raditz fast. He can hear his brother screaming at the end of his life. Confusion hits them both when the Kamehameha wave makes a sharp turn and hits the ground instead. There stands Vegeta in front of Raditz. He deflected the attack. Kakarot was about to lunge for Raditz again when pain shoots up his spine. He turns around and sees that Nappa has hold of his tail. Idiots, are you trying to get us all killed? Your foolish fighting probably has us detected in the scouters. Vegeta snaps. Kakarot growls. He killed my. No, he did not. He's still alive but barely. Raditz merely grazed him on purpose. Vegeta points out. He points at Kakarot and adds. Just use your scouter. You're so enraged you can't detect his low energy. Nappa turns on the scouter for Kakarot since he can barely move. The numbers shift and Kakarot is in shock. His son hangs on to his life with a power level of only 1. He's alive. He looks at his brother as whatever remains in rage disappears. I could have killed Raditz. That's right. Thanks to you two, I couldn't stop the fight so easily. I thought you were going to stop, but after seeing Kakarot get injured and Kakarot's reaction, I knew that I had to stop it soon. Now we are all detected. We have to move out now. I'll have to make sure none of you try to kill each other again. He starts to rise into the air holding on to Raditz's arm, bringing him up with him. Nappa, put him to sleep. Kakarot is puzzled. What? Sleep? What do you mean? He didn't get to finish as his tail is chopped on a pressure point. Instantly he is knocked out. Raditz watches his brother go limp. He's been knocked out easily by his weakness. Raditz has it worst with a broken tail. He fights to stay awake. He was willing to kill me for his son. He still can't believe this. He sighs. So that's it. If he would kill his own brother for betraying him, that makes him a true warrior. Finally he gives in and the darkness consumes his vision. He makes one last remark. Note to self. Never attack Kakarot unless you want Kakarot to show his brutal side. Kakarot blinks open his eyes. The world is blurred out at first. For a while he blinks frequently and finally his vision is clear. No, wait, it's still blurred out. No, he can see clearly, it's just that everything is distorted. How did he get in a place like this? He realizes that his mouth and nose are covered with a mouthpiece to breathe from. The way his hair flows around and how his body feels tells him that he is underwater. No, not water. Water isn't green and this feels a lot thicker, about as thick as blood. He moves his head to the right and sees that his brother is connected inside a chamber with green liquid. He's stripped naked as he is, probably for better healing. It is healing, right? After all of their bruises and cuts, even wounds, have disappeared well, but Raditz has it worst. His tail still looks broken somewhat and he is still heavily wounded on some parts of his body. It is disappearing in a steady pace. What in the world happened? He looks down at his hands. They are still slightly stained with blood, but it isn't his. It's on him stained, which means it has to belong to someone else. Raditz. Kakarot is almost disgusted. He remembers how he thought Raditz killed his son, so he attacked him for that reason. His instincts went in for full control, and he fought his brother like some wild animal. The scary part is that he enjoyed it. If this is what happens to him when he rages, he doesn't know what to do about it. Then again, Raditz is the one who did it. Suddenly, a green reptile-like alien with orange-brown hair walks in. He spots Kakarot and sighs in relief. Good, at least one of you gained consciousness. If I didn't succeed in healing you both, Vegeta would have my head. Aware that he won't get a reply but bubbles coming of the Saiyan's mouth, he presses a few buttons and the water starts to drain. As soon as the liquid is gone, Kakarot snatches the mouthpiece from his mouth. Though the alien was looking at him, he isn't bothered. 1. It's an alien, so being naked in front of him isn't really much of a problem. 2. Ever since he was a kid, he never minded about being naked in front of everyone. He simply stares back at the reptilish alien. You must be concerned about your brother. No need. His injuries were far worse than yours, but he'll live fully recovered in no time soon. You must have gave each other a good beating to be put in this state. Both of you were out for 2 days. 2 days. Kakarot is surprised by this news. How is that even possible? We only fought for 20 minutes at least. Your tails. In most cases a Saiyan goes into a coma when their tails are severely damaged. Consider yourself lucky. You just got a bad knocking on it. As for your brother, I can't say that he will wake up soon. In rare cases it'll take months for Saiyans to wake up from such a state. I couldn't have done that. He's stronger than me, Kakarot points out. The alien shakes his head. From what I was told, your rage gave you the strength to overpower him. You were an odd one for a Saiyan, Kakarot. I was told on how you suffered from memory loss as an infant when you bumped your head. You still have those same characteristics of a Saiyan, but they only come out in certain situations. Your power level is rather unstable. It never stays the same. If anything, it shifts or rises. You're very unpredictable. He chuckles. I remember first meeting you as a baby. Bardock's son. You were very much like your father. His potential is linked with his own anger as well. My father Bardock. Kakarot repeats the name with a hint of fear. Kakarot. Kakarot cringes, remembering the dream clearly. Damn it, I was hoping to forget about that nightmare. Excuse me. The alien seems a bit confused, though he passes Kakarot's armor to him. Nothing. Just forget about it. Kakarot puts on the armor with ease. He flexes his muscles, testing his strength. He seems normal alright, but, for some reason he feels stronger. A dark smirk spreads across his face as he chuckles lightly. He remembers about his brother and the smirk falls from his face. He glances at him still in the liquid and decides to sit next to the chamber for a while. His tail lazily falls to rest on his lap. The alien is even more puzzled. Tail still hurts. Kakarot shakes his head. No, why isn't it around your waist then? Exposing it like that will cause you another tail pulling. I do it, but I hate it. It feels uncomfortable and unnatural for me. Kakarot replies as he crosses his legs. He actually hates having it around his waist. It feels very uncomfortable. He would rather wear it in such a custom only in combat. Besides, as a kid he had it out and never thought about having it tucked away. Sure, many people thought he was a freak, but that didn't bother him. Vegeta was right about you being a very strange Saiyan. Most likely from your mother's side. She was the kindest Saiyan I've ever met. The reptile walks back to the control system and starts to press a few buttons. The screen hanging from the ceiling turns on. It displays Raditz's status, such as his temperature, his power level, his heartbeat and his condition. The alien frowns. He's not doing so well. I have no idea when he will start showing good progress. Kakarot opens his eyes quickly. What do you mean? Are you even trying to bring him back to consciousness? The alien taps under his chin with his index finger. He thinks, and it seems that he has no ideas coming into his head. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do about but wait. He may not be able to wake until a few months, or even more. The low-class Saiyan warrior grabs the reptile alien's shoulders and shoved him against a wall. Find a way to wake him up. I don't care if your fingers fall off, just find a way. He won't allow this news to bother him. He wants his brother to wake up as soon as possible. He wants to understand why Raditz has been holding such a grudge ever since he met him. He does recall what Raditz said to him while beating him up on the chest. If people actually had interest in him, he can see why Raditz seemed upset about it. He had more potential. Kakarot looks at the alien and realizes that he is squeezing the air out of him. He lets go and the alien falls to his knees, gasping in air. Just find a way. He heads back for the chamber and sits in front of it with his back against it. He closes his eyes and falls asleep once more. Since your father's being a worrywart, we'll see you as soon as you return. The same Saiyan female who appeared in his dreams before stands behind a red window from inside a pod. Kakarot's mother, Jine. This time she is not alone. Kakarot's father Bardock stands there too. Bardock does seem a bit worried. Don't stare at the full moon for too long. Jine takes note on that warning. I'll be sure to tell Raditz the same. Kakarot puts his hands against the pod window, looking at his parents as they mutter to each other. This must had took place moments before he only saw his mother because Bardock K says his last goodbye and he leaves the scene. Jine looks back at the pod and says her last goodbye before the ship takes off. The scene changes again. He's in the pod still. Both parents are present, only this time they seem to be guiding someone to follow them. Jine holds the hand of a Saiyan child with the same hair as Raditz. It must be his brother when he was a kid. Kakarot's family has their tails free from around their waist. Probably because they are not in a combat area. It's very rare to see a Saiyan expose their tails. Here he is, Raditz. Your little brother Kakarot. She sighs when Kid Raditz pulls his hand from her grip. I can walk myself, you know. Raditz's kid voice sounds somewhat close to Carrot's. He looks at the pod and spots Kakarot sitting inside. He looks at him strangely. He frowns. This is my little brother. He looks like Dad. Well, who knows, He may just be as strong as him too. Jine says. Raditz crosses his arms. He doesn't seem happy about the fact that his little is in his presence. What's the point of seeing him? He is being sent away soon because he is useless. Raditz. Jine says with a hint of anger in her voice. You shouldn't say such things about your brother. Kakarot is the weakest baby Saiyan in this planet. That is why they are sending him away. He has a power level of only 2. He's pathetic. He won't be able to fight well, just like you can't, Mom. Bardock decided to try to make Raditz understand. I know that your mother isn't great when it comes to fighting, but she is still a warrior. So will be your brother. They all believe that he will have great potential. If a Saiyan baby cries loud with their spirit, they will grow up into a great warrior. That is just what your brother did, and that is just what he will become. Lies. He's just a crybaby. Raditz growls. I don't like him. He's weak. The other Saiyans are laughing at us because of that. Why does the weakest Saiyan on Vegeta have to be my brother? He starts to walk away quickly, but Bardock grabs his arm to prevent him from going any further. Let me go. Raditz, I understand that you are upset. We are too, but he will grow up stronger. You can see him Agai. And when he is fully grown, when his mission is complete. Jine explains. Just take care of him if you do. He is a bit goofy now and he may hold on to that for a while. I'm sure that Kakarot will be fine. You'll be proud to see him. Bardock adds. No, I won't. He'll stay that way forever. Raditz shouts. I can't see how the doctors are so interested in him. Potential. That's all they ever talk about. Stupid potential. How do they favor a weakling over me? I was stronger than him when I was born, so I stayed here. It's always about him. I hope that stupid Kakarot forgets who he is so that he won't be favored anymore. I hope that he will never be a true warrior. He will never be anyway. Bardock pulls his son closer to him. Don't you dare say things like that about your brother. If he his head hard enough to forget who he is, then he'll be certainly hopeless for this family. Raditz snatches his arm away from the grip. I don't care if he does. Then no one would talk about him so much and forget that I even exist. I hate him for that. Kid Raditz runs away, ignoring his parents' calls. After running for a while, he crawls under a table and sits there. His anger falls towards sadness. He knows that he won't be able to see his brother for decades. The fights to hold back tears. Warriors don't cry. Warriors do not cry. His thoughts fail to help him as tears start to fall from his face. His feet pull up close to him as he tucks his legs to his body and hugs them close, feeling alone already. He rests his head on his knees as his falling tears grow heavy. Why do you have to be so weak, Kakarot? Why? He sobs. Jine hears the heavy sniffing coming from her eldest son and walks into the room. She sees her son hiding under a table with his head half buried between his knees. He stays in her place, knowing that coming up to him wouldn't help much but only make it worse. Raditz feels his anger slowly returning. It's not fair. He's being sent away. It's not fair. It's not fair. He punches one of the table legs and it breaks. He yelps as the table collapses and falls on top of him. A second later it blasts to pieces from his ki. He stands there with his arms up to the side. They drop and he looks at the ground and cries heavily. Jine sighs and walks away, deciding to give him a moment to himself. Raditz, Raditz, where are you? Raditz stops crying, hearing his father's angry voice. He flees from the room, knowing that if he is found, it won't end very well. Bardock enters the room and looks around. Where did that kid go? If he doesn't show his face soon, I'll have to teach him a lesson. He turns on his scouter and picks up Raditz's power level. There you are. That kid is always so stubborn. Before he could walk any further, Jine walks in front of him and stands in his way. What? No, Bardock. Leave him alone. He's upset about Kakarot being sent away. That is why he acted the way he did. Just let him be. He doesn't want to leave it, but he sees no point in arguing with his wife. Fine. Just make sure he eats dinner soon. It won't be long until he is off to another mission. Speaking of, I have to do one on my own. His tail wraps around his waist, a sign that he is about to leave for sure. I'll see you in a few days. Jine nods, watching her husband leave her sights. She leaves the room to make her dinner. If food doesn't cheer him up, then nothing could. Raditz's head pokes out from a wall corner. Both of his parents are gone now. He sneaks out the room in case his mother is just down the hall, but she is nowhere in sight. He walks down the hall and passes the room his brother is held in. However, he turns around and enters, seeing his baby brother inside the pod staring right at him. "Who are you staring at?" The baby Kakarot giggles. Quote, "Of course you have no idea on what they are about to do with you. You have always been stupid." The baby Kakarot laughs again, now clapping his hands. "I hate you," Raditz grumbles. He opens the pod door, and his baby brother giggles while clapping even louder. "HMPH. You are very weak." He picks up the baby and frowns. "And very stupid." Kakarot kicks his face. "Ow." Raditz drops him back in the pod and slams the door shut. "Stupid Kakarot," he growls as his baby brother laughs and giggles in a goofy way. "Stop laughing. Do you not realize that they are about to send you away to another planet full of weaklings? They will be stronger than you until you grow older. You should be ashamed." His only reply from his brother is spit bubbles. Raditz kicks the pod door. The loud noise startles Kakarot, so the baby starts to whine. "Oh no, 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 no. Don't start. You better not." His baby brother starts to cry and Raditz covers his ears. "Stop, you stupid baby. Crying is not going to help. It won't prevent you from being sent away. It won't." His tears return. "You'll just cry like a helpless baby on that planet and you'll attract attention and could get killed by a weak alien animal. Then we'll really be laughed at. Just stop crying. Stop, you stupid." He breaks into crying himself again and slides down to the floor. "It's not fair. It is not fair." Inside the chamber, Raditz's eyes frown as if he was fighting emotions inside. Slowly his eyes open. The world is distorted, so he knows that he is inside a healing chamber. Vegeta and Nappa must have somehow snuck into Frieza's ship without being detected. He sees Kakarot sleeping while resting against the chamber. He is very confused. Why would Kakarot be here after what he did to him recently? He must be the forgiving part, just like their mother. Stupid Kakarot. Kakarot is snoring loudly. It bothered the older Saiyan very much, but there is nothing he could do about it. He can't really get out. Not until he is fully healed. The screen beeps signaling that Raditz is fully healed. Looks like he woke up just in time. Kakarot shifts and moves a bit before opening his eyes. He stretches his arms and legs with a loud yawn. He hears the screen beeps again. His eyes are now fixed on the screen. The information scattered all over it only confuses the uneducated Saiyan. He hears the conversation outside of the room. The doctor says that Kakarot is doing very well. He woke up 2 days after his fight with Raditz. He's quite unique if you ask me. Vegeta's voice is heard from behind the door. Raditz is recovering quicker than expected. It has been 5 days. I'm surprised that Frieza isn't aware that we are inside his ship. Nappa voice says from behind the window. Hold on, Nappa. The doctor is coming. A few seconds it is silence. Footsteps approach the door and the alien doctor speaks. I just got a notice. Raditz has just woken up. If you wish to see him, you will be more than welcome. To see those two could be a bit interesting. If they go at each other's throats again, that is. Nappa points out. He and Vegeta breaks into laughter from the look on the doctor's priceless face. Oh, please don't allow that to happen. It took me days to bring them back to full health. Yeah, sure, doctor. Nappa says with a fake grin. He turns his attention to the prince. He is still shaking after that little show we pulled off. Vegeta smirks as he walks in front of the door. Bribing him was too easy. He thinks that he's free, but he really isn't. He's probably still too loyal to Frieza. The doctor opens the door and steps aside. I ask you kindly to speak the universal language. You know that I don't understand a word you say when you speak your native. Fool. That's the point. Vegeta says with a chuckle. Tell me, doctor, how is Kakarot's progress with his literacy skills? You did evaluate him, did you? Gave him a few books. I haven't done so yet. The doctor cowers when the prince takes a big step towards him. You have been slacking. I told you to evaluate him so that I will know what to do with him. The prince sighs. I only know what I learned on Earth. He does understand some of it. He can read better than he could a year ago thanks to Raditz. He can even identify all the letters in the Saiyan alphabet and can identify over 9,000 words. Are you going to say that number repeatedly? Kakarot heard him and he stands. You said a lot of things quite often. Don't they call those running gags? Vegeta sighs. He looks at the doctor. Take Raditz out. The doctor runs to the controls and drains the water from the chamber. Raditz steps out as soon as the mouthpiece is removed and he gives the Saiyan his uniform. As he puts it on he asks, "How do you feel, Raditz?" The Saiyan simply huffs. "Tail still hurts. Other than that I'm fine." "You sure did get a beating out there, Raditz." Vegeta says. "If I stand corrected it seems that Kakarot surpassed you, Raditz. You are a true weakling now, aren't you?" Raditz growls, unable to defend himself. Kakarot however stands. "Come on Vegeta, can you at least leave him alone for one day?" The Saiyan Prince gives the low class a look. "You don't give out the orders here, Kakarot. I know that. The only reason why I beat him so badly is Kakarot pauses. For some reason he can't exactly remember why. I wish I know why. You forgot. That fast." The prince facepalms. "You thought that Raditz killed your son, so you attacked him in a very violent way. I never saw you fight like that. It was quite a show." Kakarot frowns. He remembers everything before that happened. He did remember days before, so how did he forget so quickly? It's frustrating on how his memory is acting so strange. "I remembered the day I woke up here. After that it just went away." Nappa walks up to the prince's side. "You hear that, Vegeta? He remembered once then forgot." Vegeta seems very interested now. He walks up to the low class and asks, "Kakarot, what do you remember?" Everything up to when Raditz was beating on my chest and when Kakarot attacked him." As he said that his mentioned son walks inside the room and a smile appears on his face seeing his father awake again. He isn't happy much for Raditz. When a brain-damaged Saiyan forgets about a violent act they committed then. His brain is healing. Vegeta snaps his fingers and has Kakarot's full attention. "Listen to me, Kakarot. I am going to say a list of vegetables. I want you to listen closely." Kakarot sees no link to his head and the vegetable thing but he decides to go with it. Okay. Corn, are you familiar with corn?" Kakarot is even more confused on what he is doing. "Yeah, I eat it all the time." Vegeta nearly facepalms. "Stop thinking about food. Have you heard the word being used for another meaning?" Kakarot thinks. "You mean how it is used, right? Like can and can." He remembers what his brother taught him months ago involving literature. "No, I haven't heard it being used differently." "Listen, lettuce, have you heard of lettuce?" "No, not used differently either." Raditz frowns. "This is not going to work, Vegeta." "Shut up, I know what I am doing." He looks at Kakarot again. "Beets, have you heard of beets?" "Yeah." There was hope in the Saiyan's eyes. "When you beat somebody up, this is going nowhere." Nappa sighs. "I'm not quitting just yet." Kakarot, "What about broccoli? Heard of broccoli?" "No." Kakarot replies. "Cabbage. Have you heard about cabbage?" "No, damn it, he's hard." Vegeta growls. He thinks of other vegetables. "Asparagus. Have you heard of asparagus?" Kakarot shakes his head no. "Radish. You have to remember that." "Radish." Kakarot thinks. His head seems to be working. Nappa growls. He's kidding. The answer is right in front of his FA. "Shut the hell up, Nappa." Vegeta growls. He looks back at Kakarot once more. "Radish. Think." Kakarot struggles with his words a bit. "Radish, radish." He suddenly looks at his brother. Raditz. His brother. Frown turns into an emotionless stare. "Right." Vegeta continues. "How about Brussels sprouts?" Kakarot shakes his head. "Burdock." "What about burdocks?" Kakarot suddenly remembers his dreams. How his parents spoke to him and gave him their best of luck. "Father." Vegeta stands tall. "What? My father Bardock." Nappa walks over to the low class. "Do you remember your mother?" Kakarot nods. "Jine. Oh my." The doctor looks over his readings. There's a lot of activity going on in his brain. It is as if he is trying to remember what he forgot. He's making great progress. This is extremely rare. Saiyans who suffer from head injuries normally never recover. He looks at the Saiyan. "Tell me about them, Kakarot." Kakarot recalls his dreams. "I was in a pod. My mother and father was there, wishing me luck. Then later came Raditz. He looked angry because I was born with a power level of 2. So I was going to be sent away." Vegeta looks at Raditz. He sees the shocked look on his face, so he asks, "Is this a true event, Raditz?" Raditz suddenly smiles slightly. Looks like the stupid Kakarot isn't all that stupid anymore. He's starting to remember. Vegeta says with interest. Consider him lucky if he gets everything he forgotten back. You two brothers should celebrate. Not now. We are planning to go for our DQ. DQ. Kakarot repeats with some confusion. What's that? Vegeta growls. Don't mention that around the doctor, idiot. Why do you think I said that in this language? Nappa seems happy. You mean we are going to Dairy Queen again? Vegeta facepalms now. It doesn't exist anymore. But it was good. Earth has some good places. Nappa says. You blew it up, remember? Vegeta points out. I have no time to go back there. Stop asking. What is DQ? Kakarot asks. It stands for Destined Quest. Yours was Earth, Kakarot. Next it is Planet Namek. We are here now for the Dragon Balls, remember? Raditz explains. Oh yeah. Kakarot frowns. It got delayed when you started to beat me up. You deserved it. It wasn't necessary to do what you did to Carrot. You deserve what you got if what Vegeta said was true. Kakarot growls. The two brothers are at each other's faces now. Vegeta separates them so that another fight wouldn't occur. We have no time for this. We leave now. He glares at the doctor. Don't you dare say a word. The doctor nods as they leave. Hey Vegeta, after this can we go to Dairy Queen? Nappa asks. Nappa. Vegeta growls. Yes. Shut the hell up. Kakarot walks in silence with the other Saiyans. It's been 5 minutes now and no one has said a word. It was actually instructed from Vegeta to stay quiet unless you want to be blasted, because of the huge risk they are taking in sneaking their way back out the ship. The Earth-raised Saiyan is still as curious. How did they manage to pull that off without being caught? He would ask, but learning from his brother's punches, this is one of times that he has to keep his mouth shut. His 5-year-old son stays close behind, taking notice on his surroundings. Everything must be huge from his point of view. Carrot's pace must have increased because he started to walk past his father, but Kakarot blocks his path with his arm, preventing him from going any further. Carrot was about to question on why until Kakarot glances at Raditz, who was up ahead by 3 feet. Raditz as well, aware on how his little brother is acting. He simply says in a low tone, right. You better keep that half-breed brat of yours away. He doesn't even look at his brother, but he chuckles lightly when he hears the slight growl from him. He never liked the kid. Half Saiyan. It's shaming his kind, especially with the fact that he has puny human blood staining his Saiyan blood. Shut up, Raditz. Cocker. OT could only say that much because Vegeta turned to the 3 halfway as a warning. He heard them. Time to be quiet again. He would want to defend his son more, but there is no time for that. Might as well let Raditz win this one. A few more minutes pass by and it is interrupted when Kakarot's stomach growls loud enough for the whole world to hear. Well, an exaggeration, but at least you have an idea. The Saiyan laughs softly while rubbing the back of his head. A trademark of his embarrassment. Please don't tell me that you are hungry now. Nappa says with a hint of annoyance. Kakarot replies. Sorry, I can't help it. I need to eat right now. You can wait another hour. Nappa suggests. Kakarot groans as his stomach growls again, louder this time. It is affecting him because he begins to crouch down as if he hasn't ate in days, even though it has only been a few hours. I can't. I need to eat now. Any longer without food and I won't be able to go anywhere. Vegeta sighs heavily and turns to look at the Saiyan, putting the walk to a halt. You cannot be serious. You too. Lucky me. Sarcasm is put into that last sentence. 2. Kakarot repeats with some confusion. Who else would suffer from hunger as I do? Is it a Saiyan thing? Yes, but you get hungry more often than a Saiyan should. Vegeta says matter-of-factly. Raditz crosses his arms impatiently. Don't stall us, Kakarot. We have to go now. Your hunger slowing you down like this is getting us in a bad zone. I can't move. Kakarot replies with another groan. Do you have a snack on you or something? No, I do not. I don't carry snacks because it is not necessary. Raditz answers. If you get hungry so easily, then I feel no pity for you, brother. What are you talking about? So easily? I'm always hungry. Vegeta and Nappa look at Kakarot and Raditz. Then they exchange glances. It's Nappa who says, looks like they are both in the way when it comes to food. That is not going to be any help. Raditz snaps at Nappa. What are you talking about? I don't get so hungry like that. His stomach betrays him as it growls just as loud as his brother's. He looks away to his feet in embarrassment. He doesn't want to admit it, but it seems that he does have things in common with his brother. Without food in his stomach, his body won't properly function. And he is always hungry. A terrible weakness in battle. He frowns as his brother gives him a look that reads, "So it's just me, We have no time for this. If we stay here, Frieza will most likely notice our presence and he won't be so thrilled to see that we brought 2 more Saiyans along." The prince says, "Actually make that 1 Saiyan and a half. Raditz says. He ignores the angry look he receives from his little brother. He notices that Vegeta is on the move again, so he begins to follow, leaving his brother and nephew behind. It is short-lived. His stomach growls again and his body feels weak. He is famished. Skipping lunch was not a good idea. He slowly falls to his knees. "I hate to agree with him, but I request that we can at least get a snack, my prince." Vegeta sighs again. "I was hoping you wouldn't say that." He continues to walk away. "Please, Vegeta." Kakarot begins to beg. "Please. If we come across somebody who's with Frieza, they might be too strong and we can't fight them off. What if we come across that Kui guy? I can handle him myself." Vegeta simply answers, "Please, Vegeta. I can't go another minute." "Vegeta," Raditz asks, almost begging. He knows better. Vegeta manages to keep himself from shouting. "If I give you something, will that help you shut up?" He growls when the 2 brothers nod. "This is pitiful. I can't believe this." His head snaps at the general. "Nappa, change of plans. We go out but find some food as soon as you can. If I have to hear any more of Kakarot's winning, I swear I'm going to break him in half." Carrot tugs his pants a bit. Prince Vegeta, what do you want?" "I'm hungry. Son of a..." He pauses, realizing that he started to shout. He takes a deep breath to calm himself. When calmed down enough, he says slowly to the kid, "How hungry are you?" "I didn't eat lunch." "Damn." Vegeta glares at the low-class warriors. He seems to be studying them for a few moments and his face frowns even deeper. "We may just get caught." "Raditz, why didn't you prepare lunch? Do I have to explain what took place all this week? I just woke up 30 minutes ago from a 5-day coma." Raditz explains, "I haven't ate for days. Never had the chance for lunch because we had to go immediately." He makes sure that his tone has no hint of annoyance. Unlike his brother, he knows how to speak to whom and just how much stress they can endure. Vegeta's patience level is very low right now. "So be it. I can let you starve or you'll slow us all down." Vegeta says, "You 3 better keep up. You will be left behind because I will not wait for you to catch up." He isn't kidding either, because he is walking away. In fact, he is walking away at a much faster pace. "Hey, he's not being nice." Kakarot mumbles. Raditz forces himself to stand as he replies by saying, "Whoever said he was?" Running gag. Kakarot points out, "Shut up and let's go." Raditz demands. He begins taking his first few steps, but his little brother won't budge. If this keeps up, they will certainly be left behind. Well, he won't. Quote, "I won't hesitate to leave you either, Kakarot." The Earthling Saiyan simply says, "You're famished too." The fact is very true, so Raditz can't argue against it as much as he wants to. His little broth has a thing about telling the truth, and he seems to be able to read his mind as well. Both things are very annoying, but there isn't much he can do about it. He'll have to deal with it. He can't trick or lie to his brother as well as he was able to a year ago. "But I can still walk, unlike you. A weakling as usual. How come I had to beg Vegeta for food?" Kakarot says, almost pouting. "Because unlike you, I know the meaning of respect." Raditz answers as he watches Kakarot get to his feet slowly and with a lot of struggle. "Is it really that bad?" Raditz himself knows that he hasn't gone hungry this bad in forever. He forgot how it is like. Finally Kakarot stands, but he feels his legs giving into gravity again. He fights it off. "You were too scared to speak up your problems and ask for help. I see a coward. Don't you dare bring that up again if you know what's good for you." Raditz snaps. He is one nerve away from slapping his brother. Sure, as of now they are close to as getting along as a lion and a hyena. He never forgot about that fight that caused him to nearly snap his tail off in half. That would have been very ugly, and he doesn't like that one bit. He reminds his brother Ho is stronger by stepping forward heavily with a deep growl. However, Kakarot isn't even a tiny bit intimidated by this action. He shoves the threat aside. You can't attack me anyway. You're too hungry to lash out like you did days ago. The fact is true. It has to be. All his life Kakarot has always been unable to fight when hungry unless he is in the presence of food, or if he is in the presence of something that he can make into food. He knows that Raditz must be the same way because the hunger art sure does seem to be happening to him. He would go on but his nose picks up the smell of something he has been hoping for. His feet springs back to life as he starts to follow the smell. Raditz takes notice on that. Kakarot, what are you doing? Come back here. He snatches his brother by the tail and pulls him back towards him. He interrupts his brother's upcoming protest. Don't be an idiot. Think. Namekians don't eat food to survive like we do. That was what I was told. If there is food here, what does that mean? Kakarot thinks and makes a guess. They are celebrating something big, aren't they? No. Frieza's men must be somewhere close by. We have to be cautious. Raditz turns on his scouter and it picks up several different readings. There's 4 of them in here. It shouldn't be much of a problem. I'll just have to make sure that you don't do anything stupid. His scouter Eps again, now picking up the movement of his brother's power level. It detects that it is moving towards the other readings. You fool. I take my eyes off of you for a second and you are already doing something foolish. Come back. Kakarot can't hear his brother's warnings. His mind is too winded up on food. He pokes his head into an open doorway and sees piles of food stacked on a table. His mouth feels as if it is watering a river. He first thought to stay put because the food looks as if it may belong to someone else, but he remembers that he is no longer pure-hearted. Stealing wouldn't be a problem for him anymore. He chuckles almost in a childish way as he begins to sneak further down the long hall that leads to the room full of food. It is so narrow. Only 2 people could walk side by side. He gets ready to go for it until Raditz puts a hand on his shoulder. The Saiyan glances at his brother who is gazing up ahead. What are you planning? Raditz wants to deny it but he can't. His hunger is clouding some of his judgment. It won't hurt to take these fools' food, would it? The aroma is a reminder that it's worth it. He takes in a deep sniff. Afterwards his face forms itself into a deep mischievous dark smirk. So maybe it won't be a bad idea to at least get a snack. Kakarot looks up and down at his brother, almost curious on what he could be thinking. Seeing the look on his face means one thing. Kakarot almost shares that look. Having second thoughts, aren't we? I guess we can eat. Says the Saiyan who told me to don't do anything stupid. Kakarot says in a way that translates to, look who's talking. Raditz ignores the slight note and pays more attention to the food. Too bad for us. It looks like plenty for 40 humans, but 40 meals is enough to feed one Saiyan. He raises an eyebrow, which means only one of us can get it. Before his brother could open his mouth he adds, too bad for you, Kakarot. I already win this one. Go ahead and crawl your way to the prince's feet. The earth-raised Saiyan's expression fades into disappointment. Hey, whoever said you were going to be the one to get it, Raditz? When it comes to food, nothing gets past me, not even you. Just looking at you reminds me of a hedgehog. The mention of the earth mammal makes his stomach growl again. Hedgehog. That is because you are a Saiyan. Raditz reminds his brother. So, Kakarot crosses his arms. I am faster than you. Raditz says in a teasing tone. Looks like some brotherly rivalry is coming up again. Nothing better than reminding the little brother that the oldest always rules. Kakarot has the idea on where this is going. You guys sure have a habit of turning anything into a game. Games. Oh please, it's more like a competition. Whoever gets to the food first claims it. Raditz raises his hand, cutting off his brother's upcoming statement. However, let's make this more interesting. We can't use our ki, so no flying. In fact, he points to the ceiling. It oaks as if it is under reconstruction or remodeling because the steel beams or whatever it is made of is still there uncovered. See that? Kakarot looks up and points at it. What are those things going to do that involves the food? Quote, makes it harder to go for it since we are both starving. In all your years on Earth, I'm sure that you picked up ways to survive on that planet when you were a kid. Can you climb trees? Kakarot nods once. Yes, I can. I've been doing that not long after I learned how to walk, I was told. Good. Because you're going to need that skill. Raditz leaps up Hig. And lands on top one of the steel beams effortlessly. He looks down at his still grounded brother. Well, coming or are you a coward? He chuckles as his brother leaps and lands 1-1 next to him. He punt ahead. We jump across. Kinda like a race. Winner takes all. Deal. Kakarot is starting to like this competition. Loser has to miss dinner. What? No fair. Kakarot thinks this idea is insane now. No dinner. He would die without it, exaggerating speaking. He knows his brother won't change his mind. Okay fine. It would be a shame if you lose to me. Then again, you being cocky and all. Cocky, says the clown with no education. Raditz insults his brother back. Hey, enough. Raditz crouches down. Kakarot is a bit puzzled when he sees his brother's tail uncoiling from the waist. What is he planning? Get ready and start. Kakarot says without warning and takes off with a long leap. A cheater just like Dad. Great. Kakarot, I swear I will punch you when I catch you after this. Raditz leaps after his giggling brother. Not a problem. Another smirk appears on his face. The way his brother is leaping is all legs. He picked up way too much human personality. Leaping like a human, I see. You can't do anything if you just use your legs. Kakarot didn't quite catch that. What? He's almost there. Just halfway and it's chow time. He didn't expect to see his brother leaping with such agility. In fact, he is using his tail for balance. Raditz laughs when he sees the fish-like look from his brother as he passes him. He leaps with legs, occasionally using his hands to move across the beams as if he's on monkey bars. He even swings from side to side to reach bars closer to him. Kakarot can't believe this. His big brother is putting him in dust by moving across in a style similar to a monkey. Sure, they can turn into giant monies, but this is crazy. He sees Raditz perform a front flip and land inside the room. No, Kakarot was just a second too late. He lands and glares at his brother. No fair. You never taught me that. Raditz laughs with victory as he cut his tail back in its place. What's the matter? Is this the first time you lost to someone? Kakarot doesn't bother to answer the question yet. Instead he walks around Raditz looking up and down from head to toe once more as if he is trying to figure out something different about him. What are you doing? Raditz asks with clear annoyance in his tone. Just wondering. Kakarot begins. You moved so fast. The way you traveled across it is as if you were a monkey or someth. He never expected to be punched on the head so hard. He falls face first on the floor. Ow. Damn it. What was that for? 1. For being a cheater. I was supposed to say go. A head start was not supposed to be allowed. He sneers. But the fact that you still lost is sad. You had me there for a second. His sneer disappears, replaced by a frown. 2. Don't ever call me a monkey again. The Earthling Saiyan rubs his head while standing up. I never called you a monkey. Comparing me to one is not what I suggest you do around me. Why are you so offended by it? Whoever said I was offended? Raditz snaps. Well, why? Oh, you punched me and warned me to not say it again. Kakarot points out. Why? We have a tail like one, and we take the form of one. You wouldn't understand, at least not yet. The word is used against us so many times it's sickening. He mimics a voice. Saiyan monkeys. Saiyan monkeys. Monkey see monkey do. He growls. Monkey. 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 I know that we are primates, but damn, it gets on my nerves. He sees the slight confused look on his brother's face. You're not following me, are you? Oh, I am. Just one question. Here comes the ignorance. Raditz mutters to himself. As a primate, a type of food. Raditz blinks with an emotionless stare. You know what? I'm going to pretend you didn't ask that question. He walks over to the table full of food. Greed is written all over his face. He forces himself not to bury his face into the food after not eating for days. He grabs a handful of what could be fries and stuffs them in his mouth and swallows them whole. He starts to wolf down his food. He sighs knowing that his brother's watching. Go away. Can I have a fry? Kakarot asks. No. Raditz eats the last fry just to torture his brother. Can I have at least something? I said no. Please. Don't you start begging. Quote. Pretty please, Raditz. Kakarot. There's a sound of warning in Raditz's voice. Pretty please with dead humans on top. I will kill you. Kakarot stays quiet after that. He isn't sure if Raditz is truthful on what he says, but he doesn't want to test it. A minute passes and his stomach growls the loudest it has even growled. Now his stomach is starting to hurt. He looks at the chicken leg in his brother's hand. He forgets everything about the past warnings he received just a minute ago. Let me have a bite. You are just plain stupid stubborn. Roddy. TZ draws the leg close to his mouth, but his arm is snatched close to his brother's mouth. The hell? Give me the chicken, Kakarot demands. He pulls harder and the leg is just an inch away from his mouth. Let go. Raditz pulls back and he is close to getting it. Give me the chicken leg. Kakarot pulls even harder and attempts to bite it, but Raditz pulls back. You idiot. Shut your mouth or we'll be heard. Give it to me. Kakarot sounded like a psycho homeless man. No, I told you that winner takes all. Raditz kicks his brother's stomach and Kakarot falls. Raditz resumes to his leg, but once again his arm is snapped. He almost falls from his own feet from the force Kakarot puts into his pull. Don't you understand the words coming out my mouth? Kakarot pulls as hard as he could. No. It's a tug-of-war as the toe brother pull at the same time. Give me the chicken leg, damn it. I said no. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. A moment passes and Raditz realized what he just said. What? I mean no. Damn it all. I'm through with you. He rises his leg between his brother's own and he chuckles, hearing the agonized yelp coming from Kakarot's mouth. Like I said, I win this one. Crawl to the prince's feet. Quote, yes. That's right, monkey. Crawl to your prince's feet. What the? Raditz's teeth just dug into the meat when he heard the voice. He turns around and sees 4 aliens standing at the doorway. Oh great. He glares at his brother. Now look at what you've done. Kakarot's only reply was a tiny squeak. Kakarot, the purple, long-head, yellow-spotted alien says. His eyes fix on Raditz's brother, who is trying to ease out the pain. Kakarot, sounds similar to a vegetable. Carrot perhaps, sounds like a Saiyan name. A yellow alien similar to the purple one, only with red eyes and fangs, takes note on Kakarot's appearance. A Saiyan, impossible. They nearly died off about 25 years ago. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz should be the only ones left. A orange dog L. Ike one seems to be comparing Raditz with Kakarot from the way he is looking back and forth between the two. Hold one a second. Is it me or do they have a resemblance? He looks at Aline, who appears to be human. Raspberry. The human-looking alien nods once. Kakarot, I know I heard that name somewhere before. He taps his lower chin, then his eyes widen as if he recognized him. Kakarot, I remember now. He's the son of that low-class Saiyan warrior Bardock. Makes sense on why he has a resemblance with Raditz. They are brothers. The yellow one suddenly bursts out laughing. Oh, I remember him too well. Kakarot, that pathetic baby weakling with the power level of 2. Thrown out like trash. The other 3 aliens join in his laughter. Kakarot doesn't know why, but suddenly Raditz slams his chicken bone hard, making it clatter loudly on the plate as he fully faces the aliens. Trash. You are calling him trash. The yellow alien is a bit surprised from the Saiyan's action, but he moves on. Are you defending your little brother's honor? Ha! What honor does he have for being sent away to a planet full of weaklings with a mere power level of 5? I heard that he failed his mission because of a head injury. He is more sad by the minute. He had to get help from the Monkey Prince to fulfill it. The purple alien adds, if I recall correctly, I was told that it was what Raditz wished for when he was a kid. Looks like it came true. Raditz just stands there with a hateful look burning in his eyes as he growls. He can't do anything. There's too many of them. He can't take them all on themselves. Kakarot, however, was more angry at Raditz. He recalled how he dreamed of not just his memory but his brother's own. They shared the same dream for sure. Still, the fact that Raditz shed that he would hit his head and it happened bother him a lot. He can't stay mad. It was an accident that he fell, and surely Raditz said that from his own anger then. So he turns his anger towards the 4 aliens who continue to insult him. He gets up to his feet with his serious face on. Oh look, the born weakling wants to pick a bone with us. The dog alien's voice is false fear. The 4 silent for a second as they exchange glances. They break into laughter again. What are you talking about? The younger brother had a child with the race he was supposed to destroy. His child is a half-breed. His outburst makes him stronger than them together, I bet. The two brothers together are a perfect combination. The two most weakest Saiyans alive. Guess you can say they got the genes from their not cut out to be a warrior mother. Quote, both Kakarot's and Raditz's glare darkened from that last insult. Oops, I think you are making fun of their mother now. The human-like alien says. Bardock ha. D to save Jine countless times when she fought. It's hilarious on how two children are born weaklings, but the youngest couldn't even harm a fly. It's sad for even a low class to have a record too. Serves the parents right for dying. Kakarot finds himself stepping forward. I suggest that you stop. You won't like what I will do to you. He has responded with laughter. The facial expression on his face means death. You like to talk and judge too much. Power levels do change over the years, you know. I bet that his is a mere 100. They ignore him. Just like his mother. Now it wasn't that low. Kakarot feels his lips part away as they form a snarl. Insulting my family is one mistake you will regret. I am no weakling no more. I can prove it, so if you don't shut up now, I will punch through your guts and put them in a basket. Raditz stares at his brother as if he is a stranger. Did Kakarot just threaten them like that? The treat was very clever and could scare someone if it wasn't said in the Saiyan language. He has to be pissed to say it in his native tongue. Raditz is curious on why his brother cares so much. After everything he has done, and his brother still stands up for him. Kakarot is a naive idiot most of the time, but in some ways he is like their mother. The purple alien sighs now. He's speaking Saiyan. I'm surprised he remembers how to speak that language unless his brother had to school him. Kakarot gets into one of his famous stances. I warned you. He in a flash sprints at Raspberry and his fist goes right through the human alien's gut. Despite the fact that his arm now has blood leaking all over, he grins so very darkly, it even caught Raditz's full attention. As the alien gaps at the sight on his chest, Kakarot speaks. Oh, you don't like that? Good. I love to seeing you suffer. It's not funny when you are the one dead, right? He looks at the other aliens. He's probably human. Let's see, if I recall correctly they say a human's intestines is how long? 27, 29 feet. Let's find out. He frowns when the alien is slumped dead. Ah, I was just getting into the good part. Oh well. He lets go and the lifeless body thuds to the ground. He looks at the three remaining aliens. Who's next? He expected fear, but he got angry looks. Kakarot, you are such a fool. Raditz sighs. What? I killed him easily. Kakarot points at his bloody hand. He was the weakest member. Use your scouter. Raditz says. Kakarot turns on his scouter and the numbers displayed are oh crap. Oh, they are stronger than us, are they? Like I said before, a fool. Raditz shouts angrily at his face. Now everyone will know that we are here. Many key attacks whiz past them. Come on, we have to go now. We can't fight them off ourselves. It's suicide. Ah, not even a little. Kakarot just wants to give it a try. Now, Raditz leaps back up to the beams and swings away in the same style he came in. It's faster than running after all. They can't fly out as mentioned before. Still, it's a problem. Raditz, I can't do it like that. Yes you can. Just trust your instincts. What? How? I don't know. Just figure it out. Kakarot has no time to argue any longer. His shoulder is grazed by one on the attacks and he does not wait another second. He leaps up on the steel beams and begins jumping. He is using his legs like last time. He has trouble with keeping up with his brother. He is trying so hard that he nearly loses balance several times. Suddenly he slips and he quickly grabs one of the beams with his hand. He finds it quite easy. He swings on them as if he is on monkey bars. It's kinda funny. Well, would have if he wasn't being chased by strong aliens that his brother is not daring to fight. Still, he struggles since his stomach is still empty. He finds himself slowing down. Raditz. The long-haired Saiyan turns around just in time to see his little brother lose grip due to weakness and fall to the ground. He is surrounded by the three aliens who point their key attacks in well point-blank range. Something inside Raditz snaps. Seeing his brother helpless like this and about to be killed fuels to fire inside him into a wildfire. No, I already lost my mother and father. I will not lose my brother. Not again. Kakarot screams when he is hit on the back with a ki blast, fully knocking him down. That does it. You bastard. No one kills Kakarot except me. He dives down with pink energy gathering from both hands. Double Sunday. They are fired and it sends the aliens flying back. He lands and sprints towards them. He unleashes a series of rapid punches and kicks at the aliens. How do you like that? I call that Dynamite Monday. He collects static-like energy on his hand. Top that with a Saturday Crush. He thrusts the hand down and the yellow alien coughs out blood. He gives them no time to recover. He leaps backwards and gathers energy again. And to finish that off with my weekly special, he fires several blasts from his hands. And the pound on the aliens like bullets. Smoke from the explosions cover them up. Raditz finds this as a good opportunity. But the question his dazed brother asks interrupts it. Raditz, why are so many of your attacks are named from the days of the week? He ignores him as he walks over to him. And why did you do that? You saved me. He hauls his brother over his shoulder and runs out the hull and flies around the ship. He flies out the exit in no time. He breathed deeply, trying to catch his breath. Did he just attack without any though? No, Kakarot did not rub off any of that soft part on him, did he? He gets that though out of his head with another. Vegeta is going to kill me if he finds out. I'm afraid that I did. Raditz. Raditz spins around and spots the Saiyan prince with arms crossed and a frown on face. Oh hell. Though I am a bit impressed with you and your brother. You Raditz, because normally you would be a coward at the face of death, but you dove in there to save your brother. As for Kakarot, from the blood on his hands, it looks like he killed one of them without second thoughts. Vegeta's face turns to anger. Thanks to you two idiots, Frieza is aware of our whereabouts. I should kill you where you stand. I'm sorry to say that you won't have that chance, Vegeta. Raditz sighs. He is getting very tired of the mysterious voices that pop from nowhere. Vegeta, however, isn't a tiny bit scared. He is laughing it off. Well, isn't it Kui? Tell me, did Frieza throw a tantrum when he found out that I left one of his planets? Kui waves away Vegeta's words. He sent me here to deal with you. Running away was not a good idea. For that I was ordered to kill you. I will enjoy every moment of it too. Oh, is that so? Vegeta challenges. There goes that mouth again. Always talking big but have no strength. My power puts yours to shame. Kui laughs. Vegeta sighs. Looks like I'm surrounded by idiots. I picked up a few things from that Saiyan on Raditz's back right there. And what is that? Running away. You seem really good at that. Kui says. I learned how to conceal my power. Vegeta spreads his legs apart slightly, banqueting as he increases his hidden power. Now Kui, what did you say about your power putting mine to shame? Kui's scouter continues to beep as a sweat drop falls from his head. 22,000. His scouter shatters from the intense power. WHWH wah what? I don't understand. You and I were always evenly matched. Fool. While those two low-class idiots were out for food, I was ambushed by one of Frieza's men. Strong, yes, but their strategy caught me off guard. It nearly killed me. He glances at Kakarot, who is now getting of his brother's back. That Saiyan there can be helpful. Those beans did the trick. I was he. Aled, and you know what happens when a badly injured Saiyan is healed after battle, right? Kui gulps now, knowing the trouble he got himself into. He flies backwards slowly. His words come out fast and nearly stumble. Hey now Vegeta, I was just following orders. Seeing no change on how things are looking, he continues. Hey, I have this craziest idea. How about me and you team up? Yeah, we can rebel against Frieza. I never liked the guy. So what do you say? The prince isn't buying it, so he looks over his shoulder. Ah, my lord, you've finally arrived. What? Vegeta looks behind him. Look out. Kakarot gives off a warning, seeing what Kui has planned worked. Ha, made you look. Now die. Kui fires countless ki blasts at the prince and he is battered with them. He laughs, seeing that Saiyan has been hit and crashes to the ground. He rises his hands over his head and creates a giant ki ball and hurls it down. It slams into the ground where Vegeta fell and a huge explosion follows. As the smoke settles, he tries to catch a breath, then he starts laughing. Wow, I can't believe your prince fell for that old gag. That was easier than I thought. He takes notice of Nappa teasingly pointing behind him. What? He turns around. Vegeta stands there behind him. Impossible. All that you managed to do was piss me off. Vegeta growls. He watches Qui panic and run. The Aline staggers and falls. Right. Go ahead and run. Qui's red ki aura surrounds him and he shoots to the sky. Vegeta follows suit. He appears right in front of Qui in a second and punches right through his armor into his gut. Similar to what Kakarot had done earlier. It was done hard enough to send the alien flying. Vegeta's two fingertips glow and fire a blast. It hits Qui and the alien explodes into pieces. Ooh, what a nasty firework. Qui, I'm afraid you're fired. He lowers his hand and looks back at Raditz. Reckless as you are, you made it out alive. Kakarot was the foolish one who attacked them without thinking first. Raditz huffs. Yes, but you should be proud of him. He killed that man like a true Saiyan should. The way Vegeta said it is false praise. He doesn't care about them, he never did. Even Kakarot knows that. A scratchy voice that is high for a man is heard in all the Saiyan scouters. Oh monkeys. Vegeta's face switches to horror. I found you. Nappa looks at the prince nervously. Damn it. That fight was intentional, wasn't it? He knew that you would defeat him effortlessly, Kakarot added. So that he can find you. Kakarot adds as well. He pauses and asks, wait, who are we talking about? Who's talking in the scouter? Frieza. Vegeta growls. I hope that you are saying your prayers if you are against me monkeys. With that he disconnects. Vegeta. Kakarot wonders what the prince is thinking now. After a few moments he speaks. We have to move now. As long as we have on of the Dragon Balls he won't be able to make his wish. Wait, we have to start searching for them now. Kakarot tries to get full information of the prince's plan. How will they pull that off? Frieza already knows that they are present on planet Namek. What she doesn't know yet is that he is here with his son. 2 more Saiyans. She won't be pleased. Raditz is getting a little used to his brother's ignorance, but it still strongly irritates the heck out of his nerves. For the 5th time, yes. Now stop asking unless you want me to punch you. So this Frieza person, is she really strong, like stronger than all of us? Kakarot wants to learn a little more about this alien. He gets no answer. Instead his comrades stare at him with blank expressions. Then, Raditz and Nappa busts out laughing. This leaves the Earthling Saiyan confused. Why you think that, ha ha ha. You think that Frieza is a girl. Ha 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 ha. Raditz couldn't stop laughing. He hasn't laughed this hard in years. Somehow his brother brought it out. Well, you gave me a description. You said he is like some lizard alien, almost human looking with a very long tail. 3 fingers and toes, black nails and lips. She must wear lipstick like Bulma does. She sounds like a girl too. Kakarot points out his NS of assumption, but it is not helping because Raditz only laughs harder. Stop laughing. It's not that funny. Yes it is. You are more stupid than I remember. Raditz laughs. Shut up Raditz. I am not. Kakarot protests. He refuses to let his big brother pick on him anymore. I felt a little sorry for your son to have such a naive, idiotic father. Ha 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 ha. Kakarot gives Raditz a death glare. It isn't enough to make the laughter stop. I've had enough. He rises a fist over his brother and slams it on his skull through his thick hair. He is satisfied when his brother's laughter is replaced with a loud, ow. Kakarot puts his hand behind his head. Now you know how I feel every time you do it to me. Oughta knock some sense into ya. Raditz rubs his head. He can't believe that Kakarot dared to do that. Can't take a joke, I see. He shoves his little brother hard. Oh, I can take a joke. You just don't know when to keep that mouth of yours quiet. Kakarot growls. Look at who's talking. Your mouth runs like a motor. Raditz snaps. He floats 3 feet away from his brother. Oh yeah, well your mouth is nothing but garbage. Kakarot snaps back. He closes the gap, which is now only a foot long. Oh please. Your mouth runs worse than hell. Raditz snarls. Your mouth runs better than you can fight. Kakarot yells. Raditz is now at his brother's face. He is nearly offended by that last comment. He is furious. How dare his brother say that? You take that back. I won't, because it is true. I have surpassed you because of your arrogance. Ooh, you're using big words now. I'm not as naive as you think. Your son still is. What does he have to do with this? Are you still made because he is half Saiyan? I'm mad with you because of the fact that he exists. I would rather have him dead. I should had killed him when I had the chance. How dare you? True fact. I hate him all the way to his guts. Stupid human blood. Blinding him. Ha, I hope Zarbon or Dodoria kills that half-breed brat. A useless bastard. You're the useless bastard. Why, you son of a... Shut up. Vegeta's angry shout was enough to end the argument, which could have turned into another fight. He looks like he is about to explode. I'm tired of you two's bickering. It's stalling all of us. If you want to fight so damn bad, go take that somewhere else to beat each other to death. I don't care. I just can't stand another moment of this. Quote, Kakarot and Raditz exchange angry glares before turning their backs on each other with crossed arms, followed by a simple, HMPH. Nappa looks at the two before pointing out, those two sure do get along, don't they? Makes me glad that I don't have a brother. Just get going, Nappa. Vegeta growls. He is stopped once more when Carrot taps his arm. He growls even louder. Mr. Prince Vegeta. Carrot says politely. He doesn't want to get on his bad side like his father and uncle did. What? Do you have a brother? The Saiyan Prince narrows his eyes before kicking Carrot right on the stomach. This catches Kakarot's and Raditz's attention as the kid starts to gasp from having the wind knocked out of him. I'm sick of you two. Asking all those questions. He glances at Kakarot, who looks as if he is about to attack him. You wouldn't try. Kakarot feels the powerful urge to beat Vegeta to a pulp for hurting his son, but Raditz holds him back. It's clear. It won't do any good. He'll just end up killing himself trying. Still, his body is burning with the anger he tries so hard to contain. The prince laughs it off. Kakarot can't do anything. So Vegeta, how do you suppose we get one of those Dragon Balls? Nappa asks. They need a plan. Simple. These Namekians live in villages. Earth 1 holds an elder guarding a Dragon Ball. It'll take some convincing. They'll hand it over in the end. Vegeta explains. If Frieza can do it, so can we. He turns on his scouter and it scans several power levels gathered in one spot. So there they are. I think it's time we have a little fun. The Saiyans take off into the skies and soar towards the readings. Vegeta and Nappa up front as usual, while the other three, Kakarot, Raditz and Carrot, are close behind, almost forming a pyramid. Endless plains and standing stranded cliffs is the only landscape they see so far. Over the trees a village appears. It's fairly small. The houses there are in a dome-like fashion. The doors open upwards instead of what Kakarot is used to, opening to the side. Vegeta suddenly stops and the other Saiyans quickly obey the silent command. He hovers in the air above the village with crossed arms and his signature smirk on his face. Perfect. They have no idea. His small smirk turns into a grin. I feel a little sorry for Frieza. He wouldn't know what was coming. Kakarot isn't all too well convinced. How are you so sure about this? Don't they have scouters too? Vegeta expected the question to pop up. He answers almost immediately. While you and your brother were sleeping in, I did a little scouting. One of the Namekians was foolish enough to fight Frieza's goons. No, 4 actually. The elder blasted their scouters. Frieza has his, but he hardly ever uses it. You two missed a lot. It was quite entertaining to watch. If he doesn't have his any longer, I will have the element of surprise. He starts to laugh, which caught the villagers' attention. He begins to hover down. His feet touches the ground and he allows the Namekians to stare for a few moments. Who is that? One Namekian asks. It's an alien. A bunch of them. Another shouts. Vegeta speaks up. I wish to speak with your elder. I believe that you have a Dragon Ball I would like to have. He sees the shocked looks from the villagers. They did not expect anyone else to know about the magical orbs. An aged Namekian walks to the scene with his cane in hand. He has a stern look on his face. A look of distrust. I am the elder of this village. We do have a Dragon Ball. But I must ask you, why do you intend to use it? The prince replies. That's none of your business. The elder narrows his eyes. I sense an unspeakable evil in you. In you and your friends. I refuse to hand it over to any of you. Vegeta doesn't get angry from his request being turned down. He still wears that same look on his face as he says, then you die. He points his index finger at the Namekian with his thumb sticking up, forming the classic hand pretend gun. Bang! His finger fires a small key blast and it travels as fast as a bullet. However, He didn't expect one of the younger Nameks to jump in front of the elder and take the bullet instead. He watches the shielder fall dead. He points his finger at the elder again. Now let's try that again. Hand it over, elder, or things won't end well for you. I will have my comrades kill you all if necessary. And no, I already told you before. I will not hand it over to anyone with a cold heart like you. Stubborn aren't you? He glances at the Saiyan general. Nappa, the elite class warrior, snickers as he walks over to the villagers. He suddenly moves fast as a blur and he reappears behind a young Namekian adult. He kicks him hard on the back and he falls. Nappa fires a ki blast and the villager is killed. Still no, I assume? Vegeta asks. He gets no reply. He glances at Raditz now. Raditz. Raditz does not hesitate. He sprints towards a Namekian adult and kicks him down. The Namekian recovers and kicks the low class under his jaw. The Saiyan warrior spars with the Namek for a few seconds before ending it by chopping the alien's neck and throws his hand down with his Saturday crush. He walks over to his brother with a look that reads, "You're next." Next. How will he kill a Namekian that is defenseless against him and probably won't even give him a good fight? Well, he did slaughter billions and billions of humans, so he isn't complaining. The elder is horrified. Watching his fellow Namekanes falling one by one is really affecting him. Stop. Stop. Are you ready to hand it over now, or will you let more of your kind suffer death? Vegeta asks. Once again all he gets is silence. The elder stares at him trembling in fear. This annoys the prince a bit. So be it. He fires 3 ki blasts at the elder, but as expected, 3 Namekians took the attacks and died, saving his life. They are really a bunch of idiots. Will they all risk their lives to save one who would pass by in old age anyway? He continues his slow firing that occurs every 2 seconds. Kakarot stands there a bit puzzled. He wasn't called to kill any of them. It looks like Vegeta is going to kill the rest himself. He is a bit disappointed because he is left out. At the same time relieved because he isn't that cruel to kill like that. He would rather take them down with one blast like he did with the humans. He does not want to be covered with blood. He can't see how the others can do it without cringing. Sure, he killed Raspberry by punching him right through his guts, but only because he kept teasing his family. He enjoyed seeing the look on his face, but the blood on his hand disgusted him. He wouldn't dare say that out loud. He hates the fact that Arth made him so picky on how he ends lives. He must have stood there thinking for a long while because he hears Vegeta call his name. Kakarot snaps out of his thoughts and sees the village houses Damag are smoking with dead Namekian bodies here and there. Vegeta points at the elder. He is very stubborn. I wonder if you can convince him. Kakarot looks around in search for live Namekians, but the only one alive is the elder and a Namekian child. The young and old, 2 birds will be killed with 1 stone. Can he do it? He never killed a child physically. He would rather do it as a giant ape Beka. Use in that form he cares about nothing but killing those who are weaker than him. In his base form he is more mentally aware of his actions and is a lot harder to pull those kind of things off. He looks at the ground thinking on how useless he can be sometimes. Not again. Raditz saw this coming. It's no surprise that the only time his Earth-raised brother would kill without hesitation is when he is in the form of an Uzaru. Don't think about it. Just do it. Not good advice, but it's the best he has to offer at the moment. Kakarot looks at the Namekians. He thinks back on how he killed a whole city full of people with his son on Earth before the day he transformed to finish the job. He blasted the all. It's something he is just now realizing. He never killed a single one with his hands or feet or any part of his body. He found it easier and quicker to kill them with his ki. Nappa gives the Saiyan a small fact. You may think it's bad now. Just wait until you feel them die in your hands. You'll enjoy it. He's a little disgusted at the words the general just said, but he could be right. Kakarot approaches the 2 last standing Nameks. When he was a foot away he starts to crack his knuckles. The sound made him a little more eager to get it down, so a small dark smile does appear on his face. Make it slow and painful. The words that came out of Vegeta's mouth made Kakarot's small smile disappear fast. He looks at the 2 who remains. The elder hugs the child in a protective stance, ready to accept death that stands a foot away. Then he looks at his brother, who points at the two villagers. Then his son, who nods once, accepting whatever is about to happen. It's not so easy. He looks back at the villagers. He takes another step. He approaches them as if he was expecting one of them to do some kind of last-minute ditch. This is the perfect time for you to call for your Saiyan side to come out again, Kakarot. Raditz suggests. He is right. If he waits any longer, things won't end too well for him. This has to be a test. Vegeta is testing him to see if he would do this without any regret. Already he is failing with hesitation. If he knows the prince well enough, then he would probably be killed by him for failure. So, he closes his eyes and starts to push away whatever regretful thoughts he has. He pushes his mind towards the side of him that has been buried away for years, only for it to resurface every now and then when angered. He has to bring it out now. Not being angry only makes it harder. He hears the elder speaking to him. Please don't do this to us. Spare us please and just leave us alone. Kakarot feels himself getting excited. That's it. He begins to chuckle. That's right. Beg. Beg for mercy. Having those weaker than him pled to be spa. Red gets him more willing to kill them for some reason. He enjoys hearing them admit that he is stronger. He cracks his knuckles again as he walks closer to the two villagers. Just as he stand over he opens his eyes, which are not friendly as usual but filled with malice. He smiles darkly. So stubborn. It's kinda sad. Don't do this to us. You expect me to listen, old-timer? Kakarot thinks a little harder. He never thought so hard like this in a while. Putting his brain in a lot of work makes his head spin. He reminds himself on why he is here. The past. He needs the Dragon Balls for Vegeta. He then remembers Kami, the Namekian on Earth who took away what made him different from the humans. His tale. He hates himself for allowing that to happen. Now he's starting to hate the Nameks for being in his presence because it reminds him of how such a fool he was back then. To think that he was some kind of human freak. He is willing to end this now. He snackles the child from the eld. Ars grabs by his head and ignores the child's sobs. Look at him for the last time. You lose him if you don't give us what is rightfully ours. The elder glares at the Saiyan. You're a demon. How could you? All of you. Kakarot looks at one of the dead Namekians that remind him of Piccolo. So I'm a demon now. That's funny, coming from a species that I stumbled upon when I was a kid. He was the demon then. So the tables have turned. His fist collided with the child's skull. He hears a dull thud and the child is lifeless. No. The elder screams. Kakarot tosses the lifeless child aside like a doll and grabs the elder by the collar of his tunic. He pulls him up to his face. His dark smile deepens to the same style as Raditz's. He lets go of the elder and leaps over him. He lands behind I am just as he begins to fall to the ground and puts him into a headlock. Open up or suffer and die slowly. He is finding this easier than he though. Nappa was right. He is enjoying every moment of this. He starts to put in pressure, cutting off the oxygen from the Namek. He hears the alien struggle to speak. What was that? He releases enough pressure to let him speak. His voice is hoarse but is still understandable. Go ahead and kill me. But you will never get that Dragon Ball. Kakarot knew that he would choose death over giving up something so valuable. Too bad. You won't die quickly. You know that, right? He squeezes his body now. The sound of the elder screaming and his breaking bones is like music to the Saiyan's ears. His laugh is full of malice as he applies more pressure. He is laughing so evilly that it even scares Kakarot. Ready to give up, old man? You don't look like you'll last much longer. The elder screams louder as more and more pressure is applied. Kakarot's laughs are reduced to chuckles when the Namekian slumps unconscious. Well, he didn't last long enough to fully entertain me. He places his hands on the alien's head and turns it to the right so fast and far. He hears the neck snap and the elder is dead. He lets go and the elder falls to the ground. He kicks his body lightly to ensure that he is dead. Okay, he's dead now. His voice is mixed with a dark yet cheerful nature. That's Kakarot for you. I never expected you to actually do that. Once again you surprise me, Kakarot. Vegeta admits. He looks over to one of the houses and walks inside. Dragon Ball big as a head sits on a purple pillow. It's like stealing candy from a baby. It might as well been gift wrapped. Raditz glances at the dead elder. He admits to himself that he is proud of his little brother. As each day goes by, Kakarot is acting more and more like the Saiyan he should be. It did freak him out a little on how his brother suddenly had a very strong enjoyment on killing the Nameks. It must have something to do with the two on Earth. Kakarot hates them both, so that explains a lot. Vegeta walks out the house with the Dragon Ball tucked under his arm. He is delighted to have it under his possession. For once the brain-damaged Saiyan actually did something right. Kakarot is fascinated by the size of the Dragon Ball. Wow, it's huge compared to the Earth Dragon Balls. It is as big as Nappa's head. What are you trying to say? Nappa snaps, clearly insulted by the comment that was not meant or intentionally to be offensive. Kakarot keeps his mouth shut. He reminds himself to not say his thoughts out loud all the time. He is always saying the wrong things at the wrong time. Still, he feels accomplished that he did this, and he doesn't feel regretful. In fact, he feels better than he did all week. He isn't all that intimidated by Nappa anymore. Really, he never was, but knowing how easily offended he is makes it easier to be easy around him. Vegeta, that's a different story. What are we going to do with it now? Kakarot wonders. Good question. We'll have to put it in a good hiding place. Vegeta looks around the village for a good spot. Now let's see. His eyes lock on the green lake water sitting nearby. Perfect. He walks over to the spot and tosses the magical orb in the lake. No one would ever think of searching underwater. He starts to float up towards the sky. We have to move. It won't be long until someone discovers that this place is a mess. Kakarot rises with the others. His eyes are fixed on the village once again below him. That can be taken care of. He cups his hands to the side and starts gathering energy to perform his Kamehameha wave. He is interrupted when Raditz puts an arm out in front of him. No, it's better if we leave it as it is. Blasting it would attract attention. Scouter or not, the older brother explains. Kakarot nods and makes the key shrink into nothing. So now what? We find the other Dragon Balls. Frieza may have them with him, but I have the perfect plan. Vegeta explains. Kakarot and the others listen in. Vegeta looks at Kakarot with a slight laugh. Live bait. Good idea. Kakarot agrees. He pauses, realizing who the bait is. Hey, you're putting my son in that situation. That's suicide. If he is too slow, yes, it's suicide. I'm sure he can handle it. If he dies, it won't other me. Do why? Oh, you actually think I care about that whiny little brat? Kakarot would protest, but it is not a good idea. He'll only get a beating from the prince. He reluctantly agrees. He turns to his son and grabs his shoulders. Hang in there, okay? I have no idea where he will send you, but do your best. Kakarot nods once. Okay dad, I'll try. Vegeta uses his scouter to detect many power levels. He gets an reading and he looks pleased. Looks like Dodoria left Frieza. He must be angry about losing his scouter. He points west. Fly there, and make sure you do what you do best. Kakarot thinks that he is being praised. What I do best? What's that? Quote, annoying the living hell out of everyone. Oh, Kakarot flies off to his destination. He uses his scouter to keep track of the traveling power level. It's way too high for him. Higher than maybe his father's. It scares him. If he is caught into a fight with whoever this guy is, he won't be able to even graze him. It feels as if minutes has passed and there is no sign of the guy. Stupid Namekian kid. Where did he go? The rough strong voice nearly startles Kakarot. The voice is very close, and so is the reading on his scouter. That has to be him. Kakarot AP approaches a cliff side and peeks from behind it. A huge, pink, bulky, and spiky alien man hovers in the air. He is looking at the ground restlessly. Kakarot assumes that he has to be looking for something, probably the kid he mentioned. I can't believe that he escaped. Why did Frieza send me after him? The pink man growls. Stupid fragile scouter. It would be so much easier to find him at this rate. Why couldn't he send off Zarbon? It's always me. Zarbon. Kakarot recognizes that name. Zarbon is one of the two names Vegeta mentioned who are very loyal to Frieza. If he knows Zarbon so well, then that must be, he's Dodoria. Vegeta wanted me to bring him to him, right? He looks so strong. He gathers his courage and reveals himself. Hey, Dodoria spots Kakarot and frowns. Who the heck are you, kid? Doesn't matter who I am. Your flying around here shouting is hurting my ears. Can you shut up? What? It's working. If you stop shouting then maybe it would have been a lot easier to find him, right? I bet he's gone now. Who do you think you are? Dodoria just met this kid and he has somewhat familiar attitude. Kakarot turns around and swings around his tail. Nah. You. Dodoria is shocked. Why, you're a Saiyan, aren't you? That doesn't make any sense. A kid from that race shouldn't be around unless one of those 3 Saiyans had a kid. I'll have to report Lord Frieza. He begins to fly off but Kakarot flies to him and kicks him hard enough to make him crash into a cliff. He shoots out only to see the 5-year-old flying away. Why, you? Come back here. Kakarot flies away as fast as he could push his ki. He is in a lot of danger now. He connects his scouter to one of the Saiyans. What? Raditz is the one in the other line. I think I found Dodoria. What? Is he close? Raditz shouts. Real close. Raditz realizes how close his nephew's voice is. He looks up to the skies and sees the kid flying faster than he has ever seen him fly, dodging blast from Dodoria mouth. Vegeta. He brought Dodoria. What? Vegeta looks up as well. Well, that didn't take long. Dodoria is so close to catching him. He was ready to unleash another blast when he spots 4 more Saiyans. Where did the other one came from? What the? Vegeta chuckles with crossed arms. I think it's time that I introduce you to someone. Dodoria is even more surprised on what he sees. He stares at Kakarot as if he recognizes him. He looks just like Bardock. Kakarot overhears him and shouts, "What do you know about my father?" Father. Dodoria knows now. Raditz and Kakarot share the same father, which makes them brothers. A thought hits him. You must be Kakarot, that Saiyan baby that was sent away from Vegeta. Vegeta wants to gain more information from the alien he has known since he was a child. And how do you know about that? Dodoria smirks. He isn't terrified by being surrounded by a whole bunch of monkeys. He sees something that he really needs. Hey, let's forget about all this. You have something that I want you see. Your scouters. All of you know that you won't stand a chance against me, so how about you hand it over and I will leave you alone. He was talking to Kakarot clearly. The Earth-raised Saiyan takes off his red scouter and hold it up. Oh, you mean this? That's right. Just hand it over. Kakarot knows why the alien wants it. He may not be all so smart, but he does know that if he hand the scouter to the alien he would be more likely to find the Dragon Balls before them. He waves away his words. Sorry, can't do that. Why you? That's it. I'll just take it by force. He starts to fly towards the low class but Vegeta gets in the way but appearing right in front of him. Out of my way. His voice is lightly shaking. You seem scared of attacking me, aren't you? As Dodoria growls, Vegeta continues. Yes, that must be. You overheard my battle with Qui. You realize that I am considerably stronger than I was before. And now you're terrified. Dodoria floats backwards a bit more. No, Vegeta huffs. This guy's is denying everything he just said. He really is a coward. You saw it on your scouter, didn't you? As Dodoria backs away even more he adds. You're weak compared to me. No, there was no way that power reading was accurate. You can't be that strong and I will prove it. He yells in fury as he gathers, then fires huge orange ki blast at the prince recklessly, not stopping. Seeing no results he panics as the prince suddenly appears right behind him. I warned you not to underestimate me but you chose not to listen. So desperate are we. Shame. Vegeta says. Dodoria attempts to punch him but Vegeta effortlessly dodges. He dodges all punches and kicks. He jumps over the alien while grabbing his pink thick arms, making them painfully turn over the wrong direction. As Dodoria struggles the Saiyan prince laughs. You're slower than I remember. Ah, Vegeta. Dodoria screams in pain. We Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. You already knew that, didn't you? That's why when I was injured by one of your allies, I became stronger. It's impressive, isn't it? Just admit it. I've been fighting and improving while you were getting lazy and soft. Vegeta laughs evilly as he pulls Dodoria's arms apart. Vegeta, wait. I know about something that you would really want to hear. I know about truth on what happened to Planet Vegeta. This was enough to have Vegeta loosen his grip a bit. What did you say? Planet Vegeta. What do you know about it? Start talking. I will, but first you have to let me go. Vegeta growls but does so, and the pink warrior backs off while rubbing his arms. He cannot believe how strong this Saiyan has become. So what? I guess that it's a guarant. That you will kill me as soon as I tell you, huh? I guarantee that I will kill you right now if you don't start talking. Vegeta is really losing his patience. Alright, Dodoria backs away a bit. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, the fact itself is true, but the cause of it being a meteor is not. He sees that he has all the Saiyan's attention, so he continues. Frieza knew that one Saiyan Su LD never get in his way, but a whole army of them could be a problem. You see, Frieza started to realize that more Saiyan babies are being born with highly developed combat skills such as yourself, Vegeta. It was a problem, because he knew that your kind wouldn't stay loyal to him forever, so he was left with two choices: see what happens when a group of Saiyan baby warriors grow up to a powerful RMY, or wipe out the only race who could powerfully oppose him. It was a tough call, but I think he made a good choice in the end. So, he decided to kill them all. To make sure it was done right, he did it himself. Destroying planet Vegeta and every stinkin' monkey on it. And you thought it was a coincidence that you were sent off to another planet while yours was destroyed. He kept you alive knowing, gee, that a Saiyan prince would make a great addition to his team. The alien turns his attention to Kakarot. As for you, Kakarot, your father is one of the reasons why Frieza fully decided to destroy the planet. He came to face Frieza in combat himself in attempt to stop his plans and save Vegeta, only for him to be consumed by the same attack that destroyed your homeworld. He chuckles at the Saiyan's expressions. So there it is. All of you are a part of our private joke. How about you take the moment to sink that in while I inform Frieza that you are here? Oh, I'll be fine, but you won't. The cold, hate-filled voice coming from Kakarot gives him full attention. I can't believe that all these years, the Saiyans were loyal to Frieza, and then he threw them off. I was right. He killed my father. He gets into his Kamehameha wave stance. I will never forgive him for that. Vegeta stands next to the low-class warrior. He too has something to say to Dodoria. I don't care about my home planet, my family, or any of the other Saiyans that Frieza killed. His body is engulfed with raging blue aura so strong that the ground shakes and rocks start to rise from the ground. I am just disappointed with myself for not figuring it out a lot sooner. If I had known that, I would have never wasted all my life doing all of your dirty work. Dodoria knows what that means. He boosts his ki and flies away at top speed while screaming. Frieza! Vegeta gather energy on one hand and releases it as a gigantic blue blast. Next to it is Kakarot's Kamehameha wave. They hit the fleeing alien and he screams as his body is torn to shreds. Vegeta never asked for help, but he decides to let it slide. Kakarot held his own grudge towards Frieza, so there's no reason to be all angry towards him. He lowers his hand down with a smirk. Interesting. Even the mighty Frieza quivers in fear of the Saiyans. We might just be able to defeat him after all. A mere coward. Raditz feels stupid. He sees his brother look at him for a moment before flying away unexpectedly. That look means his brother is unforgiving. He was right about planet Vegeta and their father the whole time, and Raditz shoved it all away like it was some lie. A story. As if Kakarot is the idiot. The whole time Raditz was the idiot. Kakarot. Nappa walks over to Raditz. So it was a vision he had. He proved us all wrong. He doesn't care about the fact that Raditz is in the unforgiving zone right now. Looks like your brother really hates you right now. Raditz suddenly shoots further up to the skies and flies after his brother. Uncle, wait. Carrot gets ready to go after him, but Vegeta grabs his leg. No, let them be. It's best if they solve their own problems. Besides, they need to. Vegeta admits, if they don't, when the time comes when we do face Frieza, then they will be distracted by their grudges upon one another instead of the tyrant. He lets go of his foot. Besides, you need a little training anyway. Training, Carrot repeats, a little scared on the idea of the prince's version of training. Right, because we're going to need all the help we need. But when we face Frieza, don't stand in my way. I will be the one to defeat him. And no one else. This training is just for you to live long enough to see another day after you do run into him. Got that? Carrot nods once. Kakarot continues to fly away. He needs a place to clear his mind. Somewhere to calm down and think of a way to defeat the horrible monster who killed his father who fought him in vain. He finds a cave and lands at the mouth. Just as he was about to walk inside, he senses familiar energy just as his scouter beeps to let him know of someone's presence. Go away, Raditz. Raditz ignores the request and starts to walk to his brother. Kakarot, I was wrong, I hate to admit it, but you were right the whole time. And you shoved it all aside. Kakarot snaps. You got angry at me because you did not want to be wrong. Why didn't you just listen? It's that arrogance that gets in the way of your thoughts. It's always about you. Don't push it. Raditz warns him. I came here to speak with you. I don't want to hear it. Kakarot begins to walk away. Raditz follows. Kakarot, don't you turn your back on me. A key blast is fired from the cave's mouth and it explodes at near his feet, forming a crater on the ground and knocking him over. He gets to his knees seeing his little brother looking at him from inside. I want to be left alone right now. Let me just think. As he goes further inside, he gives out his last warning. Go away. If you come in, I will hit you for real this time because I missed on purpose. You have always turned your back at me anyway, no matter how hard I tried to impress you. And if you even go as far to hurting my son, I will find you and I won't hold back. If you go beyond that and kill him, I will end you. Raditz watches his little brother's shadow disappear in the darkness. He growls, cursing in 5 different languages. Why is it that all of a sudden, his brother seems to hate him so much? Then again, he did nearly killed his own nephew. He remembers what he said in childhood too. Flashback. Lies. He's just a crybaby. Raditz growls. I don't like him. He's weak. The other Saiyans are laughing at us because of that. Why does the weakest Saiyan on Vegeta have to be my brother? He starts to walk away quickly, but Bardock grabs his arm to prevent him from going any further. Let me go. Raditz, I understand that you are upset. We are too, but he will grow up stronger. You see him again when he is fully grown, when his mission is complete. Jin explains. Just take care of him if you do. He is a bit goofy now and he may hold on to that for a while. I'm sure that Kakarot will be fine. You'll be proud to see him. Bardock adds. No, I won't. He'll stay that way forever. Raditz shouts. I can't see how the doctors are so interested in him. Potential. That's all they ever talk about. Stupid potential. How do they favor a weakling over me? I was stronger than him when I was born, so I stayed here. It's always about him. I hope that stupid Kakarot forgets who he is so that he won't be favored anymore. I hope that he will never be a true warrior. He will never be anyway. End of flashback. Raditz growls again. Anger fills his body once again. This time is towards himself. Flashback. It's not fair. He's being sent away. It's not fair. It's not fair. He punches one of the table legs and it breaks. He yelps as the table collapses and falls on top of him. A second later, it blasts to pieces from his ki. He stands there with his arms up to the side. They drop and he looks at the ground and cries heavily. End of flashback. He had always hated his little brother for being weak. Flashback. Raditz kicks the pod door. The loud noise startles Kakarot, so the baby starts to whine. Oh no, 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 no. Don't start. You better not. His baby brother starts to cry and Raditz covers his ears. Stop, you stupid baby. Crying is not going to help. It won't prevent you from being sent away. It won't. His tears return. You'll just cry like a helpless baby on the planet and you'll attract attention and could get killed by a weak alien animal. Then we'll really be laughed at. Just stop crying. Stop. You stupid. He breaks into crying himself again and slides down to the floor. It's not fair. It is not fair. End of flashback. Then what he wished for as a child came true. Flashback. Kakarot. Goku turns back to look at this evil man who keeps calling him this Kaka whatever it is. Raditz stares him down, most likely angry about his brother's stupidity. Have you been on this planet so long that you've forgotten even that? He places a hand on his head as he points out. My memory is fine, and you can stop calling me this Kaka whatever. My name is Goku. Raditz takes a quick step back. He looks at his brother in shock mixed with anger. What the hell happened to you? A few moments pass, and he grows impatient. His face grows more angry when he thinks of something that could have happened that he feared the most. Tell me Kakarot, did you fare any serious injuries to the head when you were a kid? He doesn't even let a second pass by and he takes a big threatening step forward. Now, answer me. Yes, I did, Goku finally replies. But it was when I was really little. I don't remember anything about it. The alien man crosses his arms, feeling pity for his younger brother. So that's it. End of flashback. Damn it, how could I have been so blind? My father's has visions, my brother has dreams of the past. Then I hated my brother so much that he actually hit his head and forgot everything about his kind. Damn it. Damn it all. Raditz's ki surrounds his body from his rising aura. Nothing ever goes right for this family, does it? It's all a tale. My brain-damaged brother knows more than me. Curses. He punches the ground and it leaves a shockwave that shreds grass in a 4-foot radius. Our race was destroyed and father tried to stop it, only to be killed by Frieza. Mother died from the explosion. Kakarot was sent off to Earth and forgot who he was. Me, I was a joke. Nothing more than a damn joke. Static crackles through his body as the ground below him powerfully shakes. Damn it all. My life was nothing more than hell. Inside the cave, Kakarot hears his brothers ranting. His scouter instantly tries to read the power level. He can't believe what he is seeing on the screen. 20,000, 21,000, 22,000, 24,000. Hee LPS when the scouter shatters and explodes to a puff of smoke. The device pieces falls to the ground. Kakarot looks out the cave in shock. His brother has never been this strong before. Vegeta meanwhile was about to start a small spar with the Saiyan half-breed until his scouter picks up Raditz's reading. The hell? 25,000. No, it's still rising. Raditz's power level is not a threat compared to his, but it is unbelievable that it is climbing. He couldn't be in that range to reach the legendary power, could he? Kakarot is in awe. His scouter shatters and he yelps. It hurt a little. He can still sense his uncle's energy. He must be really angry about something. He can feel it. Raditz is unaware on the intense energy that is traveling up and down. His body is static. His mind is still stuck on how much of a failure he is. Kakarot has surpassed me in strength when a year ago I was twice more powerful than him. Even his son could beat me in rage. Why is it that I am the weak one? Why? Kakarot went from being the weakest Saiyan alive to a better warrior that I am. It's not fair, damn it. He stomps the ground and the crater goes a foot deeper. Finally he calms down enough for the sudden rise in power to drop again. He stands there exhausted. What in the world did he do? He frowns and begins to walk away. So be it. If Kakarot wants some time alone, I'll give it to him. I'll just in myself to make sure I will not be looked at as a weakling any longer. Kakarot still stares outside as his big brother flies off. He was angry all right, but not at him. More like at himself. It looks as if he has finally realized who is the main problem. Not fair, it's not fair for any of us. Raditz is furious. No matter how hard he tries, not matter how much effort he puts into everything, no matter how long, they still mock him. They still treat him like a joke. Always and forever will he be a low class, they said. He'll never grow stronger, and it's a shame that Kakarot, his own weak-born brain-damaged brother, surpassed him. Even his nephew can give him a hard time. So be it. He won't tolerate it any longer. The wind beats across his face, making his hair whip wildly as he soars through the skies. I will prove them wrong. I will prove them all wrong. He has been telling himself this for some time now. It is to remind himself that he will not let anyone hurt his pride any longer. I will show them who's weak. On that note he boosts his ki to fly at top speed. Meanwhile, a light green man with long green hair tied into a braided ponytail hovers above Frieza's ship Elan. G-side the purple-yellow spotted alien Raditz and Kakarot encountered before. He doesn't look so thrilled. He has a scavenger hunt to do. He listens carefully to the information he is being given. So Apul, you're telling me that those Saiyans are here? The purple alien revealed to be Apul nods once. Raditz, Nappa and Prince Vegeta all came here. But they aren't alone. I ran into another Saiyan. The man frowns. Another Saiyan. That is not possible. He thinks for a moment, trying to find out how. One idea comes to him. That's right. If I do recall correctly, another Saiyan baby was sent to a far-off planet before planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Frieza didn't bother on searching for him because he was so weak. He must be fully grown now. Tell me, do you happen to catch his name? His name, I think it was Kakarot. Zarbon is shocked by this news. Kakarot. Flashback. They were outer space in planet Vegeta's orbit. Something was going on, just as Frieza predicted. The Saiyans were starting a rebellion. Just as Frieza gets ready to destroy the planet, several aliens from Frieza's army fire their attacks at one spot. Q1 It was ineffective, because a Saiyan war. IOR with wild hair sticking out from left to right flies out. He clearly knows what is about to happen. The look on his face makes it clear. He soars towards the ship with the angry shout of Frieza, and elbows one alien who stood in his way. He ducks one alien who tries to stop him, kicks away another, and vaporizes another who attempted to attack him with a key attack. Another pops up from High's side, but he kicks that one away as well. The aliens soar their way and they all grab hold of him, forming a ball of bodies, but the Saiyan makes his way through and they are blasted out the way. His yes are locked on the Emperor of the Universe floating out the ship. Frieza, his voice filled with hate. He stops his tracks and just hovers there, staring at Frieza as he fully comes out. Many of he aliens watch the Saiyan who dares to challenge Frieza. They talk all at once, making comments about what they are witnessing. The Saiyan is well known on planet Vegeta, a low-class warrior. However, he was different. He took on missions that even Saiyan elites wouldn't do. He completed each one, steadily growing stronger each day. Many believed that if he keeps this up, he might be as strong as those who were in the elite class. His name is Bardock. Many know him to be a father as well. Questions has been asked on why he choose a Saiyan female who can barely fight well to be his wife. They know that he has two sons, Raditz, and the pitifully weakest Saiyan alive, Kakarot. He just came back from a mission that was supposed to kill him. It killed his crew, but he still lives, battered and covered with his own blood, barely escaping the slaughter. Now, he is foolish enough to challenge Frieza. This has to be the end of his line. Despite the situation, he is aware that he is in. Bardock still chuckles with a dark grin. One thing that makes Saiyans so odd, no matter how strong their opponent is, they laugh at the face of danger and take a thrill in battle. This one, however, is still logging, and he knows that he might just die. So it all comes to this. He asks, "My fate, planet Vegeta's, Kakarot's." The green man stands next to Dodoria inside his lord's ship. He is confused. This fool is here thinking that he might just be able to slow down Frieza. He mentioned his weakest son's name. What fate does that infant has? Frieza above simple rises his index finger. A very small GE ball of energy is created at his fingertip, about as small as a coin. It looks harmless. Bardock chuckles even louder. And yes, ha 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 ha, yours too, Frieza. He creates a blue ball of energy of his own from the palm of his hand. His grin turns into a snarl as he brings back his hand, then throws his ball of energy hard towards Frieza. We settle this here. Riot Javelin. He calls out one of his attacks and watches the ball of energy fly. Frieza's emotionless stare turns into the wicked evil smile. He starts laughing as the small ball of energy grows huge, about half the size of planet Vegeta. Bardock's attack is consumed by the death ball. He is creating what is known as supernova, his signature attack. What the? Bardock sees that his attack was destroyed. The supernova continues to grow. The ball of energy is flicked, and it soars towards the Saiyan and the aliens who opposed him. Bardock sees his fate and yells loudly, knowing that there is no way to dodge it. He is one of the first to be hit with the attack. His armor falls apart as he suddenly mutters something that no one could pick up. Just as he was being torn to pieces, he screams out his last word, Kakarot. End Q. End of flashback. The man stares at the alien. Are you sure that he is here? Positive, Zarbon. He was here with his brother Raditz. Kakarot was the one who killed Raspberry effortlessly. Raditz overwhelmed our men. They've became stronger. Zarbon thinks to himself. We'll have to report this to Frieza at once. We go inside. He soars inside before the alien could. He has no time to wait for others. If Frieza finds out too late, he is as good as dead. Apple gets ready to follow, but he is stopped when something hits him hard on the side of his face. He recovers and looks to the direction he was hit. There hovers the same Saiyan who overwhelmed him recently. Raditz. Raditz chuckles a small laugh. So I take it that you are off searching for us. Too bad that you won't get the chance. Fool, I am way stronger than you. I have always been. What makes you think you can come here and make an appearance without being known? Zarbon is on his way to report your actions. Frieza won't be pleased. Your punishment will be painful. Whoever said that I was still working for that bastard? What? Here's a fact. I always hated him. 1. Because he has always made me look weak in front of everyone. 2. Because he destroyed my planet. 3. Because he killed my father like he was nothing. He zips at the alien and kicks him on the stomach. As Apul tries to recover all hunched over. The Saiyan continues. He threw us out like trash, and now our kind is near extinction. Apul glares at the Saiyan warrior. HMPH. It looks like you finally know the true story. Took a while. It's something to expect from a brainless monkey like you. He sees Raditz's next attack and blocks the kick. They spar for a while until he ends it by throwing an uppercut then firing a blast that sent the Saiyan back. He delivers several more, laughing as Raditz is battered by the blast. Always cocky but never tough. It's no surprise on why Vegeta thinks that you're not cut to be a Saiyan. Dust flies as Raditz is put against the ground. He stops and smirks. Stupid monkey. The dust clears revealing the low class's armor missing in many places, and he only has bruises and scratches covering his body. A couple wounds bleed but he is still alive. What? The Saiyan rubs his hand under his nose. As he puts his hand down he looks back at Apul. It's not so easy to kill me anymore now, is it? Well, it won't be easy to try as it used to be. Now it's the other way around. He raises his hand and charges an attack. He returns to his teasing personality. He speaks to the alien as if he's in first grade. You see that energy forming on my hand? I call it Shining Friday. Let's see if you can endure that. He fires the attack and Apul throws his hand in front of him to deflect it. He does and the key attack flies away to the unknown. Raditz knew that he would do that. It is part of his plan. He gets behind Apul and throws his arms around him, locking his body. Let go of me, all. His words are cut short when a hand covers his mouth, reducing his words to muffles. Don't want to attract attention. Let's end you elsewhere. Raditz hold on to him as he flies off. And he is sure that he is far enough. He tightens his lock. I think this will do. I don't want them to come out and see you dying in my hands. Suddenly Apul kicks him several times. Eventually it was too much and Raditz lets go. Maybe it is because you don't want to be seen killed by me. Apul flies over to the Saiyan again and he throws his punches. Raditz is unable to dodge well enough to evade them all. He kicks him again and Raditz crashes into the ground once more. Stop with your efforts. You know well that you cannot defeat me. The proof is in facts. Your own brother who was once weakest Saiyan is now stronger than you. The mentioned fact made Raditz's blood boil with anger. That alien made a bad choice on mentioning that dare he thinks it fact. That is something that I cannot forgive myself for allowing to happen. I am still furious about it, and I need something to take it out on. The ground starts to shake from his rising power. He glares at Apul. Where is this power coming from? I think that you will do just fine. Raditz's ki surrounds his body and he soars at Apul faster than before. He puts the alien in a choke hold. You made the mistake of calling me weak. That makes me mad, really mad. So I have to kill you now. He twists the alien's head and lets him go, watching him fall towards the ground dead. I won't allow him to give off more information about our whereabouts. But even so, he looks at his hands and smirks. That fight with Kakarot that could have killed me, it did more than knock me out for a few days. I have grown stronger thanks to him. He flexes his arm muscles for a moment. Kakarot of course also grown stronger. That makes him even more of a challenge if he decides to fight me again. He won't allow his little brother to be a show-off in front of their prince any longer. He'll just train hard like never before. So be it. Gohan. Carrot yelps when a foot nearly hits him. It flies over his head. He manages to block a punch. He doesn't see the other fist coming. He gets knocked to the ground after being punched on the face. He tries to get up only to get manhandled by the one he is sparring with, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta is getting no entertainment from this kid. He heard rumors about what power he could hold, but so far he doesn't see any of it. Come on, where is your hidden strength? Or does the apple not fall far from the tree? He headbutts the 5-year-old on the head and he laughs as Kakarot whines. How will you expect to survive this universe if you can't even show me what you can do? I'm trying my best, sir. Kakarot whines. No, you are hiding it somewhere. It only comes out when you need it most. He throws the kid up in the air and fires a ki blast at him. If you can't protect yourself from that, then it's over for you. Kakarot panics when he sees the deadly attack coming for him. If he doesn't do anything, he'll be vaporized. Vegeta isn't kidding. He'll be dead for sure. Kakarot screams for his life as the attack gets closer to him. Then he feels it, the burning sensation filling his body with sudden anger. His instincts call out for him to defend himself. His fear-filled cry is replaced with his shout of sudden rage. What? Vegeta witnesses the kid attempting to block the attack. His little nads have to be burning from that blast, so why is he still fighting it? This is something he never saw from the kid before. Maybe the rumors are true after all. Kakarot has to admit to himself that he isn't aware of why he decided to block instead of dodge. The agonizing burns is scorching his hands. Still, he doesn't stop. His teeth grit together as his aggression rises. With a long shout he throws his arms to the side, sending the blast flying off elsewhere. He stands there panting heavily, not letting Vegeta off his sights. Vegeta sees this as the opportunity to see the half-breed's talents. So his powers are strongly linked to his emotions. He pulls his finger towards him, urging the son of the low class to get to him. Now show me what you can do. Kakarot, still feeding into his anger, sprints at the prince with a battle cry. He throws his punch, and kicks, and still Vegeta effortlessly blocks them all. This angers him even more for feeling so pathetic. He pushes his body to do better. He has to land at least one hit. Only one. How hard is it to do just that? Vegeta finds it a little harder to block the kid's attacks. This is starting to get a little fun. That's it. Faster. Stronger. Don't hold back. Isn't that what your uncle taught you this past year? Is this the best you can do? Kakarot throws a hard one and his fist hits the prince's nose. Vegeta is pushed back by the impact and stumbles for a second. He holds his nose for a second and lets go, seeing that it has starting bleeding from the small amount of blood on his fingers. He retaliates Kakarot by throwing his own punch that sends the kid flying across the field. He knocked him unconscious. He doesn't care. He's just annoyed at the fact that Kakarot managed to draw out a little blood from him. Son of a low class. He won't let that happen so easily again. Nappa walks to the prince's side. Wow, the kid actually managed to land a hit on you. He's a fast learner. He is. Just like his father. Vegeta notes out loud. He looks at the sky. Speaking of, where is he now? He flew off somewhere and I'm not sure if he will show himself anytime soon. If he does, then what do we do? Nappa asks. Vegeta gives Nappa his signature smirk. Then I myself will test his potential. Raditz. It's been how long now? A year and a month perhaps since he reunited with his brother. A lot has changed since then. Progress was good until the day they fought. After that they can't then get along to even make an agreement on something simple. Kakarot is one stubborn Saiyan. Raditz flies off once more until suddenly he hears small sounds which he recognizes as sobbing. Did some mech kid wander off or survived from his village's slaughter? He can't help but investigate. He'll just toy around with him for a bit before killing him since there isn't much to do at the moment. His scouter picks up the life reading a power level of 4. Who on Namek would be so weak? This gains even more of his interest. He lowers himself closer to the ground and spots someone very familiar. Well, hello there, Earthling. I never thought that you would be here. How was your getaway trip to an alien world? The Earthling is the very same nagging blue-haired woman he met on the beach on the place. Ain't his little brother was supposed to have exterminated a long time ago. Her face is pale at the sight of him. He simply chuckles as his feet touches the ground. She walks backwards slowly as he approaches her. Her foot hits a rock and he falls. Quickly she starts to claw backwards until the Saiyan flashes away from his spot as if he disappeared. He simply ran behind her with his speed because her head bumps onto his muscular legs. She turns around to see him bent over to her level. A slight squeak escapes from her throat. Did she honestly think that she can run off and not see one of them again? You know you really pissed Vegeta off when he found out that you stole his pod. Interesting on how you found your way to this planet. You missed out all the fun. Raditz speaks to her in a somewhat pleased tone. Bulma. Eyes grow wide, filled with her growing fear. You killed everyone on Earth. Raditz is starting to like the reaction he is getting from this woman. It makes him feel stronger. He answers her question. Well, we only got a taste of it. The one you call Goku got his job done. It only took us a week. Then we finished it off with our greatest potential. All of your friends were put to dust effortlessly by him. His son just did his destruction, all part of the job. No, Goku would have never done that, Bulma mutters. You're right. Goku wouldn't had, but Kakarot would. Well, he did. After all, he is a Saiyan. Quote. Bulma's horrified expression slowly turns to anger as her mind finally wrapped around and understood what he said. You turned him into a monster. Her and Gree face switches back to fear when Raditz's dark grinning face gets close to hers. She cowers for a second. She gains some courage enough to raise her hand and throw it at his face. She gasps when warrior catches her hand before it could slap him. You are the most stubborn of them all. He throws her hand down and stands tall once more as she falls to her hands and crawls back once more. He throws his leg up and stomps on her back. She screams as she is forced to fall flat on her stomach. He kicks her on the face and her whole body is thrown up so she falls on her back this time. She lays there groaning with a nosebleed. I should kill you, but I find it more fun to torture you instead. He kicks her face now, repeatedly doing so until her mouth and nose heavily bleeds. It's not long until he does grow bored. He creates a key ball from the ball of his hand that will be his Shining Friday attack. Bulma doesn't scream this time. She closes her eyes. Fine. Go ahead. Kill me. I'd rather be dead than to stay around you and the monster you turned Goku into. A few seconds pass and she opens her eyes and sees the collected energy dying down. A part of her is relived. My brother. A monster. Only a human wouldn't so easily understand. It is so simple. Like I said before, he's just Saiyan. It's what he does. He bends down to grab a handful of her hair and pulls her up. She dangles from the tip of her feet. He's still an idiot at times, but he's not the traitor I meet on Earth. I would hate to kill him. It's a part of life, a Saiyan's life. Awakening the part of him that has been so lost for years wasn't all that hard. All I had to do was allow him to experience the joy of wiping out the weak. He gets a little closer to her. And yes, he enjoyed every moment of it. Killing the young and the old. Bulma gives the Saiyan a look of disgust. She can't believe her ears. The once innocent kind Goku who saved the Earth from Piccolo is now out there murdering the weak for fun. What kind of people are these Saiyans to do that without even feeling a little sorry? You influenced him to become evil just like you and the rest of your kind. That is her best guess. Raditz replies, evil, us, evil, oh please. Like if I never heard that before. We Saiyans are just businessmen. Sure, we kill, but it's part of our job. If it's the everyday life of every Saiyan, then how does that make us evil? It's just like how you humans kill each other in war. It's a part of your kind's lives, well used to be. We can't resist to give someone a good beating, so I guess you can say that we are bad. He knees her stomach and she reacts by losing her breath and coughing out blood. I can't kill you, but I can do someone a favor. Vegeta would love to have a word with you. Bulma's face reads her thoughts to him. She does not want to be around him. If he's stronger than Goku, then he's someone she'll hate to be tortured by. Well, I guess I can be nice. Only this once. Raditz tilts his head upwards slightly, waiting for her reply. You being nice, it doesn't suit you. Truly it doesn't, but my brother would like for me to show a little mercy to one of his former friends who is a genius in her planet. Make something for me and I won't send you to the prince. This is my one and only offer to you, woman, so make your choice fast. I don't have all day. He waits and lets out a small chuckle watching her struggling with her words. She's having a strong debate with herself. Why should I work for you? You came to Earth and changed everything. She once again gains some courage and yells at the warrior again. She stands with her legs shaking heavily, staring dead at him with hatred. She won't die without a fight. Raditz shoves her back down to the ground. That's not the answer I am looking for. He hasn't even gave her a quarter of her strength to torture her. He has no intentions on killing her just yet. He slams his foot on her chest and she screams out in agony. This is his favorite way to play around with those weaker than him. You are very unique from the other Earthlings. Unlike you, the rest of them begged and cried their eyes out for me to spare them. It got very annoying. They did not dare to challenge me. You, however, stood up against me even though you know very well that you are a bug compared to me. You are accepting your death. Just like the female Saiyan's back at Vegeta when it still stood. He shrugs. Kakarot's wife is the same way. I see why my brother chose her to be his wife. Actually, it was the other way around. You're kidding. Bulma sees that he has stopped his cruel ways. She hopes that her change of subject will stop the pain she is receiving. He thought a bride was a type of food. Unfortunately, it doesn't work too long. Raditz sighs. My brother is such an idiot. He pauses and asks her, wait, what the hell is a bride? He sees the blank expression on the Earthling's face, so he gives her one more chest slam and says, forget about it. Get to work. So what if she didn't make a choice? He lost his patience, so now she has no choice. He will be ready to see the shocked expression on his brother's face when he sees how strong he has become. Raditz begins to walk away to give the woman some space to do her work, but he won't let her run off again. He'll check on her every now and then so that she will know that there is no way out of his trap. Several minutes has passed and he is lost in thought. His brother Kakarot, he is probably out somewhere training while he is messing around with weaklings. He is already strong but still wants to go even further. Still, has it always been this way? He had always hated his brother, but at the same time he doesn't want him dead. Maybe it was because he was a born weakling. Then Kakarot surpassed him not long after they reunited. Where did that power of his come from? Logic and common sense answers that question. It always involved his son, no it invo. Elves his family, no it involves those he cares about. He cares. Raditz ponders. Why does Kakarot care? Did their mother's softness rubbed off so much on him when he was a baby? It's crazy to him. How does he do it? He's just like mother and father together. He uses his anger to make himself stronger, but every time I do it, it doesn't work. He becomes frustrated. Curses. How does he do it? It's from the pain of loss that makes me stronger, Raditz. His little brother's voice came out of nowhere. How did Kakarot do that? He just snuck up on him without his scouter detecting him. Then again, he was thinking maybe a little too hard. Are you finished with your little grudge? He doesn't bother to turn around to face him. Are you finished with yours? Kakarot walks into the line of sight with his hands places near his hips. He isn't smiling in any way. He shows a slight frown, a hint of his disappointment. You know, I think I was right when I said you get jealous. He raises an eyebrow. Raditz finally faces him with a big step and a clenched fist, but he lets it go. There's no point in arguing over something pointless and get into a bloody fight again. He does not want his tail to go through another snapping. Your point. Quote. Kakarot is a bit off by this. He was expecting Raditz to get angry, but instead he gets a simple reply. Well, you don't look too happy on the fact that I could be stronger than you now. Obviously. Do I look happy? Raditz almost snaps. Thanks to you being a show-off, Vegeta and Nappa are probably planning on abandoning me somewhere because I will be useless. The thought of it kicks his cool away now. He is yelling now. Damn it. Why did you have to come here? So that you can rub that fact in my face. I tried to confront you earlier and you sent me away because I didn't believe you. Now you come here bringing that up. What is it that you want, Kakarot? Do you want me to admit it? Admit that I have no potential compared to you and your half-breed son. He gets no answer. Go ahead and say it. Well, if you just let me explain. Explain what? You sure explained enough without words. I told you before, didn't I? You had a power level of 2. You had the cry of a warrior. You made a Saiyan baby with unbelievable power next to you cry. Even father, who barely paid us any mind, even he took more interest in you because he believes that you have the power to defeat Frieza. They look at me and see a clown ever since you were born. They laugh at me more now because my brother hit his head and became one of the Earthlings, and though he forgot who he was, he still surpassed me. He shoves his little brother. What are you trying to say? Kakarot shouts as he shoved Raditz back with harder force, causing Raditz to trip over a rock and fall. That makes the long-haired Saiyan snap. What I am saying is for you to stop being a damn show-off, Kakarot, because nobody likes a show-off. If you keep this up, you may just be like father. He was growing too strong that even King Vegeta, our prince's father, saw him as an upcoming threat. They might just kill you one day, so just stop it. It'll make me look bad. No, the whole family. Then they'll say it's all my fault. Life's never fair for us, is it? He turns away and stares at the ground. He refuses to make eye contact with his brother at this point. Maybe any longer he shouldn't. Right time he does, it reminds him of his father. His kindness reminds him of his mother. A Saiyan shouldn't even think this, but it hurts to know that someone in the family reminds me of every member that it hurts to remember. He places a hand on his head and grabs a handful of his hair, gripping on it tightly as if it's the only way to keep him from losing himself. All that I ask is to go a single day without thinking of this terrible past. The nightmare just keeps coming, and now it's worse knowing that Frieza is behind it. His hand drops to the ground. He lifts it back up to punch the ground. It leaves a deep hole. Kakarot bends down and pokes his head under Raditz's chest to look at his face with curiosity. He sees the stress gathered there. It looks as if Raditz is fighting tears. He denies it until a single one falls from his face. He never saw Raditz behave like this before. If Vegeta was here, he might be laughing at this. Raditz, are you crying? Raditz shuts his eyes even tighter. He doesn't want his brother to see him like this. To see him as a weakling even more. Shut up. You did this to me. You and your stupid softness. Kakarot bends down a little more. Sometimes it's okay to cry. It seems that his Goku-ish personality is showing a little bit. If he was Bardock, he would have gave him a reason to cry. Raditz is angry. All of his collected and concealed stress has finally poured out. He can't take it anymore. He can't stand the fact that he is just so weak. How else can he put this? He's weak. He hates to admit it. Kakarot just makes it worse. What is Kakarot's secret? How is it possible? He is older. He should be the one stronger than him. Not the other way around. He can hear the laughs of the past. The ones who laughed at him and made fun of him as a child. They throw him around like a ragdoll. The memory is almost painful. He can feel the salty liquid falling from his face. Look what you did to me. Crying like some infant. You rubbed your earthling emotions on me. No, I didn't. You cried before I left, remember? Raditz opens his eyes now and looks at his brother again. How did you? I had a dream about it, remember? Unless it was some kind of vision. Kakarot runs his head. Most likely experiencing another headache as his mind fights to recall more memories. When a Saiyan's pride is wounded, they either get really angry to the point that they stress out so much to tears, right? Is that because they see themselves useless to their kind? I've been told that it takes a lot to even hurt a Saiyan's pride. Raditz's eyes narrow. What do you know about pride? You barely have any of a Saiyan's pride, Kakarot. You have enough to act like a Saiyan but not enough to not hesitate on how we do things here. Do you know what the word itself means? How could he possibly know much about it when he hasn't even lived around a Saiyan for nearly a good couple of years? Yes, I do. Kakarot nods once. Pride. It is someone's dignity, their self-respect. I now know how you felt back there, Raditz. You must have been disgusted to learn that I befriended humans instead of killing them. That I had a child with one. That I believed that I was one of them. To be honest, I was thinking about defeating you to save the humans too. He sighs and folds his arms behind his head. Then I would had to fight Vegeta and Nappa too. That would have ended well, because it means that I would have been a disgrace to my own kind. Put shame on them, maybe I already did. Right, you were a disgrace. You proved to as many times that you can be one of us, but that doesn't change the fact that you are still a failure. Every time I look at your son, it reminds me of how much of a fool you have always been. Kakarot is really getting tired of that word. Fool. Is that all they are going to call him now? I've tried for a year and still I can't be the one Saiyan that you want me to be. Nobody's perfect, Raditz. I can't fix myself alone. Call me a fool all you want, but that won't change the fact that I am still your brain-damaged brother. Sometimes you can be a fool too. He chuckles softly. I mean, look at us. Arguing like a bunch of kids. They get us going to beat us up eventually because he's sick of it. He said it before and I have a feeling that he doesn't bluff. He points to himself. I was once Goku, the Saiyan who adopted the life as a human. Living like them, acting like them, but still I stood. I was a boy with the tail and the ability to become some giant gorilla monster. I disrespected my own kind by allowing my tail to be moved to the point that it can never return naturally like you said. Then you came along and helped me out. That was when I felt that the missing part of me returned. He points at Raditz now. You get too cocky and underestimate your enemies. That gives them the chance to give you their all. They catch you off guard. If you fought me I could have defeated you because of that. That makes us both fools. But even though you punched me, nearly killed me, tried to even kill my son, he glares at him but the expression disappears as soon as it appeared. I still forgave you because you are my brother. You did all that to help me become a Saiyan, didn't you? Raditz takes a step back. It is as if his brother is actually remembering almost everything involving who was before his eyes. It's unbelievable. Still, Kakarot continues his small speech. A true Saiyan who takes pride on himself and his race, who was nearly forgotten after Frieza wiped them out. Because of that, I won't back down until one of us takes revenge on that bastard for destroying our planet. He extends his hands, offering it to his brother. And for killing mother and father. I'm sure I'm not the only one part of this. It's not too late to change and stand up, brother. He smiles slightly. It is his goofy smile, the kind that makes Raditz want to punch him on the head. Still, Raditz holds back his punch and stares at the extended hand. Kakarot is actually forgiving him. He can be stubborn and immature, but he had always forgave him for some reason. Why are you accepting the fact that I've tried to kill you and your son many times? If anything, I was expecting you to kill me. Right, I was trying to. You know what that was. I was a true Saiyan at that moment. I was willing to kill you for betraying me and my son. You did that on purpose to see how I would react. The results wasn't pretty, but you know that I am not a coward. His goofy smile becomes more noticeable. Come on, Raditz. Stop giving me that look and just move on. I'm still learning from you. Besides, he reminds him, I am like father, right? Looks and all. Maybe I can be just like him. Maybe you can too, so that we can die by Frieza's hand. No, Raditz, do you realize why father did that? He tried to defend our world and our race instead of running for his own life like a coward. Many though he was a fool, but I see him as an amazing warrior. I won't let father die in vain. I will defeat Frieza. So will you. He reaches further for his brother, urging him to take his hand. Q2 inches Kakarot, always have been so stupid, but still you impress me. Raditz reaches for and takes his brother's hand. He gets pulled up to his feet and he puts a hand on Kakarot's shoulder. I was right that I will have you changed in a year. Tom may not see it, but if he meet you when I did, he would have thought the same at least a bit. Still, that doesn't mean that I won't back down to beat you once again one day. So does that mean you accept me the way I am now? Kakarot asks. Raditz returns a small smile. It doesn't change the fact that we still have a lot of work to do. He loosens his grip on his brother's hand and shoulder and lets go. He turns around to walk away and is nearly knocked over by his little brother when he hits him on the back of his head in a brotherly way. He sees the big smile on his brother's face. Hey, what are you so happy about? The fact that you always have my back. Kakarot explains his reasons. No matter how bad I mess up, you always jump in there to help me out. I realize that. Raditz waves away his words and begins to walk away. Don't try to rub your good side on me. Besides, I have things to do. He reaches inside his armor from the chest area and pulls out a small capsule. He throws it in the air and it explodes into a mini cooler. He opens it up and takes out a whole roasted chicken. The woman from Earth has some very useful items. He tears out a leg and begins to eat it. Kakarot takes a couple steps towards his brother, who is getting farther away from him. Do you mind if I come along? I would rather be left alone right now. Don't start begging at my feet like you did. ITH Vegeta, unless you want me to beat you down. He tosses the chicken bone aside and tears away another. Just as he was about to eat it, his brother swiftly ran past him and stole the leg from his hand and devoured it in seconds. Why you? There's a way for you to get your food yourself. Kakarot tosses his bone aside. Well, I never got to eat, remember? Besides, you had enough food for today. His eyes are fixed on the chicken now. I'll take that. He runs at him again and snatches the rest of the chicken from Raditz and runs off. Thank you. Raditz looks at his now empty hands, then glares at his fleeing brother. Kakarot, you better give that back while you still can. He runs after him and growls as Kakarot giggles almost childly. When I catch you, I swear I'll knock you out. You had enough. Let me eat something, Raditz. Kakarot tucks the bird under his arm and tears out a wing with his free hand and eats away. His laughs are muffled by the food in his mouth as Raditz feet away. Tries to catch him to retrieve his snack back. The rule was that you cannot eat dinner. Raditz reminds him. Yeah, dinner. You never said that I couldn't have a snack. Kakarot tosses the bone behind him and it bounces off Raditz's head. You are cheating. No, I'm not. Kakarot looks back. If you want this back, you'll have to do better than running. Raditz would snap at this point, but instead he laughs at his brother's words. Oh really? Okay then. Any means necessary. You better give it back. He smirks as he gathers energy on each hand and he thrusts his arms forward, shooting several blasts at his brother. Kakarot nearly panics when the blast whizzes past him and explodes near his feet. Hey, what are you doing? Stop firing your weekly special at me. Then surrender to me now. Sorry, can't do that. He buries his mouth on the chicken and it is reduced to bones in seconds. Ah, much better. He throws the skeleton at his brother. Raditz ducks as expected. Now there's none for you. Stealing a Saiyan's food is the worst thing anyone can do. Time for a lesson. Raditz hears his brother laughing harder now as he runs away at full speed. You won't escape from me, Kakarot. One of his blasts grazes his brother's shoulder and Kakarot yelps. He jumps up in the air and begins to fly. Raditz jumps up into the air to pursue him in the air. Now he's delivering bigger blasts and Kakarot dodges each one with some difficulty. He laughs as well, seeing Kakarot's boot get blasted from his foot. Whoa, that was close. Kakarot sticks his tongue out at Raditz. You can't catch me. Oh yes I can. Raditz boosters himself and reaches for his brother. He nearly grabs him as Kakarot makes a sharp turn. If anyone on the ground was watching, they would see the two Saiyans now flying around in a circle as Raditz tries to catch his immature younger brother. The funny thing is, neither is angry at one another. End Q. That is right, my two sons. You may both differ, but you are both the same. It is up to one of you to avenge us the Saiyans and to make Frieza wish he never did what he has done to us. Kakarot suddenly stops his flee and looks around in search for the owner of the voice. Raditz seems to be just as confused, scanning the skies for clues. They both recognize who it belongs to. Kakarot nods once. Father, we will and we promise. Accepting one another, that is your pride upon each other. Raditz feels the presence disappear. What was that about? It must be a message from other world that their father managed to pass to them. He and Kakarot exchange glances, and share the same smirk. I guess that we can settle this. Kakarot seems to have an idea on what he is thinking. You want to spar with me? He gets into a stance. Raditz gets into his own stance. More like a little training. We're going to need it. I'm not holding back, nor will I. Kakarot lunges at his brother with a cry of a determined warrior. Raditz lunges at him the same way. They fight, but this time it's not a grudge fight. It's a fight of two united brothers. So different yet the same. Harry-ah! Kakarot misses once more. So far he has not yet landed a decent hit on his older brother. But he knows that he is a lot better than when they first spared. He is faster, stronger, smarter. It's a thrill knowing that no matter the situation they have each other's backs. He can feel himself grinning. It's an exciting spar. He wants to show just how better he is. Raditz ducks, dodging a blow from his brother. He blocks another attack. He has to admit to himself that Kakarot has gotten better. Especially after his battle on Earth. When his brother spoke to him with motivational words, Raditz was not only surprised. He was thrilled. Finally, his little brother finally understood what it means to be a Saiyan. He knew that when the brain-damaged Saiyan spoke of pride. He knew that when he spoke on how willing he is to avenge their race. With a light chuckle he landed a punch on Kakarot's nose. Ow! Damn it! Kakarot stumbled backwards several steps while holding his nose. Just as he looks at Raditz, the Saiyan kicks him down to the dirt. He still has a lot to learn. Raditz hovers his foot just above his brother's chest. He expected that to happen. Now I know you remember what you were taught. Tell me a rule on the battlefield. He rises his foot higher, threatening to stomp on Kakarot's chest. Because if you get it wrong, you know what's going to happen to you. Kakarot answers quickly. Never hesitate. Keep an eye out and keep fighting, till the end. He sighs in relief seeing punishment boot go back to the ground where it should be. Raditz offers him his hand. He takes it and is pulled up to his feet, only to get a barrage of punches before getting kicked down again. Have you forgotten the other rule? Never trust your enemy. Raditz reminds him. No, I haven't. Kakarot replies. Then what the hell was that? You're my brother. It's different. Raditz sighs and allows Kakarot to stand. Perhaps I should review with you at least. He taps his head twice, a signal for his brother to do some thinking. Tell me the important things I taught you. Kakarot slams his arms to the side, touches his feet together and puts his chin up all while standing tall, having the posture of what many would expect from a soldier. Raditz tries not to say anything very foul as Kakarot begins. When you eat, make sure that you don't leave even one grain of rice on your plate. That has nothing to do with this idiot. Rules for the battlefield. How many times do I have to remind you? No surprise there. Food is always on the Earthling Saiyan's mind. Kakarot recognizes his mistake and tries again. Take pride on being a Saiyan warrior. Next, never underestimate the enemy. Next, kill the enemy without hesitation or regret. Raditz nods twice. We're still working on that one. He folds his arms. Go on. Next, a true Saiyan shall always transform at the presence of a full moon. Next, never hold back unless you are sure that your enemy is weak. Next, obey all orders from those above you. Next, never back down from the fight. Next, do not help the enemy or you will be classified as a traitor. What about our tails, Kakarot? Tucked away like a belt to decrease chances of tail pulling. So what if they have your tail and you can't move? What should you do then? Convince the enemy that leaving is a promise. What if they cut it off? Make them suffer a slow painful death for amputating my precious tail. Raditz gives Kakarot a slightly confused look. The answer was actually to simply kill them. Perhaps not having a tail for years and finally having it back makes Kakarot so protective about it. After all, it is the most important part of every Saiyan's body. Can't blame him for having a strong hate towards humans now. He takes notice that his brother is currently jogging in place. Well, you seem more energetic than usual. Kakarot increases his pace. Well, I need to do something to keep myself together before we face Frieza. Training can help, but I don't think we are looking forward to meeting up with the new one. He begins bending one leg then the other side to stretch. He bounces up only to return to the leg stretching. It becomes a repeating cycle. Bend left leg, bounce up, bend right leg, bounce, and left again. His tail dances along with the motion. What do you mean by that? Not looking forward to meeting up with the new one? Raditz asks, a bit irritated by his little brother's exercises. Kakarot stands tall once more and he folds his arms behind his head and begins to push them back. The other guy that Frieza always has around him, Zarbon, right? He is strong too. Stronger and faster than Dodoria. And what makes you think that? Raditz wants to know how Kakarot knows this. Well, his energy is more powerful than Dodoria's. He has to be faster because Dodoria was one slow guy. He finally stops. Why are you looking so annoyed? Did I do something? Raditz points at Kakarot's flickering tail. Having your tail out like that isn't wise choice at a place like this. Anyone could swoop in and grab it so easily. Why isn't it around your waist? It feels weird. I don't like that, Kakarot answers. I mean, I would do it in battle. You are very unique in many ways, Kakarot. Do you like your tail like that? Kakarot asks. He would like to know. In fact, he now wants to learn more about his big brother now that they are getting along. It's not if I like it. It is if I am used to it. You are like a child. The children are a bit stiff when they first have their tails at such a position. Eventually they get used to it. This is your case, Raditz explains. It's the same for a Saiyan who grows a new tail. It's a burden. You have to retrain it so that the newly grown one wouldn't be a weak spot. Then it takes time for the possessor to get used to it being wrapped again. Like I said before, this is your case. Oh, that explains why I get weak when my tail is squeezed. I knew I overcame that weakness when I was a kid. A new tail means I'll have to do it again, huh? He looks at the furry brown thing. What he does next is probably one of the most reckless things he has done. He lowers it to the ground and stomps on it. His mouth bursts out an agonized filled scream and he falls to the ground. Raditz gets angry at his brother for the stupid stunt he just performed. Are you insane? What are you trying to do? Break it. I'm training it. Kakarot manages to say, though it came out as a wheeze. Man, it's much more painful than I remember. He gasps as he feels the sharp needle-like pain traveling up and down his tail, causing a burning sensation in his spine. He can tell that his brother is thinking that he is an idiot for doing this, but he needs to get this done as soon as he can. Raditz covers his face with his hand. Okay, I'll ask you this. You lost your tail before. He needs to know how long Kakarot went without a tail. Not that it is all that important or anything. He just needs to know and calculate how long it may take until that new tail won't hurt when wrapped up. Yeah. The first time I lost it I was 12 years old. It was cut out after I transformed in front of my old friends. They obviously cut it out. He shakes his head, not wanting to remember anything about his old friends who he fought recently. It grew back when I was participating in the world tournament. Then I transformed again and they blasted the moon right out of the sky. I kept it until I was 15. Cammy offered to bring the moon back for exchange for my tail to be removed in a way that it can't grow back. I haven't got a new one until recently thanks to you. He is glad that he had killed them all. All except Cammy. He needs to stay alive. It's been a while. You only had your third tail for 7 months. I guess that explains a few things. Kakarot decided that this is the time for him to learn more about his brother. He wants to know more about him. It's been this way since they first met. Now after they solved their differences, he has become a little more attached to him. Hey Raditz. What now? Raditz sighs. How old are you? Raditz didn't expect that question to ever come up. It just came out of the blue. But Kakarot has always been so curious about him and other Saiyans. This isn't the first time Kakarot asked a question to learn about his origins. A year ago Kakarot wanted to know more about their parents. Now it's his turn. Still, he is in no mood for questionnaires. Did you hear me? I asked you how. Theu. His answer is barely audible. Clearly he isn't the kind of person who likes to talk about his life story. Kakarot didn't catch that. What was that? 30. What? 32. Raditz snaps. Kakarot's ears should had at least picked that up. However, Kakarot looks very interested to hear his answer. You're 32. Wow. You really are my big brother. You are how many years older than me? He begins counting with his fingers, causing Raditz to growl. I'm 7 years older than you. Raditz answers for him. How do you? You're 25. Whoa. How did you figure that out so fast? Kakarot asks in awe. Remember addition. When his brother nods he continues. The opposite is called subtraction. It's when you count backwards. Hold up 7 fingers. He is slightly embarrassed watching Kakarot stick up 1 finger at a time to count to 7. When 7 are up, he gives out more instructions. We are at 32. Count from that number backwards. As you go down a number, take 1 finger away until you have no more. Alright, he begins, saying the numbers out loud. 32, 31, 30, 29, 28. He pauses hearing his brother's groan. Raditz is growing very impatient. He looks at his hands and see that he only has 3 fingers for counting left. 27, 26, 25. Hey. You were right. He looks as if he is about to jump up and down like a little kid. What about Vegeta? How old is he? Raditz's head tilts a bit to the side as if he is in thought. Well, I don't know if I should tell you. Come on, please. Kakarot is so filled with energy he is resuming to his jogging in place only much faster than before. It is as if he had consumed so much sugar and there's no other way to fix the energy. He's 29, Raditz says. Kakarot takes out his fingers again. So 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. He's 4 years older than me. He asks another question. What about Nappa? Do you know how old he is? Are you really that eager to know everyone's age? His brother nods quickly. All right, he's 50. 50. Kakarot repeats the number in disbelief. A second passes and he starts to laugh. 50. How could he be 50? He can't be that old. He looks like he's in his late 30s. He falls to the ground laughing his breath away. What has he been doing? Wearing anti-aging cream. Isn't that for girls? He shouldn't be fighting at that age. He'll turn into another Master Roshi and try to go with woman all the time. Ha 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 ha. Raditz's facial expression shows great fear. He looks around him expecting one of the elite warriors to pop up from nowhere. Seeing that they are still alone, he focuses on calming down his brother who is dying from laughter. Shut up. Just shut up. Once again you are thinking like a human. Let me explain. Just hear me out. Kakarot most likely did not hear him. His continuation of laughter points it out. Oh Kami, now I see why he is bald. He probably lost all his hair through aging. He can't even think clearly when angry. It all makes sense now. Ha 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 ha. He. Discover more. Audiobook narration services. Copyright protection services. Writing software subscriptions. You just don't know when to stop. Raditz yells. Hearing the laughter continue, he punches his brother on the side of the stomach. That only makes the laughter even louder. Ha ha ha. That tickles. He. Raditz snarls and he stomps on his brother's tail. Yarrrrrgh. Kakarot falls on his back. He grabs his tail and yanks it from being pinned any longer by the boot. The tip of the tail is throbbing. He rises to sit and he starts blows on it and rubs it to ease the pain away. He places it behind him and away from Raditz gently, not wanting the pain to resurface. Ow, you didn't have to do that. He complains. If you had shut your mouth. Raditz slams his fist on his brother's head, earning another shout of pain. It wouldn't have been necessary now, am I right? He swings one arm to the side. Forget what you learned about humans on Earth because we Saiyans are nothing like them besides looks. We are a warrior race, Kakarot. Our bodies are made for war. We age slower than humans. Just look at yourself. Your body is still growing from that teenage look. Why do you think you look small compared to me? I thought people stopped growing at 18. Kakarot says. He's not fully grasping this information. Aren't you taller than you were at 18? Raditz is losing his patience now. Yeah, but I don't get it. How is it that I am still getting taller at 25? You won't grow much taller. Your body is still adjusting. In the next 5 years you'll have more muscle mass than you have now. Raditz huffs, which is why Nappa appears younger for his age to you. Your eyes are used to seeing humans growing old at 40. Geez, I didn't know. And you have an IQ of 10. Raditz sighs. What's a IQ? How smart you are. Raditz smirks. He is about to start teasing. The average for a human is 70. That is what the blue-haired woman told me. He sees his brother struggling the count from 70. Forget that. It means you're extremely stupid. Hey, you're not being nice. Whoever said I am? Are you going to give me that answer every time? Kakarot is really starting to get tired of the common phrases they say to each other. Then again, it could be a brotherly thing. The odd part about it is why time Raditz says his, whoever said, the last 2 words change every time. Are you going to say that same remark every time I say something offensive to you? Raditz waits for an answer but all he gets is a blank stare. He is satisfied that he shut his annoying brother up. Well, how about we resume our training? Kakarot smiles with a determined look. He has a plan or idea of some sort to share. Well Raditz, since you have been helping me for a while now, I think I should at least repay you. Meanwhile, the yellow red-eye alien soars over the lands of planet Namek for his patrol. He can't get over the fact on what happened to his crew not long ago. A Saiyan infant who was the weakest of all Saiyans appears fully grown and stronger before them. They were easily pushed aside by him and his older brother Raditz. He plans to search for another village for his lord since his scouter has been destroyed by a Namekian elder. He notices smoke rising nearby. As he gets closer he notices a village in rubble. It is as if it is recently attacked. Wait a minute, We were never assigned to take on this village. He spots one Namekian crawling towards the lake. A lone survivor. He decides to investigate. As soon as he lands he walks up to the wounded Namek. Tell me what happened here. The Namekian answers. We were just tending the lands when suddenly these group of aliens appeared. They all looked the same, 4 were fully grown and 1 was a child. They asked for our Dragon Ball, then they slaughtered everyone in our village, when the old and the young. The alien growls, putting together the description he is receiving. Smells like Vegeta. The Namekian reaches for the alien's leg. Help me please. The alien huffs and fires a blast at him, killing him instantly. Do I look like a doctor to you? He shoots back up into the air and goes back to the ship to report his findings. Zarbon. He stares at the window of the ship. Not too far behind him stands a lizardish alien known as the Emperor of the Universe, Lord Frieza. You don't suppose that those Saiyans are after the Dragon Balls? They were just having a decent conversation, only for it to be interrupted when the yellow alien storms inside. Frieza, my lord, I was on patrol and I came across a village. The bad news is that it has already been attacked. The Dragon Ball there is missing as well. From the looks of it and what my gut tells me, Vegeta and his crew was behind it. So it was them. Zarbon tells his lord, who seems to be getting irritated. There was one survivor still alive, but I dealt with him. Worthless scum. The yellow alien added. Frieza glares at the alien. You imbecile. You disposed the only eyewitness. His pupils begin to glow, making the alien nervous. Lord Frieza. He is put to death by eye lasers. His body falls and smoke rises from the burns. Zarbon stares at the body, speechless. It's one of the things Frieza does commonly that he will never get used to. It is understandable. That alien could be him one day. One of the things I can't stand are those who like to make their own careless decisions, like those interfering monkeys. He turns to Zarbon, who keeps his mouth shut, not wanting to cross his line. Zarbon, how about you pay Vegeta a visit and bring him here? If you take down the leader, then surely the others will have no choice but to follow his lead. I need to know what he did with that one Dragon Ball. Yes, my lord. Zarbon bows respectively and he makes his leave. So Vegeta is after the Dragon Balls too, it seems. He knows that he will need all 7 to make his wish. Who knows? He is working for me and doesn't even realize it. I'll just take the last 2 he collected and he will be wishing he didn't read that village. Frieza sighs as he goes into thought. Seems like they are up against me. That doesn't matter. I should kill them anyway, since I will no longer have any use for them as soon as immortality becomes my reality. They have become much stronger. A Super Saiyan might just rise among them. Vegeta, Nappa and Carrot are sitting around a fire. A giant fish is above the flames, reduced to bones. They just finished our meal and Carrot is fast asleep on the blue grass near Nappa. After a full stomach it is perfect to go to sleep. So Vegeta, what are we going to do now? We already have 1 Dragon Ball from a village. Frieza probably has the others. Should we ambush his ship and take what he has? A careless thing for you to think of, Nappa. Vegeta says as he picks his teeth using a bone from the devoured fish. Now is not the time. I'm still formulating a plan for that. As of now I am still waiting on Kakarot and his brother to return. This brat has been asking about them all day. He mentions the sleeping Carrot. Nappa shrugs. Time here must be really slow. How long have we been here? I haven't seen the sun set at all yet. How should I know? It's not like I would walk up to a Namekian and ask them how long this planet's days are. Kakarot's brat couldn't tolerate being awake for too long. I'll let him sleep for now. He'll need his energy anyway. Vegeta spits the bone out of his mouth. Silence takes over. He does admit that it feels as if they have been here for longer than a couple weeks at least. Maybe a month. It's hard to tell and time is easily lost track of. Has a day even passed at all? He can't tell. He doesn't mind anyway. Time does go by. Vegeta is just about to consider on finding the 2 brothers himself, but he feels a strong rush of power suddenly near him. He stands quickly. A big smirk spreads across his face. Seems Kakarot's technique isn't so hard to pick up. I know only one who holds so much power. His ki flares out as he shoots up to the sky. I have been waiting for the moment you will leave the herd, Zarbon. Nappa understands what the prince is planning. He decides that nap time is over. He lightly kicks Carrot on the head. Wake up, Keto. We got things to do. Let's go. He follows suit. Huh, what? Carrot gets to his knees lazily while rubbing the sleep out his eye. He notices the two adults who allowed him to rest has gone missing. Looking at the sky, he sees Nappa disappearing behind a cliffside. Hey, wait for me. His feet leave the ground as desperately tries to catch up. Vegeta spots Zarbon flying not too far away. Just as the two make eye contact, Vegeta has already got to him. They almost run on each other, but they both halt their flight. Vegeta gives his greeting. Well, hello pretty boy. I see that you are off from your usual position next to Frieza. Wonder why? You should know. Why did you attack that village? Zarbon pretends that he did not hear the way Vegeta addressed him in an insulting way. It's pretty obvious. You don't think that Frieza is the only one who wants hold of those Dragon Balls, do you? Zarbon narrows his eyes. Tell me why you are going against us. Against Frieza, you mean? I hate the bastard. I always have. Why should I work for him after everything he has done to me? You are taking the wrong turn. You know that you won't stand a chance. That is what you think. Vegeta clenches his fist as his smirk widens. Frieza won't last for long. You see, I have become what Frieza fears most. A powerful Saiyan. One who is strong enough to make him beg for mercy. You're a fool if you think that is a true fact. You're a fool for being his lapdog. He sent you to find me, didn't he? Always too busy to do things himself, but I will be more than happy to show you what he will be up against. Zarbon shakes his head. As that's so. For a while they say nothing. They just hover there as the wind blows, waiting for who will make the first move. Carrot finally catches up in time to see his ally and his foe staring at each other. Clearly a fight is about to begin. He makes his attempt to stay next to Nappa when he feels something grab his foot. He yelps and turns around, seeing a dog-looking alien having hold of his foot and pulling him away. He trashes in hopes to break free, but the alien is stronger than him. He resorts to the only thing he can do left. Nappa, Vegeta, help me. What? The two lights look at the kid in time to see the alien chop his neck. Carrot's eyes go blank and he is knocked out instantly. Darn it, how did they get here? Nappa growls. Vegeta can't simply fly over to rescue the brat. It's not that he cares about him, but losing another Saiyan is not what he has in mind. Plus, Kakarot won't be happy to hear that he lost his son. Then the low class would be more stubborn than he already is. With a shout, Vegeta lunges at Zarbon and his attack is easily avoided. Zarbon begins to kick him rapidly, but Vegeta dodges each one as if it's child's play. He begins to laugh. Is this it? I thought the mighty Zarbon's speed is supposed to be legendary. Nappa sees how busy the prince is, so he comes to the conclusion to retrieve Carrot from the alien who decided to take him without asking. All right, you. Hand him over and you may live to see another day if this world has one. He goes for it, but it seems that Zarbon changed targets as he suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, out of my way. I'm afraid I can't do that. Zarbon says. Then I'll just have to break you. Oh my, how tragic. Zarbon isn't intimidated despite the situation he is in. They are not a threat to him. They never have been. He'll just allow the two to give him what they have until he has enough of it. 2 against 1. That's hardly fair, but if that is what you want, then go ahead. The two Saiyans fly for him. Zarbon faces the palm of his hand at them and grips the other hand on the wrist. He waits for them to get close enough. Raditz and Kakarot. This has to be some kind of joke. Kakarot, his little brother. Repaying him. How could he? The Saiyan lacks in knowledge. He is childish. He can be stupid at times. The only time he shows that he is still a Saiyan is when he is in combat. What will he give him that will impress him? Raditz shakes his head with a small smirk on his face. Kamehameha. His eyes go wide at the same time his scouter beeps to alert him of the increasing power level. He turns in time to see Kakarot thrust his arms forward. Ha! The blast it shot at him full blast. Kakarot is grinning the signature family grin that his father is known to wear at times. I gave you all I've got. See if you can do something with that, Raditz. Raditz growls as he throws his own 2 hands forward. So be it. Double Sunday. His double blah. Saint attack collies with his brother's one powerful blast. The attacks are pushing each other, trying to overpower the opposite blast. It creates a near-ear popping sound of crackling thunder. The two blasts give out a bright light. Raditz pushes his body to add more power. Kakarot has the same thought because his overpowers the double sundae by eating it away. Raditz lunges out the way in time, and he has grazes his scouter, making it shatter and explode. The rest of the blast slams on the ground, throwing chunks of dirt flying up to the sky and raining back down. Though his face is slightly burned, he still snaps. What the hell, Kakarot? You just destroyed my scouter. Yeah, that's the idea. Kakarot fires a key blast at his brother and Raditz dodges in time. He continues his attacking and Raditz apparently is finding it more and more difficult to avoid the attacks as they become more frequent. Kakarot decides to kick things up a notch. He begins to run around his brother in many directions so that his movements are unpredictable. With no scouter, Raditz is unable to detect any ambushes. Raditz takes a hit on his back. He is getting very frustrated. He can't predict when the next attack will occur. His brother is faster. He would spot him only to get punched on the face. Don't see with your eyes. You have to feel my energy, then you attack. Try to sense my presence. Raditz hears the instructions that he is given. He still looks, finding it difficult to even try to detect his brother. He is knocked nearly off his feet from another attack. It's easier said than done, Kakarot. See with your body, not your eyes. Let your body take in your surroundings. He gives his brother the same advice he gave his son. This is rather fun. Raditz can't even lay a finger on him if he can't see him. He has relied on his scouter too much. Raditz's eyes shift in many directions as he tries to find his scattering brother. Taking advice from a little brother is something that refuses to accept. Taking another hit does bother him much. He thinks his brother has lived on Earth since he was a baby. He has learned many decent techniques at the time as well. Kakarot may have been raised on a weakling planet, but he did learn some decent martial arts from the place as well. Kakarot doesn't need a scouter. So obviously the young Saiyan is willing to teach Raditz how to detect beings without using a device. Maybe taking a few lessons from his little brother isn't a bad idea. He stops searching and stands still. His eyes still change direction. He allows his mind to focus just on Kakarot's presence. He can hear the hard footsteps from the running. He can feel the wind from the speed. Then he can feel the feeling anyone can get, as if someone is in one's room, trying to sneak up on the possessor. Once he has it, he holds on to the sensation. It is very close. The moment he feels it close enough, he throws a punch and his first makes contact on his brother's chest. He is a bit surprised by this. It actually worked. Kakarot smiles. Wow, you are a fast learner like I am. Good job, Raditz. He places a hand behind his head, a well-known thing he does all the time. Your timing could have been better though. I was holding back after that blast you managed to dodge. For a Saiyan who was better with most things than me, I was expecting more out of you. He cringes when a fist hovers above his head. Of course you are new to this and all. I'll let that pass. After all, you did show me something that is actually useful for once. So, you said once that you can sense the energy of anyone, right? Right, I can tell them apart too. It's kinda like how everyone has their own unique key, you know. So I can tell which is which. If you focus enough you can do the same thing. The older Saiyan focuses as he was told. He can feel the energy of many. Two of them feel almost exactly the same. It must be the key of Saiyans. Vegeta and Nappa must be nearby. A smaller feeling of energy is close by as well. It is similar to the energy of his brother at the same time, mixed with something else. It must be the half Saiyan child Kakarot. He can feel another so powerful at the location of his comrades. He can't believe how easy it was to get a hold of it, but it will take time to get a hang of it. Every now and then he would lose it. Soon it will be like a natural thing to you. If some E1 powerful arrives you will be able to sense it. It's like a sixth sense. Raditz raises an eyebrow. You know your five senses. I'm not that stupid, Raditz. Kakarot isn't offended. He knew that his big brother would say something like that. Raditz always has something to say to him, to either make fun of him or to fire him up. If this is what it is like to have an older brother, then it isn't all that bad. Alright, how about I teach you one of my attacks? Raditz seems interested. You mean that blast you tried to hit me with earlier, that came Ka, whatever it's called. The chant is Kamehameha. The attack itself is called the Kamehameha wave. I learned it from Master Roshi. You know, the old man you meet when you recruited me to join the Saiyans. He shrugs. I killed him as a great ape not too long ago anyway, so I see no point on talking about him. He says this as a matter of factly. He doesn't care about the humans he killed anymore. They deserved it. I've been wondering why do you say that chant every time? Quote, same reason why you shout your attacks every time you use them. Raditz almost rolls his eyes. Just get on with it. Kakarot begins. Now you see you get into this stance and, he pauses. By instinct he looks at the sky. Something's happening. His body is screaming for him to go over there, but why? Raditz. Yeah, I can feel it. Just a bit. What do you suppose is going on? The ground shakes violently out of nowhere as the sky suddenly glows a faint red from some kind of blast hitting the ground. What? Kakarot feels energy clashing. It feels strong. Stronger than him. It feels as if there's a major fight going on. It seems like somebody is overpowering the other. It suddenly stops. Just when he thinks it's over, the weaker ki grows so strong it spikes through his body. It turns the tables on the other. No way, what's going on over there? The ground suddenly shakes as a far-off explosion takes place. The impact has to be very strong. His heart is pounding hard. He is getting excited, but, for some reason he is slightly terrified by this. As he feels one energy suddenly drop tremendously, a second doesn't even pass and the other RGY the two was overpowering earlier drops as quickly. Fear strikes him even harder the moment he recognizes and identifies it. Raditz. There is a fight. Vegeta and Nappa are in it and what? Raditz demands for an answer. He has a feeling that the sensed energy could be one of their comrades. He denies it, unsure of what he is sensing it right. They can't be the one taking a beating, could they? They are losing. No. Impossible. They can't lose so easily. It just began. Raditz glares at the sky. So his assumptions are right. What is happening? How could they lose? He looks back at his little brother. Come on, Kakarot. We have to go over there. If they die, we'll be done for. Right. I hear you. Kakarot and his brother jump from the ground to instant flight. Raditz is close behind, somewhat relying on his guidance since the long-haired Saiyan can't sense energy too well yet. As they get closer, Kakarot gets more nervous. He should be excited, right? So why is he not all up for this? Is it because the prince is in danger of dying? That must be it. Hang on, Vegeta. We're coming. He shouts loudly in the native Saiyan tongue in case the enemy is nearby. He, she, or it won't be able to understand him this way. A cliff passes by and he sees it. Vegeta is revealed held by a bluish-greenish green-haired reptile man-looking alien. The foe has him locked in his big arms as he nosedives towards the ground. He lets the prince go and he crashes into the ground near the oddly swapped-colored lake. No, Vegeta. He doesn't see Nappa anywhere. He is deeply worried about where his son could be. That bastard. Raditz shouts. Fear is clearly in his voice. He tries to suppress it, but it's near impossible. His body is shaking from his fear. He can't believe this. He, a Saiyan warrior, afraid. How can he not be? It's Zarbon. He transformed and took down Vegeta like he was nothing. Curses. That's Zarbon. Kakarot points at the alien who now notices them. Man, he looks tough. His energy is stronger than Vegeta's. The alien smirks a toothy grin. Well, isn't it the weakling Raditz? Who did you bring with you? Another monkey that survived, I see. He focuses on Kakarot now. So you must be Kakarot. You have to be. You look very much like your father Bardock. Too bad he never got to say goodbye to you or your brother since he died in his stupid attempt to attack Lord Frieza. Yeah, you're right. He did die trying to do that. Kakarot growls with a clenched fist. He died knowing that my brother and I will avenge him and the other Saiyans. His death will not go in vain. Zarbon laughs as if the Saiyan told a joke. You must be fooling yourselves. Looks like all of you monkeys are rebelling against saw what I did to your prince. What good could you two lower classes do against me, huh? Quote. Kakarot looks at the area the prince fell through. Vegeta is laying there in the ground unconscious. The rim of the crater next to the lake collapses and water gushes, filling the giant hole with water. He has to get him out of there before the elite warrior drowns. He begins to soar down as fast as he can. Kakarot is close now. His flight is interrupted. A barricade pops in front of him from roadblock as Zarbon himself. How did he get in his way so fast? Trying to save him. Too bad you won't have a chance. Zarbon snatches his tail, causing the Saiyan to curse. Kakarot completely forgot to wrap it to prevent this from happening. As the Saiyan goes limp, Zarbon creates a ball of energy and points it right in front of his face. Don't worry, you'll reunite with him when you die. Just before he could shoot it, a boot kicks him in the face. Kakarot is free and his strength returns, so he regains flight. Raditz lowers his leg and keeps an eye on the enemy. What have I told you? Trying to die already? Quote, sorry, it slipped my mind. Kakarot coils his tail around his waist and ignores the uncomfortable feeling. He's so fast. I barely flew for a second and he already caught up with me. That is what Zarbon is known for. He is great with his speed. That is what makes him so dangerous. Raditz explains. However, since he transformed, his power has increased so much. He won't be easy to take down. We can't allow ourselves to let our guard down. Zarbon recovers and notices the stance the two brothers are in. So you both are actually going to fight me. Just so you know, your fates will be the same as Vegeta's. You won't last a second going against me. He soars at them as the brothers get ready to attack. Raditz throws his punches, but Zarbon dodges them without any effort. He is the one landing hits. Kakarot tries to kick him down, but the alien catches his foot and throws him aside, forcing the Earthling Saiyan to crash against his brother. Zarbon grabs them by their hair and makes their heads collide on each other several times until their heads begins to bleed before throwing them to the ground. Kakarot skids and slides against the earth. Dust is kicked up into the air as a giant cloud. Raditz simply crashed into the ground. The two brothers rise to their feet, already scratched and badly bruised. He's so fast it's ridiculous. Kakarot grumbles while holding his already wounded shoulder. I can't land a hit on him, not even close to barely grazing him. He gasps when Zarbon lands in front of him. He gets into a stance again and lunges into attack, only to see him fade away in a flash. What? Zarbon reappears behind him and elbows his back, sending the Saiyan flying a couple feet and crashing on the ground. Raditz flies in with his own attempt. Zarbon fires a blast and Raditz manages to dodge. When he is close, Zarbon kicks him on the chest and Raditz falls on his stomach. He tries to get up, but the alien jumps and slams his foot on his back, pinning him down. Like I said, none of you will stand a chance. Zarbon shouts. In my transformed state, it is not necessary for me to grow huge to gain so much power like you Saiyans do. I am capable of breaking your neck like a twig. Just as he promised, he puts the Saiyan in a headlock. Kakarot forces his arms to push him up. He sees what is happening and that angers him. Nobody is allowed to kill another Saiyan around here. He fires a ki blast and it hits Zarbon on his side, causing him to yell in pain. Hurry up, Raditz. Get up. Seeing that his others' movements are slow, Kakarot comes to the conclusion of assisting him, only to be put into the same deadly embrace that he witnesses Vegeta in. I'm going to crush you for doing that. Zarbon begins to squeeze him and is rewarded with the Saiyan's cries. This is bad for him. He has to think of something quick. His life is literally being squeezed out of him right now. He can't die. He thinks deep. About Kakarot. About Raditz. Both of them are dead. It makes his blood boil. That's it. He has to keep on holding on to that terrible thought. He falls, they will die. He throws his head back and it makes contact with Zarbon's face. He does it again and again. Still the enemy won't let go. He can feel himself getting weaker. He is unable to move his body in this trap. Raditz struggles with himself to stand. He can now feel the drop in his brother's energy. Looking, he sees that he is trapped. He once again lunges at Zarbon, only for him to be kicked again. No matter how hard he tries, he can't effectively fight him. He tries to rise and he is pinned again. Zarbon is toying with them. He might be able to easily kill them, but he wants them to suffer first. He can't get up now. He grabs hold of Zarbon's leg, trying to lift it off his chest. There is no way for him to escape from this unless he growls. He blames his brother for this. He opens his mouth wide as he yells from Zarbon, putting pressure into his foot, crushing his ribs. As this goes on, Raditz tires to ignore it. He grips on the leg harder and he pulls his head forward, sinking his teeth into his leg. Yeah, Zarbon drops Kakarot as he lifts his leg and sees Raditz clinging on it. You can't be serious. How dare you bite me? He punches the Saiyan on the stomach and Raditz still hangs on. Zarbon feels the teeth dig deeper. Why you? He punches him several more times until finally Raditz can't take it anymore. Zarbon steps away quickly in case Raditz tries to do it again. He observes his leg, seeing the bite marks deeply engraved in it. Now he's furious about this. The monkey just had to do that and ruin his good looks at his normal state. Raditz is aware that he only has seconds to get up. Zarbon is already back in the air planning another assault. He sees that his brother is back to his feet. He gets on his own and an idea hits him. It may just be the only way they could defeat Zarbon with his speed like ambushes. Kakarot, he calls. Back to back. Kakarot nods once. Right. Zarbon witnesses the two Saiyans run to each other and turn their backs on each. Their backs are barely touching. He chuckles. Do you really think that your little strategy will work? He soars down at them again. Raditz, I have an idea. Kakarot calls out. His eyes are locked on the speeding reptile. Well, you better tell me now. Raditz calls back. No need. Just do what I say when the moment is right. I'm sure that it will work. Kakarot narrows his eyes as Zarbon gets closer. Here he comes. Zarbon targets the younger Saiyan. He throws his punch and surprisingly it is blocked. He swiped his leg against the Saiyan's foot and he falls. He plans to finish him off but is greeted by a fist from the older Saiyan. He easily kicks him down and already the younger Saiyan is back on his feet and he receives an uppercut from him. Working together now, I see. He fires a blast and it hits them both. He laughs as they lay on the ground almost helplessly. You can try whatever you want, this will only make it more fun for me. Get back in the formation. Raditz refuses to die to this girly man. Not before he defeats Frieza. He need his brother alive too. They will need all the remaining Saiyans left to end Frieza's tyranny. Kakarot suddenly lunges up and elbows Zarbon on his forehead as hard as he could. He falls thankfully, so the young Saiyan puts his back against Raditz's once more as Zarbon starts to run around them. His next target move is unpredictable. This may sound stupid but it may just work. Trust me on this. Fine then, what do you have in mind? Raditz decides to listen to what his brother has to say. Since he speaks to him in the Saiyan language, it must be a plan that he doesn't want Zarbon to pick up. Kakarot narrows his eyes deeper than before. He is serious this time. Lock your tail with mine. What? Raditz snaps at the crazy thought. That idea is probably the most stupid I've heard. It will hurt us. What good will that do? It's the only way. Just try it. Kakarot tries to urge him. Kakarot, this is not what I had in mind. Kakarot growls in AW. That tells Raditz that he is close to losing his cool. Stop arguing and just do it. Our lives are in sake here. If you just think that strength alone can help you, then you are the one who is stupid. I want to live to see the day that we avenge our people. We have no time to argue. Raditz growls but he finally goes with it. He uncoils his tail and it searches for another. As soon as he feels his brothers, they both wrap around each other. It hurts from the squeezing but it's not as bad as he thought it would be. They can both still stand. Suddenly, Zarbon appears in front of him and just as he was about to get punched, Kakarot jumps up into the air pulling Raditz with him. Spin around. He hears the instruction and he begins to spin like his brother. As the speed increases, gravity begins to slowly pull them apart. Now it's starting to really hurt. What the hell are you doing? Can you sense his energy? Kakarot asks over the wind. Raditz focuses for a moment. He can sense the overwhelming power. Yes, I can. On the count of 3 we will let go. Go for Zarbon and attack him as I tell you. I know that you don't see a point on listening to me as your little brother, but I know that this will work. So be it. If this doesn't work and we still live, I will kill you. Raditz promises. 1. Kakarot begins. 2. Raditz adds. 3. They both let go. Raditz is surprised that the spinning actually made the flight so much faster. He soars for Zarbon as he witnesses his brother get to him first and punch him hard, sending the man flying towards him. Punch him back, Kakarot demands. Raditz does so and Zarbon is sent again. Kakarot kicks him this time and Raditz does the same when Zarbon is sent to him. Zarbon recovers in time to see Kakarot deliver another uppercut. And Raditz locks his hands together and slams them down on his head, sending him flying down. The two brothers take turns delivering their assaults until both of them kick him down towards the ground. How is this happening? I should have the upper hand here. Zarbon flips his body around so that he can control his fall. Using his power he halts it and hovers in the air. Where did they go? It is so much harder to find them without a scouter. Where are they? He sees movement from the corner of his eyes. Just in time he catches a fist that would have made contact with his face from Raditz. He is punched by the other Saiyan. It is as if he manages to dodge or block one, he will still get hit by the other. The two are having a slight advantage here. He won't let it last. He tightens his grip on Raditz's hand and swings him at his brother. When the younger Saiyan evades effectively and Raditz takes advantage of him being thrown by directing himself on Zarbon's back. Now he's in a headlock. The way the Saiyan is struggling to twist his head means that Raditz is attempting to break his neck. Kakarot sees this as the perfect chance to end the man's life. He gets into the familiar stance to deliver his Kamehameha wave. Okay Raditz, hold him still. They have him now. All that he has to do is kill him and rescue Vegeta and get out of there before Frieza finds out what has occurred. Ka-me-ha-a-a-a. Zarbon figures out what is happening. He uses this as an advantage and waits. Kakarot thrusts his hands forward. Ha-a-a-a-a. This is the cue for him to go. Raditz aches his hands from Zarbon's neck and begins to fly, but he is pulled back down by the enemy. He is now held by Zarbon as a shield. The blast is close now. If he gets hit from the full-powered attack, he could be dead. Kakarot, stop your attack. Kakarot hears his brother's distressed call in time to see the blast targeting who should be Zarbon. He pulls his arms up in the air and the blast kess a very sharp turn up to the sky just inches away from Raditz's nose. He teeth grit as he stares as the laughing Zarbon. That was too close. Zarbon is a bit amused by the show the two brothers have been pulling off. He gives them an offer. I would kill you two now, but seeing how much more powerful you both have become, I will only say this once: stand down or die. Kakarot can feel his body shaking with anger. Who do you think you're offering this to? I won't stand down. A true warrior never gives up. Surrendering to the likes of you will only put great shame in my name. Really? Is that so? I guess you leave me with no choice. Seeing the energy gathering on the monster's hand tells Kakarot two things. Zarbon is going to aim the attack at Raditz since he is closer. However, the only way for him to do this is with at least one hand. This means that Raditz has a chance of escaping from the hold he is put in. The Saiyan looks at his brother in the eye. This is your chance. Take it now. Now what have you two been conversing about this whole time? If only we had some translator. The gathered energy is intense. Zarbon prepares to give it his all. Raditz feels the hold loosening. He makes a break for it and shoves himself out of there. Swiftly he kicks his leg up and hits Zarbon's lower jaw. The energy the enemy gathered is forced to fade away. He runs to his brother's side. Tell me that you know some technique that will at least slow him down. You haven't been slacking, have you? Kakarot chuckles. I picked up a few from the Earthlings during my time with them. One of them can slow him down long enough for us to use that strategy we did earlier. Do me a favor and close your eyes. Whatever you do, don't open them until I say it is safe. Seeing Raditz close his eyes, Kakarot gets up in the air to catch the alien's attention. Hey Zarbon, say cheese. The confusion on the foe's face makes this almost funny. He shuts his eyes and shouts, solar flare. Bright B. Blinding light escapes his body and Zarbon covers his eyes, temporarily blinded. Okay Raditz, I got him, but it won't last long. Let's do this again. Raditz opens his eyes and sees that Zarbon is suffering from his loss of sight. He flies to his little brother and they turn their backs on each other again. They lock tails and begin to pull each other as they spin once more. The pain is great, but they urge themselves to keep it up. Gravity from the spinning makes the rotation much faster. 1. Kakarot starts. 2. Raditz adds. 3. They let go and instantly fight to control flight. Thanks to the slingshot, the speed is much faster. They both go for him again. Just as he regains his sight, he sees Kakarot coming for him with such speed. He is punched and is sent towards Raditz, who does the same. Kakarot elbows Zarbon back at his brother and Raditz kicks him away. The moment Zarbon regains his control, he notices the two hovering right above them. Surprised by this, he is kicked down, spiraling towards the lake below. Now, Kakarot cups his hands to the side. Kamehameha. Raditz gathers his energy on both hands and throws them down. Double Sunday. The attacks soar down for Zarbon. It hits him directly and he is shoved into the lake. The water spews up in the air and falls back down as rain droplets. For a few moments the two Saiyans stare at the spot Zarbon fell in. Do you think we have him? Raditz asks. Kakarot slowly descends to the ground. I think so. I don't sense his energy. Now he scans the ground and he spots something laying at the edge of the lake. The object only stirred for a moment. Look, I think that's Vegeta. You think so? Raditz lands and looks ahead. It is surely Vegeta. The prince must had crawled out the lake during the fight. Without standing another second, he and his brother reach him in time to see their leader, whose arm is still in the water, pull someone out. Nappa. Kakarot reaches down and pulls the general up as Raditz assists the prince. Are you two all right? Vegeta coughs out water heavily. He is wounded worse than the two brothers. He struggles to speak, fighting to stay awake. Kakarot, he coughs again. Zarbon, he came to us while I was training your son. We had the upper hand until he transformed mere cowards. Kakarot fears that something happened involving Carrot. What about my son? Did he get in the fight too? No one of Frieza's men held him. Zarbon allowed him to take Carrot to the ship. They have your son. Vegeta struggles with himself even more. Duh, and to think that we both lost to him. They won't be laughing when the Dragon Balls are mine. Finally his body goes limp. He has lost consciousness. They took Carrot. Kakarot stares at his feet for a while. His shocked expression switches to anger. Let's go, Raditz. We have to put them somewhere safe. Then the water flying up in the air interrupts him. He and Raditz spot Zarbon landing heavily in front of them. No way. We had him. Raditz takes a few steps back. Just how much of a beating can he take? Zarbon frowns. His armor took a great beating from the condition it is in. Both shoulder plates are badly chipped and the rest of the armor is scratches or burned from ki blast. His cape has several holes in it. His body is covered with scratches and bruises and he is just as wounded as Vegeta. His hair is a wild mess. And he is bleeding pretty badly at some parts of his body, but he is still alive. For a couple of low-class monkeys, you pulled out a good performance against me. You almost had me. Frieza taught you well and you passed on those teachings to the kid in you, Kakarot. Swiftly his fingers come together as he faces the palm at them. His other hand grips on his wrist. There are some things you will never learn from him and I am more willing to show you. He unleashes a gigantic red blast. Both Kakarot's and Raditz's pupils go small. They can't block that. Dodging it is near impossible. They grab hold of the unconscious elite warriors and make a run for it. The blast hits them near their feet, sending them up in the air and hitting the ground. Kakarot's whole body is throbbing with pain. He only has enough strength to lift his head up. His vision is blurry but he still sees Zarbon walking up to him. Kakarot feels himself being lifted from the ground. He is carelessly tossed into the water. Unable to swim to safety, he feels his consciousness slipping. The world goes dark. He hears his brothers and his own words echoing in his head. Who are you? A Saiyan. What is the one thing you believe is the most important thing in battle? My pride. Quote, what is your pride? I strive to get stronger and to never give up. Really? Why is that? I want to be strong so that I can keep on fighting until the end. I will never give up. I will not stop fighting until the end, Raditz. That is how I am and has always been. Even as a kid, I will not stand to protect those I care about, even if it means claiming my own life. If that is your answer, then remember it. If that pride gets wounded and you feel yourself losing it, then you are failing. That can very well piss off a Saiyan. Use it as an advantage. If someone is responsible, take it back. As he sinks deeper into the water, his mind wraps around those words. I will not stop fighting until the end. Kakarot's eyes fly open. With the fury he has inside him, he pushes himself up towards the surface, ignoring the pain that he is feeling. Zarbon chuckles to himself, feeling accomplished. No more Saiyans for us to be so concerned about. Still they were a bit of a handful to take care of. It won't hurt to report this little skirmish to Lord Frieza, I suppose. He inhales deeply, preparing his body to revert to the form everyone knows him in. The sound of something bubbling forces him to stop. Large bubbles form on the lake's surface. They become more frequent until it gushes as a waterspout. Something flies out the spout just as it dies. A figure passes him while landing a punch on his stomach. His body nearly falls back, but he saves himself. How is this happening? He slowly turns. There stands Kakarot. He is badly wounded, but still the Saiyan stands. Why can't you just lie down and play dead? He forms a ball of energy on his hand. Kakarot stares at what Zarbon is creating. He laughs lightly. The laugh many hear from him when he is wounded but is still not backing down. Many call him crazy when they hear it. That's the coward's way out. He's laughing. Zarbon notes to himself. Why is he laughing? He knows that I am much more powerful than him, still he laughs as if this is a joke to him. Either he's gone mad or he has something up his sleeve that I am unaware of. Talking to yourself. What's the matter? Surprised, Kakarot asks. If you are hoping to kill me, it will take more than what you did to take me down. I will not let you win so easily. In fact, I will end you here. He sneers, seeing the shocked look he is receiving. First, tell me what they did with my son. So that kid is yours. I had a feeling he had to belong to you or your brother. He has some of your looks. Zarbon steps forward. If you want to see your son so badly, you'll have to pass me first. Or, you could stand down by surrendering and I can take you to Frieza himself and we can see what we can do. So that he can kill me. I don't think so. Kakarot says this with a lot of hate. As he goes on, he is almost screaming his words. I am not surrendering to you. This ends now, Zarbon. I will end you and get my son back. He sprints towards his foe with a long battle cry. He ducks a fist throw and Zarbon fires his blast. Kakarot leaps out the way and it barely hits him. He is knocked to the ground from the close explosion and Zarbon appears in front of him and kicks him across the field like a soccer ball. Still he forces himself to stand. His body may be dropping with water, sweat, and blood, but he still has a lot of fight in him left. Kakarot goes in for his own attack, but he is easily swept off his feet. His face hits the ground first. Zarbon reaches down and grabs the Saiyan from behind, gripping on the collar of his armor. He pulls him up and begins to punch him repeatedly on the stomach until the Saiyan begins to cough out blood. Why won't you just give up and allow yourself to die already? The Saiyan dangles there almost helplessly. He lifts his head up and replies, I don't know what that means, maybe. His movements are stiff due to the hold he's in. Still he is able to turn slightly enough to kick Zarbon as hard as he can on the side. With the grip weakening, he spins roughly and breaks free. He throws his punch, but it is blocked. He gets punked, head back, and is easily knocked down at the state of his body's condition. He sees Zarbon lifting his foot above him to slam him down. He kicks his legs hard enough to make him slide out the way in time, and to kick himself back to his feet. You are probably the most stubborn of them all. Zarbon springs at him and successfully throws his uppercut, forcing Kakarot's head to be thrown back. He grabs hold of his head and starts to run while dragging him along. He flings him to the ground and watches the Saiyan skid across the grass and digging into the dirt. At the same moment, Kakarot stands again. Zarbon lifts his leg and spins in a full circle. His foot bashes on Kakarot's chest and the Saiyan is sent back down, flying back. He is surprised to see him standing again. He just won't stay down. Kakarot's legs are shaking almost as if he is having a seizure. This can't tolerate hearing his weight for much longer. His whole body is weak. His breaths are short and quick. Still he stands or Zarbon holding on to his determination. The other Saiyans could be dead. If they are still alive, he will protect them all, even with his own life. It's one of the humane natures he picked up on Earth that he can never get rid of. Maybe it's because he already had it in him all along. Probably from his father. His heart is pounding heavily on his chest. Any harder and it could burst out. It's trying its best to give his body the blood it needs since it lost some. This also has an advantage. With his blood flowing through him like that, it makes him want to keep fighting. He watches Zarbon's movements. The enemy is getting closer. He forms a fist. As Zarbon is in range, he throws it at his face. Seeing that he is stunned, Kakarot begins his rapid punching, all focused on Zarbon's head. He jumps high to avoid an attempted punch and lands feet behind him. His legs almost give in. He falls to one knee, so he fights to stand tall again. Zarbon wipes the leaking blood from his mouth. Ian occasionally stumbles with his footwork and falls to one or both knees. Surely he is weakened. He won't be able to fight as effectively as before. He knows that his chances of winning in the condition he is in is slim, so why does he keep on fighting? As Kakarot gets into one of his many stances, he makes a final note. He is just like his father. As he thought, the image of Bardock takes Kakarot's place for just a second. Kakarot kicks himself forward and begins his assaults again. This time they are all avoided like they are nothing. He throws a leg up aiming for his face, but Zarbon tilts his head to the side, avoiding that as well. At the same time, Zarbon snatches his tail and begins to squeeze it with all his strength. Horrible screams escape from the young Saiyan's throat. You don't like that, do you? You being a Saiyan does have disadvantages. Your tail is a keen example. He squeezes it much harder. He chuckles, hearing the bones inside cracking and feeling them break. Ian's shouting is a sign that he is shattering it well. He is quite enjoying this. I think this is the end of your line. Raditz lays near the lake, dazed. He is near unconscious, but he can very well hear the screams that can only be coming from his brother. Unable to move from his injuries, all he can do is listen. He just keeps fighting even though he is overpowered. Why? He just doesn't stop. He'll only throw his life away. Raditz smirks only slightly. His Saiyan blood must be boiling at their peak. From what I learned from him while training him with the Saibamen, that is when he gives what he has left. He never gave up fighting me after killing those Saibamen until I knocked him out. He's definitely a determined warrior. Kakarot can't take it. The pain is too much to bear. But he can't lose. If he does, then Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz will be killed. Kakarot could have an even worse fate than that. He can't allow that to happen. His father asked him to avenge their people. If he dies, he will never forgive himself. All this for nothing. He fights it. He fights the pain, trying to use his anger and frustration to give him the boost needs. He screams again, only this time it is filled with his anger. He throws a punch and it breaks through Zarbon's armor and into his stomach. His tail is free the moment Zarbon lets go. Kakarot lays on the ground. Blue blood spills from his as Zarbon tries to cover up his new wound to stop the bleeding. He can't believe this. He ponders on how a weak Saiyan was able to do this to him. Kakarot has no energy to even lift a finger now. He just gives Zarbon a worn-out laugh as the alien approaches him. Didn't like that, did you? He has enough of this. Limping over to the low class, he kicks him across the field hard, sending the Saiyan crashing against a cliff side. Kakarot slides down and lays motionless. Zarbon would go check to be sure that he killed him, but his wound reminds him to just let it be. He assumes that Kakarot is dead. Damn, he gave me more than I was expecting. At least he is finally dead. Still, Frieza won't be so thrilled to see me like this. He inhales deeply and his body shakes for a second before shrinking back to his normal form. He managed to punch through my armor even with his tail as it is. Not enough to kill me though. At least they are all dead. All except for the kid, but he's no threat. We could make use of him. He leaves the ground and flies away from the scene, leaving the Saiyans to struggle with themselves, unaware that they are barely alive. Kakarot opens one eye in time to stop Hi's brother in the distance looking at him. All that he can do is give Raditz a weak smile before passing out. So I take it that you got into a skirmish with those monkeys. And you transformed, I believe. You haven't done that in a while. Zarbon nods once. You came to report that they are dead, yes. Frieza watches the scenery of Namek from his ship's window. He feels fully accomplished. All of monkeys, who gave him so much trouble, is no longer a threat. You got wounded pretty badly. Wonder if it was Vegeta. Zarbon shook his head. All the Saiyans were near death, sir. One of them actually stood to fight as wounded as he was. His name is Kakarot. He is Raditz's little brother. They are 7 years apart. Kakarot. Frieza is shocked by this. He is very familiar with the name. That Saiyan Bardock. When I killed him, wasn't that name the last thing he said? I thought I took care of all those apes except 3. He glances over his shoulder. Kakarot is kept restrained by the same dog alien W. Ho kidnapped the half-breed under his command. That also explains why this kid is in existence. He has to be half Saiyan with something else. Kakarot was sent to Earth as an infant. He must had AC. Hilled with one of the humans who lived there. Zarbon points out, half Saiyan, half human. I've heard stories that Saiyan half-breeds hold a lot of potential. But those who are half human are said to be the strongest. If this is true, then surely we can make use of him. He is so young. In a couple years he will not remember his family if we keep him away from them. Knowing that they are dead, then it's a guarantee. I will just have to this child tell me where they hid the Dragon Ball. It was a bit hard to tell. Zarbon admits. Frieza fully faces Zarbon now. What do you mean? Are you telling me that you didn't check to see if they were actually dead? Zarbon gulps and explains. His words almost overlap. Well, they feel in the water, then I finished them off with a blast. Surely they couldn't have survived. Idiot. Frieza snaps, making Zarbon take a step back. They could still be alive out there. They would be dead if you weren't so concerned about having scars on you. Go. Find them all and bring them here. Besides, I need to know who this Kakarot is. Tell me, how long will it take for the Ginyu Force to get here? You called for them, right? They should be here sometime today, but I thought you said. Don't you dare question me, Zarbon. Who knows if the Saiyans somehow got back in their feet. They could have the other Dragon Ball I need for my wish of immortality. So go. He looks as if he is about to kill Zarbon right off the spot. Zarbon nervously nods. Why, yes, my lord. He heads out and flies from the ship and up to the skies. He flies for a while until he locates the area he fought the Saiyans. He lowers towards the ground and first spots Vegeta laying in the middle of the field. He walks over to him and drops to one knee. He places 2 fingers on his neck and feels a pulse. Amazing. He's still alive after all the thrashing he took. He locates Nappa and does the same. He's still alive too. He looks over to Raditz and sees the Saiyan's chest rise and fall just barely. He turns and looks at Kakarot, who is showing no signs of life from the distance. Zarbon approaches him and feels for his pulse. For a second he believed that he is done for, since he feels nothing. He almost panics. Now he feels it. No wonder why he first assumed that the low class is dead. The pulse is very faint. This rebel is barely alive. Relieved that he won't lose his head, Zarbon too CKs 2 Saiyans under each arm and flies them back to the ship. Meanwhile, making me build something useful for him. Humph. I made something useful for him, all right. Bulma crawls from under a huge, round room she has been working on for the past few Earth weeks. It is finally complete. She wipes a oil-covered hand over her sweaty forehead, smearing it across it. That Saiyan will learn to be careful on what he wishes for. He'll have the surprise of his lifetime. She decides that she needs a walk after all the work that she has been doing. After what feels like 30 minutes, something about the landscape is different. She takes a few more steps and takes notice on several freshly looking made craters on the ground. Getting closer, she spots 5 pods embedded in the ground. Is this the Saiyan's pods? There's 5, so it must be. Quote. She carefully walks down one crater and sees that the pod's door is already open. She sticks her head inside and her hand touches the cushioning. There inside sits what looks like his power pole. She reaches inside and grabs it. Something that happens to sit next to it falls back. It's a sack full of the Earth Dragon Balls. All 7 of them spills out and rolls to the center of the cushion. Bulma grabs one of them, the 4-star ball. The ship speaks suddenly. Welcome back, Kakarot. Elsewhere, the automatic doors open, revealing Zarbon, who walks inside what leads to the healing room. The doctor inside immediately faces him. Status report. Due to the beating they took, it is hard to tell if they will make it through. They are in critical condition. Especially Vegeta and Kakarot. They had it worse. Zarbon does not want to hear that. If any of those Saiyans die, he'll be done for. He takes a big threatening step forward, startling the doctor. You put them back to health. Whatever it takes. As the doctor returns to his work more quickly than previously, he thinks to himself, or I will be the one in critical condition. Destination reached. Planet's name. Earth. Kakarot, awaken. The voice coming from the pod has spoken. Mist fills inside the pod. With a loud and wide yawn, the infant Kakarot wakes and rubs the sleep out of his eye. The pod door hisses and opens, revealing the lush green planet full of life that is said to be the most beautiful in the cosmos. Not for long. Life here will soon be terminated. When the time comes, that is. However, the infant has no idea why he is here or how. His young eyes just scan his surroundings. The environment is completely all so new to him. He is not used to seeing the sky so blue. He is more familiar with the red skies back at planet Vegeta. His ears pick up the sounds of life. Birds chirping, trees rustling with the wind. It is almost too peaceful. Kakarot can feel himself slipping away into sleep again. The sound of flapping snaps him fully awake once more. Before his eyes stands a small bird. It's so harmless and is just minding his own business. Curiosity takes over the baby's thoughts. He coos as he reaches one fat little arm out the door. It is followed by the other. The rest of his body slides off and his knees hit the soft freshly churned dirt. The only part of him that has not left the pod is half of his little monkey tail. His head tilts to the side. The bird looks at him and does the same. Kakarot smiles wide. It isn't much of a smile since he only has many teeth, but not all yet. He laughs and coos as he begins to crawl towards the bird. He is just inches away and the bird hops back, feeling a bit threatened by the bigger creature crawling towards it. It stands there a bit longer. Kakarot reaches for the bird but it flies away. His hand slaps the dirt. Disappointed, Kakarot pouts a bit before resuming to his little exploration. It's not much. All he sees is dirt, and more dirt. A tiny new sprout growing from the dirt does stand out. The infant warrior crawls over to it and snatches it out the ground right from its roots. He laughs as he smashes it around with his hands for a second before finally accepting that it is dead. He drops the crushed sprout back on the dirt and spots the top of the crater. He makes his way up there, fighting the dirt at the same time he struggles with his stubby legs to push him forward. Finally he reaches the place he wished to see. Grass and trees stretches for miles. A butterfly flies over his head and lands on a tree closest to him. He decides to give the insect the same treatment he gave the plant. He attempts to smash it but it too flies away. Feeling frustrated he begins to cry, unable to see the tiny moving things that catches his eyes. It lasts for a while too. Until he hears footsteps. Oh my, who could have left you here all alone? Are you lost? An old man has found him. He feels deeply concerned for this baby being out in the woods all alone. He reaches down for him and picks him up. What catches his eye is a brown furry tail that falls lazily behind the infant. Oh well, you look at that. Looks like you have a tail. He laughs. Well, I can't just leave you here, so I suppose I should take care of you. He looks at the baby for a moment. He is surprised to be kicked so hard for a baby on the face. Oh, looks like you're a strong little guy. Now what to call you? He smiles as an idea hits him. I know. How about Goku? How does that sound? The baby Saiyan is a bit confused on why this old man arrived to help him. He is funny looking though. It makes him laugh. Silly old man. His mustache looks fuzzy. He reaches for that laughing. His arms are too short to reach, but he likes the man so far. So you like that name, don't you? Well then, for now on I will be your grandfather. Grandfather Gohan. The old man throws the baby up and catches him, delighted to hear him laugh. He continues this a couple times. Hey Goku. Goku. He then takes notice on the change of the landscape. Looking past the baby's shoulder he sees a deep crater freshly formed on the ground. Now how did this happen? Carefully he holds on to the baby as he heads on to investigate. It first seems like a white round object has hit the ground. As he gets closer it has the appearance of some kind of ship. Carefully he walks down the slope into the pod. Wonder how it got here from the sky maybe. He nearly drops Kakarot as he suddenly flails around wildly. Whoa there Goku, is there something that you see there? Kakarot hits the man on the face, demanding for him to let go. The elder finally got the message and placed him in the ground gently. Kakarot crawls back inside his old, and reaches for a bottle attached to a cord. He sticks it in his mouth and lays there. Is this where you came from? The elder is shocked. He looks at the sky, then back at the baby. I guess I now know why you have a tail. You're not from around here. He reaches for the baby to take him home. The moment he touches him, Kakarot spits the bottle out his mouth and bites his hand hard. Ow, Goku, he sighs. I should teach you some manners. You can't just go around biting people like that. He reaches for the baby again, and this time the infant slaps his hand away. For a while he is careful on his to get him back. He finally catches his arms and picks him up. You are a bit rough now, aren't you? Let's take you home. Only a couple hours go by and already the baby Kakarot grandfather Gohan foe. Abandoned in the forest proves to be more of a burden than he originally thought. Goku, it's okay. It's only water. Gohan never expected this. All he did was fill up a tub with bathwater, and the moment he put him inside, the baby freaked out. Goku flails around screaming. Gohan tries his best to calm him down, but from his eyes Goku seems rather angry. From his judgments Gohan believes that the baby must be at least 9 months old. Later he creates a bottle for him and gives it to him to drink. Goku takes it from his hand and it gives Gohan some relief. This however is proven wrong as the bottle is thrown and bounces off his head. He sees Goku crawling away quickly, obviously wanting nothing to do with him. Normally, babies his age loves to have attention and he cared for. By far, Goku is showing the complete opposite. What am I going to do with him? So many months he go by, each one worse than the last. The boy he found in the forest is growing more and more violent. Not to mention he had a very huge appetite. Now, the old man is at his wits, not knowing when this strong baby will become a threat to his own life. So today he decided to take him out for a stroll. If anything, a stroll should be the one thing that should be able to calm him down. He just sits inside a basket strapped on the old man's back. It is apparently working. Kakarot doesn't mind. He is fascinated by the scenery. The life around him is active. He never saw so much of it in one. Birds flying in the sky and the bugs crawling on the leaves may not be much, but to the eyes of a young child is very interesting. He for the past months has been trying so hard to escape from this old man. Every time he sees a great opportunity, Gohan would pick him up and warn him about the dangers of him being outside alone. This gets him angry. He punches him several times trying to get the Earthling to understand that he can take care of himself, but Gohan never does. He treats him like a human baby. Then he wonders why bottles fly every day. Kakarot decided to just relax today since it is nice and warm. At least the old man is leaving him alone. His eyes scan the skies and catches eyes of another bird who lands on a tree branch nearby full of peaches. He feels a little homesick now. Raditz loves eating a fruit similar to this one. It's fuzzy too, reminding him about his big brother's long hair. It will make a nice treat for the time being. So he reaches for it, but Gohan continues to walk further and further from it. Kakarot doesn't give up. He grips on the edge of the basket with one hand, and climbs out enough so that he can reach it. Kakarot is the weakest baby Saiyan in this planet. That is why they are sending him away. He has a power level of only 2. He's pathetic. He won't be able to fight well, just like you can't, Mom. Bardock decided to try to make Raditz understand. I know that your mother isn't great when it comes to fighting, but she is still a warrior. So will be your brother. They all believe that he will have great potential. If a Saiyan baby cries loud with their spirit, they will grow up into a great warrior. That is just what your brother did, and that is just what he will become. Lies. He's just a crybaby. Raditz growls. I don't like him. He's weak. The other Saiyans are laughing at us because of that. Why does the weakest Saiyan on Vegeta have to be my brother? He starts to walk away quickly, but Bardock grabs his arm to prevent him from going any further. Let me go. Kakarot frowns a bit. Back then when his brother said that, he didn't really understood what he meant until now. Raditz has always been mean since he was born. Kakarot decided to forget about the fruit and just sit the rest of the ride. So he puts a foot back in, but it slips and he panics. Trying to keep hold of the basket, but he lost it and falls right off. He sees a deep ravine below him and he is falling towards it. For the first time since he was found, he cries out as loud as he can for help from the old man. He sees Gohan taking notice and reaching for him, but already they are too far. The bottom of the ravine is coming fast. Kakarot helplessly spins around in mid-air, ling down at high speed, and cries in fear. He sees a huge rock coming for him. His head makes contact with a loud crack. 000. His eyes fly open quick. His whole body is shaking uncontrollably and he can feel his heart banging painfully against his chest. He screams inside his mask as he flails around, trying to escape. The screen hooked up on the wall begins to sound an alarm. The mini screen on the healing chamber displays his heart rate. It is going dangerously fast. Any faster and he could go into a heart attack or something. Raditz is the first to notice since he was sitting right next to the chamber his little brother is sealed inside. Quickly he gets to his feet and stares at the screen. The information is bad. Looking at his brother brings some concern on his body's actions. Kakarot. He begins working on the buttons, trying to drain the liquid out but nothing is working. He pressed them more firmly, snarling out his words. Damn it. This is exactly why I do not trust machines. Drain and open up already. He pauses, hearing gurgling from the tank. His brother is trying to speak. What catches him is how angry Kakarot sounds. The lizard doctor runs inside. Stay clear. He almost shoves Raditz aside and begins to work on the buttons as well, but nothing is happening. The explanation is unclear until the screen goes to static, then it cracks and shatters. The walls begin to crack and the liquid seeps out. A bright light suddenly shines inside. Raditz can feel the skyrocketing energy from his brother. He lunges out the room just as the tank explodes. I was such a fool. Not too far, Zarbon just walked inside the room of his lord and the distinct explosion startles him. What was that explosion? He looks behind him, seeing two alien guards, a red one with cat-shaped ears and a beak. The other looks similar to a human besides the fangs and horns. You two, investigate this at once. They both run off towards the source. Hearing the enraged voice of his brother, Raditz dives towards the ground. He throws his arms over his head while on his knees as debris and key flies out the room, barely hitting him. The rest is dust and gusting wind. Finally it settles. Raditz rises to his feet and turns back to look at the room, now covered with broken machinery parts and dust. The liquid flows anywhere in its will. He spots the doctor who lays on the ground dead from the blast and flying glass. A boot rudely stomps on his head as the owner of it chuckles coldly. A boot that belongs to Kakarot. Slowly, Raditz walks back inside. Kakarot is aware of his brother's presence, but he ignores it for now. His body, hair and armor is dripping from the greenish liquid he was surrounded by. He doesn't mind. He is just glad to be out of there. His tail whips behind him slowly as his mouth parts away into a wide, deep, and cruel grin. His dark chuckle turns into a small dark laugh that goes on for several seconds. So now I understand. My whole life was nothing more than one big hell of a lie. He kicks the lizard hard, sending him crashing into a wall. I'll have to consider on revising Earth to make sure that every human trash still living on it is dead. This is a new one. Never has Kakarot spoke of humans that way. In fact, he spoke with a cruel tone. Raditz keeps an eye on his little brother, who walks over to the large chunk of glass-like material that remains of the chamber. He is a bit curious on what the young Saiyan could be thinking. Kakarot is observing his reflection. You don't seem to be like yourself, Kakarot. I'm not the same person you met in Earth. That was never supposed to happen. Kakarot rakes his fingers through his hair. It's impossible to comb through. His fingers get stuck in his hair and he only tugs at it when he tries to go further. His grin softens a bit, but it is still clear on his face. I always wondered why I was from them. I have a tail. They said that my hair is too wild and untamable. I laugh at he face of danger and never cowered in fear. Instead I would get excited. That does not explain what was that you just did. Raditz says. Kakarot crosses his arms. I had a dream. Not again. Roddy. TZ is starting to really hate the dreams his brother has been having for the past few months. Not only is it because they are annoying, it is the fact that they seem to have a major effect on Kakarot. It is as if they are attacking his head, confusing him worse each time. It almost killed him one time. Explain. For a second Kakarot's eyes meets his brother's before they turn back to the mirror. 24 years ago. 24 years. I never thought I had a memory of me being so young. Saiyans are quicker learners than humans. It's our memory that is better. We start training Saiyans the moment they learn how to walk. They can remember the basics from there. Raditz explains. So I guess that explains how I was able to learn the Kamehameha seconds after I witnessed it used. Kakarot rubs a finger under his nose. The look on his face tells Raditz that he feels accomplished. It's ironic if you think about it, the very same man who was my first master and who I learned the attack from is dead. I killed him with his own attack. Then what did the doctor had to do with this? Raditz glances at the dead doctor who healed him up after the fight with his brother. Oh, him. Kakarot points at who Raditz mentioned. Nothing. This puzzles the older Saiyan. Then why did you kill him? Because I wanted to. I needed something to take my frustration on. Kakarot shrugs. He hated the doctor anyway. Something changed in you. Aren't you the mercy type? I thought you hate killing with no logical reason. Raditz tilts his chin up. He is finding this conversation interesting. Could it be that finally, his brother realizes the life he was missing? Suddenly, two of the aliens who was sent walks through the automatic doors. They take notice of the Saiyans. They are behind this. No surprise here. Saiyans are nothing but trouble. All they like to do is destroy. Kakarot and Raditz exchange their dark grins to each other with a small laugh. They look back at the two and ki gathers on their hands. It is aimed at the two, and fired. It hits them directly and they are forced against the wall and they drop dead. It's kinda fun to see people try so hard to stop us only to mess up or die. Kakarot admits. So back to what happened back there. Raditz says, remember when I told you about my grandfather Gohan? How my son was named after him until you gave him a better name. He waits for his brother to show light answer. He receives nod. These dreams I had so far, I think they must be lost memories. It feels like the missing puzzles of my life is returning to me. Now the last of it has came because I remember meeting Gohan. How I tried to get away from him until I feel and hit my head. Saiyan babies can take care of themselves as soon as they grow their teeth. Biting becomes an instinct, so they can find their own food without much of a problem. Eventually they grow out of it, unlike you. Hey, what are you trying to say? You bit Zarbon, remember? Kakarot reminds his brother. He witnessed it himself. If Raditz is going to try to offend him on everything he does, his brother won't go far. Raditz drops the biting subject and returns to the mystery behind the dream his brother just had. He points to his head and asks, do you remember how you bumped your head? Kakarot nods once. I think I do. These weird dreams I had always involved events of the past and they are always true. I fell. I made a terrible mistake. The scene plays in his head, the ground getting closer and the sound of his skull cracking against a rock. Sharp pain shoots through his head. The Saiyan yell, "LS" unexpectedly and he falls to his knees. His fingers grasp on his spiky hair as if it is the only way to stop whatever is hurting him so badly. Raditz steps back, not knowing what to make out of what is happening. He looks around the room, searching for anything that could stop this from carrying on. Thanks to Kakarot, everything has been reduced to rubble. Kakarot is in a lot of pain, physically and mentally. This is extremely rare. His brain is healing, which explains why his headaches has been getting worse. He tries to explain this. Your brain is healing, Kakarot. That is why you are in pain. Just think. Think about your past and you will remember everything. Your headaches are occurring because your memories are fighting to resurface. Is that it? Kakarot hisses as he hunches. His back making his head rest on the ground. He wishes that it doesn't have to be so painful. His brain is playing games with him again. What Raditz said makes it sound as if he'll have to just let it win. Don't view it as sudden pain. Allow it to happen. I believe that the time has come, Kakarot. Raditz pauses, recalling how they spoke to each other the first time they reunited. The way his bro, Thayer, spoke to him with disgust and how he hated being called by his birth name and preferred to be called by the name he was given on Earth. It gives him an idea. Is your name Goku? He hears a groan as a reply. He wants to push Kakarot further. He wants to know if his brother has completely abandoned his life and ways as an Earthling. If the young Saiyan has, then Raditz can finally ach him the things that he never thought he would ever be able to. He has been believing that most of his efforts are hopeless and that he would just have to endure the burden his little brother always gives him. Kakarot struggles with himself. If only his head would stop throbbing, he would be fine. What is Raditz calling him by? His Earth name. He does not like this. Son Goku, the protector of planet Earth. Raditz says. His mind is working with the words his ears just picked up. Protector of planet Earth. He is not that any longer. He is the complete opposite. Still, the words echo inside his head. His breathing begins to slow to almost a stop as time went standstill. Everything he sees is in black and white. His past plays in his head. At 12 years old, many has happened. He meet Bulma, and agreed to come along with her to find the Dragon Balls. He meet Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar. He meet Master Roshi and learned the Kamehameha wave in seconds. He meet Krillin and launch and entered the world tournament. He meet Kami and Mr. Popo. At 15 meet major threats such as Tien, Chaozu and King Piccolo. Then Kami removed his tail. At 18 he had rematches with Tien and meet Piccolo Jr. At 20 his son Kakarot was born. At 24, he meet his brother Raditz and learned about his origins. That was when he learned that his whole life, he had been protecting a race that he was supposed to kill. He realized that the Earthlings he befriended used his strength for their desires. They have been using him as a tool in an army. Thought his life, all they had to do was call his stupid Earth name and he would come running to save the day. The ones who were lucky to get their hands on the Dragon Balls got what they desired. He had the magical orbs once and he used them to help a kid named Oppa bring his father back to life. Never once he ever got to wish for something he wanted. He had to help others. They couldn't have done it without him, they always say. They all used him because he was the strongest in his home planet. He allowed himself to blend in. He is disappointed with himself. He was going to kill of the last of his kind to protect that planet. His prince, his general, his own brother. What was he thinking? His life changed the moment Gohan found him. Some scars of his mistakes will never heal. It all started with his head injury. He hates himself greatly. The prince is disgusted with his choices. He will never be a true Saiyan because of that stupid memory loss. He has most of his memories back but not all. He needs to know who he is. Son Goku. He is not Son Goku. His Ethos increases and he rises his head from the ground, and throws it hard back down against the hard floor. What are you doing? Raditz shouts as Kakarot does it again, followed by a hard punch that leaves a deep hole. Stop that idiot, it is not going to help you. Kakarot ignores him. His head makes contact with the ground again. An image of his parents pop up in his thoughts. He lifts his head up and slams it again. An image of his brother as a kid pops up. He can hear voices overlapping. So this is Kakarot What is his power level? A2. Yeah, probably, but listen to him wail. That's the spirit, a cry of a true warrior. He'll grow up strong one day. Send him off to one if the outer words. He's no good to us here. He only has an average power level, no worse than average. That's my son. So your name is Goku. Nice to meet you. My name. It's Bulma. Oh, shut up. Goku sounds just like Goku. HMPH. Son Goku. 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 Help Goku. We need you, Goku. Kakarot growls as he gets to his feet while rubbing his forehead. It is bleeding but he doesn't care. He walks past Raditz without a word. His armor is in worse condition than Raditz, heavily damaged but is still intact. He'll have to consider on changing it soon. He walks towards the exit. Where are you going? Raditz asks just as Kakarot was at the door. Out. Kakarot struggles to open the door that suffered from the explosion. He lost his patience and kicks it down. What do you mean, out? Do you realize that we were brought inside Frieza's ship? You can't just walk out and not expect someone to get in your way. Then I will just kill them. Kakarot steps out and his brother follows him but not too far behind. What if it's Zarbon? Then I will kill him. Raditz stops in his tracks looking dumbfounded at his brother. You can't be serious. Tell me that you remember how easily he took us on. Are you going to stand there lecturing me or are you coming with me? Kakarot looks down the empty halls. He hears a strong explosion. Somebody is down there. Further down the ship, in the biggest room. Zarbon walks inside to greet his leader. Frieza takes notice of his presence. So, how do the Saiyans fare? They are currently stabilized. Zarbon replies. That is good news for you. Bring them to me as soon as you can. Frieza pays his attention back to the giant window. The floor starts to shake. And both aliens are nearly knocked off their feet from the impact of a nearby explosion. Zarbon whips his head around and his eyes are fixed in the smoke that begins to enter the room. There is another explosion inside the ship. It can't be coming from the healing rooms, sir. Frieza nods almost nervously. This never happened before. If his shop is suddenly exploding, it could mean a malfunction. Indeed. As the energy comes closer, Kakarot recognizes who it is. He sees Vegeta swiftly leaping from the ceiling structure, steel beams almost in the same exact style as Raditz, and landing on the ground. Not long after that, Nappa is running down the hall. Their armor is chipped off in many directions, but it is still in better condition than Kakarot's. Both of the elites' paces increases. They sprint down the hall, only glancing at them as he passes by. Kakarot gets the silent note. Come on. He and his brother follows the two Saiyans down the hall. They run behind a wall and hide. It's not something they like to have to do, but if they run into Zarbon or Frieza, it won't end very well. They'll have to do something to distract them even further. Kakarot opens up his hand and ki gathers at the palm. Well, looks like somebody is using their head. Vegeta says almost pleasantly. So I assume we are formulating some kind of plan. Since when did you starting thinking so cleverly? I've been told that I am a genius when it comes to martial arts. As of today, I think all the puzzles of my past has finally been put together. Kakarot sees the slight, impressed look on Vegeta's face as he points his hand down the hall. Time to have some fun. He fires, and the entire hall lights up from the ki. Zarbon and Frieza just stepped out the main room when another explosion takes place. Zarbon runs ahead. Part of the ship's wall have been blasted. This is no good. It's coming from the medical room. He goes further down the hall and sees that the door leading inside has been knocked down. Looking further inside the room, it is broken everywhere. A huge hole has been blasted, a perfect doorway to freedom. He runs to it for a better look. This can't be happening. The Saiyans have escaped. Quote, they did what? Vegeta sticks his head out just enough to see the two standing behind the huge hole. Good. Frieza's with him. Perfect. Idiot. Give chase to them immediately. Frieza shouts. Why yes, my lord. He jumps out the hole and up into the air to begin his search. They couldn't have gotten far. Go and get those pests or I will make you wish that you were never born. Vegeta can't believe how easily they feel for that. Fools. Like taking candy from a baby. He takes his chance. The Saiyans sprint down the hall until a door gets in the way. Kakarot plans to blast it down, but the price holds up a hand as a signal to carry his actions no further. Vegeta presses that have on a screen and it scans it. A few seconds later the door hisses and it slides open. Vegeta laughs at what he sees. Before them stands a bunch of Dragon Balls. Vegeta chuckles to himself as he thinks, Dear Lord Frieza, I regret that by the time you read this, Utted reign will be put into a screeching halt. Kind regards, Prince Vegeta. He says out loud, it's my turn now. Zarbon continues his search. By each passing second he gets more and more nervous. Where are they? Son of those little rats. They couldn't have disappeared so quickly. They have to be hiding somewhere nearby. Oh, you mock me with your inconfidence, Zarbon. Frieza growls impatiently. Lord Frieza, surely they are still. I'll have you know that you are held responsible for our friend's untimely flight. If I were in your position I would track them down and quickly. Zarbon is seen flying outside from the window. That's right, moron. Leave no stone unturned. He turns his attention back at the Dragon Balls. He frowns as he first glances out the door, then back inside the room. 1 2 3 4 and 5 good. I would hate to come out ungrateful for you taking time to heal us from our injuries. But, let's face it, I earn these. As he sees Zarbon pass the window again he sighs, realizing that there is another obstacle they have to go through. Problem is we could take these out, but it's not like we can just waltz out of here with all 5 Dragon Balls tucked under our arms. We also need to find some way to get the brat back. Damn. He glances out the door once more. This is going to be hard to pull off. Vegeta runs from the center of the room that holds the precious Dragon Balls. His back goes against the wall. He pokes his head out the door in case one of the two major threats are around, since he can feel the powers of Zarbon and Frieza not too far. He spreads his finger wide from his right hand and clenches a fist. Slowly, blue energy is created and engulfs it. When he has enough he mutters, all right. Time for phase 2. He steps out and he shouts, "Hey genius. Wait to look inside the ship before running off in a wild goose chase." Frieza turns towards the sound of the voice in shock. Zarbon looks back down the ship. Oh hell. Vegeta throws a punch in the air in an uppercut style. The blast shoots down the hull and curves up and goes straight through the ceiling. It bursts out as erupting flames from the ship and nearly hits Zarbon hovering above. The alien is sent flipping. Angry for being tricked and nearly being scorched, Zarbon flies back down. You bastard. Vegeta runs back inside the room just before the flames rushing down the hull could get him. He the center of and throws another blast. He shoots through the window. He picks up one of the Dragon Balls. Throw them out. It won't be long until they get here. Frieza and Zarbon run down the hallway. Zarbon speaks up over the flames engulfing parts of the ship. What do you think they are? Could it be that they are trying to destroy the ship? The ship shakes violently. Unless wire. Another explosion breaks out from one side of the wall. Fire flares out, blocking them from going further. Frieza's eyes go wide as he figures out what is actually happening. No, those ys are taking my Dragon Balls under our noses. Vegeta gives one a hard throw, then another. Nappa throws one out. Kakarot and Raditz throw their catch out at the same time. I think our work is done here. The prince jumps out, then broken window, and the others join in. A few seconds after their leave, Frieza and Zarbon enter the room and discovers that the 5 Dragon Balls have been stolen. No. Frieza runs to the center of the room. What he is seeing is clearly no trick. Zarbon's fears gets to him. It mixes with his rising anger towards the warriors. The Iving AAAAPES. Go find them now. Zarbon doesn't argue or hesitate for even a split second. He soars out from the floor and out the window. His eyes dart in several directions, but he doesn't see one Saiyan at all. He looks down below where Frieza watches impatiently. His voice shakes as he asks, "Frieza my lord, are they perhaps still inside the ship? This is your mess, so you better clean it up." Frieza snaps, "Yes sir." Vegeta jumps into the sea water nearby. He chuckles hearing Frieza ranting endlessly about the stolen Dragon Balls. "If I know those 2 imbeciles, they would think that I flee by air, but I wasn't born yesterday." He takes a deep breath and sinks deep into the water and begins to swim. Absolutely unacceptable. Frieza slams his tail heavily on the ground. Behind him bows respectively Zarbon, who has fear written all over his face. "You let not one, but all the Saiyans with my Dragon Balls slip through your fingers in one fell swoop. It is unthinkable that they could have scattered off with all 5 Dragon Balls in a twinkling of an eye. I will take my own search inside the ship's interior. You however will conduct search in the surrounding areas for all you're worth. If one of those Saiyans are not back here within the hour, the only thing to call for my wrath is your life. Understood." His tail lifts from the ground, revealing the deep gash that it created. Zarbon gulps. Understood. Meanwhile, Bulma smiles. She is filled with joy. She has found them. She found the Dragon Balls. She can make the wish to bring herself back home. Then again, a lot of people on Earth died from being slaughtered, so maybe she should bring them back. This is great. I can't believe that Goku left them here. No surprise. That guy is always a little slow on things. She stuffs them back inside the stack and ties it to hang from her pants pocket. She goes inside her other pocket and takes out a case full of capsules. She picks one and throws it. It explodes into a motorcycle rocket-like vehicle. She climbs on, turns it on, and takes off. All right, let's go. She only drives for a good minute when something far off catches her attention. When she gets closer, she slams on the brakes. She steps out of her vehicle, standing in the middle of a village that looked as if it has been damaged from a terrible war. This is no war. It was a massacre. Before her lays lifeless aliens who look like the same species as Piccolo. Some are elderly, others are young adults and even children. They look like they was having a peaceful life, and this happened. She feels herself about to cry from her rising fear of her own life. Who could have done this? She walks to one of the dead bodies. The burns on them are not normal. They were killed with ki. She notices something lying nearby. She gets closer and identifies it as the core of an apple. Apples don't even grow on this planet. However, if it is brought here from Earth, then her question is answered. They way it was eaten confirms it since there's Barrel. Why any core left, and that is the part of an apple that isn't meant to be eaten. It is the one thing her former friend loves to snack on. Tears build up in her eyes. Goku, the heartless monster they've turned you into. The Saiyans. They all swim for a while. Vegeta finally resurfaces and takes in a lung full of needed air. He almost crawls out, only coughing slightly. He laughs in victory seeing the two orbs. That was easier than I thought. I have to say I threw a mean curveball myself. The only thing that Frieza is pitting is a fit. He picks up one of the Namek Dragon Balls. Frieza is one big fool at the moment. I have you where I want you, don't I, you bastard? Kakarot comes out the water last. He doesn't look so thrilled. We managed to get these Dragon Balls, but my son is still out there somewhere. Vegeta doesn't show any signs of sympathy. He just walks down the field while saying, then go on. Since the ship has been damaged, rescuing your son shouldn't be a problem. He pauses and glances at Raditz, whose hair has been turned into a mop. In the meantime, Raditz, obtain the hidden Dragon Ball. That will make 6. One step away from immortality. Nappa says with some excitement. He would like some help. But what Vegeta says is true. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, the elites should guard the Dragon Balls since they have far more superior skills. Kakarot and his brother look at one another with a silent agreement before taking off into the air. The silent flight bothers Kakarot a bit, so he decides to start a conversation. So anything interesting happened besides getting beat up? Raditz doesn't say anything for a moment. It leaves his brother thinking to just let it be until he smirks slightly. Oh right, I ran into one of your old friends. What was her name? Bulmus. You found Bulma. Well, he saw it coming. Well, I guess I can't say that I am surprised. That pod she stole was programmed to head here anyway. What did you do? You didn't kill her, did you? She is working on something for me. Raditz replies. It took a lot of convincing. Unlike the other humans who would annoy me with their crying, she actually tried to hit me after being afraid for a moment. Either she has a lot of courage, or a lot of stupid. He chuckles. She's quite the stubborn one. Kakarot's face shows confusion. It's not like you to spare anyone like I do. Sure, she has always been hard to get through. He gasps as his brain puts together the information he was just given. She tried to hit you. And after that she still stood after the beating I gave her. Why can't she just comply without an attitude? There's no point for the woman to keep trying so hard when her kind is dead anyway. It is a bit entertaining. She keeps talking all big thinking she can win. What can she do? Humans and their ignorance. It ticks me off. Silence comes over them again. It is a bit unusual for Kakarot to become so quiet suddenly. He turns his head just enough to see the big teasing smile on his brother's face. Why are you giving me that look? Oh, nothing. Kakarot tries to hide what he's thinking. It fails when his childish laugh escapes from his mouth. What are you laughing about? Raditz is starting to grow irritated by the stupid laugh he thought was abandoned. He guesses that it is a part of the earth-raised fool. He growls as the laugh becomes more frequent. Answer me. Sounds like you have an interest in Bulma. Kakarot giggles out. Raditz doesn't get it. Interest? Meaning what? The only thing that is interesting with her is the fact that she is the smartest human I ever came across. Why do you think Vegeta wants her to live for now? No, not that kind. Kakarot tries to hold it back, but it bursts out again as a loud snort. He covers his mouth and nose to try to contain his laughter. It takes a moment and Raditz gets the idea of Kakarot's words. He is first shocked, but it is quickly replaced with anger. What? Why you? Raditz clenches a fist. You mock me for the last time, Kakarot. You dare to believe that I, a Saiyan, would actually have such thoughts towards a human? I am nothing like you, idiot. He punches his brother's head. Ow. Kakarot nearly loses control of his flight. He holds his head and rubs the pain away. Do you ever take a joke? I guess not. Maybe Saiyans are the serious type with no sense of humor. We do. Just not the kind you are used to. Raditz crosses his arms. At least the terrible subject has been dropped. How dare his brother have such childish thoughts? There is no way he would ever even get so close to a human. Never will he make the same exact foolish and disgracing mistake his brother made. You know a joke? Kakarot asks. Raditz explains despite the quick change in subject. There's this guy whose arms has been ripped out straight from his shoulders by me. He comes to the door. What? Kakarot doesn't understand. Knock, knock. His eyes light up. Kakarot loves knock-knock jokes. He jumps right in. Who's there? Nobody. Raditz laughs suddenly, leaving Kakarot confused. Okay, I don't get it. What is so funny about that joke? Nobody is knocking on the door and oh, I get it. He has to admit, it is kinda funny. He decides to see if he has any of this Saiyan humor, like Raditz does. See, not bad isn't it? Raditz says, feeling somewhat accomplished. Kakarot's cheerful smile becomes mixed with a wicked one. Hey Raditz, what now? Want to hear another? Too bad, I have no time for that. Kakarot doesn't want to hear a joke. Not his at least. Maybe Vegeta has a few. Nappa especially with the way he is. That guy you mentioned with his missing arms, does he have legs too? I think so. So let's say he loses them too. I think I know his name. He got inside the pool once to have a swim. Kakarot raises an eyebrow while his brother seems to see no logic in what he was just told. This doesn't make sense. Why would he do that? A stupid thing he must had done then. It's understandable if he still has legs, but why would he go in the water with no limbs? Kakarot's cheerful smile is now overtaken by the somewhat wicked look. That is why they call him Bob. Raditz's twisted face relaxes. Now it's his turn to burst into laughter. Well, look at you. Now that's my little brother. Ha 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 ha. They both eventually stop when Raditz looks down to his left where the village is off to. Kakarot looks at his brother. He is a bit disappointed that their little joke telling had to end here, but work has to be done. So we part ways here. Raditz nods. Right. He begins to float towards the left. Don't try anything stupid. He flies off, leaving his little brother on his own. I hear you, Raditz. Kakarot's ki flares as he shoots off to continue his flight in full speed this time. He is not good with accurate time, but he knows that it will take a little while for him to reach the ship again. They swam for what felt like 5 minutes, so he should get there in about 2. A jolt shoots through his body. He picked up someone's energy, but if is pathetically weak. He knows only one person alive with such weak power. Perhaps that person can help him out a bit. So he makes a sharp turn towards it. He spots Bulma riding her vehicle. He decides to give chase. Not too far away, Zarbon is checking behind every rock and cliff he can find. He is losing hope. Where are they this time? If I only had a scouter. From the way things are getting, I might as well hide under a rock. He catches movement from the corner of his eye. Now it has his attention. Who is that? He identifies it as some kind of flying vehicle. What? Where did that come from? He sees someone chasing after it. He identifies who it is, the one he wounded him the worse. Kakarot. His anger faces as he remembers what the Saiyans did. I'm locked onto you now. You will rue the day. He flies after him in full speed. It's like a train. The one who is ahead of the other is unaware of who is behind them. At least until now. Kakarot feels a strong jolt shot through him again. The energy is recognizable. He isn't terrified. He finds this very fun instead. Looks like Zarbon found me. He's angry, alright. Can't very well leave the fact that he was out into this situation alone, huh? I guess I can get a load of fun from him. He has no idea what mistake he made. He descends to the ground, landing right in front of Bulma. Bulma did not expect anyone to pop from nowhere right in her path. She pulls the steering wheel hard to her right to avoid crashing into him. Her vehicle spins a hard left out of control. It spins a full circle at least 5 times before throwing her screaming self out like a catapult. She skids across the blue grass and lays there moaning. Why can't I catch a break? She hears footsteps coming closer to her. She sees a pair of familiar boots and almost panics. She first thought that Raditz has returned to see her progress from the way the armor looks, but looking up she sees the face of her former friend. It's Goku. Kakarot growls as he stomps on her vehicle, crushing it effortlessly. Don't call me that anymore. My name is Kakarot. How many times do I have to tell you? Bulma gulps. She is scared out of her life right now. It has been a year when he arrived to spend time with her now dead friends and introduced them to his son. Now he is acting like the other Saiyans. His armor matches his brother's. The only few things that makes him stand out from his comrades is his immature personality and the fact that his tail is not around his waist and is swinging freely. She's in great danger right now. Not just because the person she once knew is now a cold-blooded killer. She has the person's Dragon Balls in her possession. If he ever finds out that she has them, who knows what he would do. You know Bulma, Vegeta was really pissed when he found out you stole his pod. Kakarot points out. I've been told. Bulma mutters. Kakarot tilts his head to the side, a sign of his curiosity. You know, I am wondering on why you were roaming around here when you should be working. Didn't Raditz tell you to do something? Bulma stands while dusting herself off. She gives him a hate-filled glare. How about you go tell the jerk that it is ready for him? He can do whatever he wants with it. This is the last time I will do anything for anyone. Really? Kakarot takes notice on the strange lump under her shirt. Why is your waist so lumpy? Bulma almost shrieks. No good. That is where she is hiding the Dragon Balls. She has to come up with something quick. It's my makeup. You should know that I can't go a day without it. You've known me for 15 years. Yeah, that's the problem. I know you when I should have never did. I became friends with an Earthling. To be honest, if I never lost my memory, you would have been long dead by now. Consider yourself lucky. He glances at the sky. I will talk to you some more, but there is something that I have to take care of first. You can make things easy for you by staying here while I do this, or you can try to leave and make things worse for you. It seems that we have a visitor. His eyes are fixed on Zarbon as he comes to view and lands in front of him with one leg held from the ground. His cape flows with the wind as he stands there staring at the one Saiyan who decided to reveal himself. He chuckles while wiping back his one ponytail from his shoulder. Bulma's hands rest on her chest as she falls into love land. Oh wow, he's cute. With a face like that he must be one of the good guys who came to save me from harm's way. Quote, Kakarot almost laughs at her statement. Yeah, right, I wouldn't count on it. What are you talking about? He's gorgeous. Bulma, you have no taste in boyfriends. He's not all too familiar with the whole love thing except when it comes to marriage and family, but he knows that you can't just go falling in love with everyone who looks great. They could be trouble, such as Zarbon, the guy that Bulma just so happened to fall in love with so quickly. Just look at those eyes. Kakarot sighs. No point to reason with her. He faces Zarbon, ready for round 2. He won't lose this time. Zarbon grins evilly. Interesting. You've made me look like a fool and all you can do is stand there. He takes notice of Bulma. So who is this? A new friend you made since you got here. Bulma takes this chance of her being noticed. Hey big boy, just so you know, I am rooting for ya. You got a fan. Kakarot chuckles. That's funny. That's right. Go ahead and have a laugh if you want. You have no idea how much I am going to enjoy seeing Frieza put that mouth of yours through the ringer. One way or the other, you will tell us where the Dragon Balls are. Quote, is that a fact because Vegeta planned it all? Kakarot says, seeing how this is even fair. Why do I have to face the punishment? He did most of it. He shakes his head anyway. Doesn't matter. I won't allow you to take any of us down again. You will tell me where is my son. If you are expecting an exchange, it won't happen. Frieza wouldn't give him back to me regardless. Zarbon's small laugh fades into a frown. That's enough. He lunges at the Saiyan with a kick, but Kakarot ducks and runs to a chosen direction. Kakarot jumps up to flight and begins to throw his hands down at the alien, Sendi. Ingji countless blast at him, but each one is dodged. Zarbon suddenly pops right above him and fires a red ball of energy, but Kakarot deflects it by firing a blue blast at it, sending it down exploding on the ground. He gets punched on the fan. I've had it with you. Zarbon collects more energy and throws it at the Saiyan, who dodges that without a problem. In fact, the low class not only dodged but got behind him at the same time and kicked him down to the ground. Zarbon gets up to see Kakarot landing a couple feet away from him. He runs at him with an attempted punch, but the Saiyan performs a backflip over him and dodges. Landing further away, he's grown limber. No more holding back, Zarbon. Give me everything you've got. Kakarot challenges. He is getting bored of this already. Slowly, his feet leave the ground as he rises back up high in the air. This guy's has to be insane. He nearly died last time they fought, so why does he want to fight him in full power? No matter. Zarbon sees T. His is an opportunity to get this over with quickly. He takes a deep breath and his whole body bulks up into the lizard monster he was last time. He shoots after him and resumes the violent sparring. Okay, you win. He's a bad guy. Bulma shouts at Kakarot after witnessing the alien she found attractive turn into something so hideous. Zarbon fires a powerful blast. Kakarot fires his own, but it is weaker and only destroys most of what Zarbon gave him. It releases pressure that sends the Saiyan falling towards the ground. Zarbon goes after him. Kakarot lands on all fours and stays in that crouch. Come on, take the bait. Zarbon reaches him and throws a punch and Kakarot slides under him. He waits another second and Zarbon gets ready to attack again. At this moment, the Saiyan jabs one finger in each eye and knocks Zarbon down. Damn it. Zarbon knows that he could be in trouble now. He can't see at the moment and that Saiyan could be anywhere. Kakarot throws a hard punch on Zarbon's back that pieces through the armor. He hears Bulma gasps. He doesn't mind. In fact, he is really enjoying this. Zarbon opens his eyes finally. Kakarot locks his hands together and slams them down on the alien's head. Zarbon crashes into the lake water. Kakarot won't allow the enemy to even resurface. He cups his hands to one side. Kamehameha. The blast slams into the water, sending it gushing everywhere. Bulma is beyond terrified. The way that Goku is fighting is nothing compared to how he fought in the past. He is fighting brutally without any mercy. She'll have to take the moment of him being so occupied into fighting to make a run for it, but she could be pounded into dirt. This is Goku, so she should be able to run. He wouldn't hurt her, right? She makes her decision. Kakarot turns arrow, wound in time to see the blue-haired woman fleeing. Typical Bulma. I told you to stay put. He fires rapid blast that explodes away from Bulma, who falls after losing her balance from the impact. He's just as much as a jerk as his brother now. Bulma pouts. Raditz. His head comes out the water and he takes a deep breath. He walks out the lake with the one-star Dragon Ball tucked under his arm. Everything is going according to plan. The prince should be pleased. He begins to walk further from the lake, but he stops. His attention is now at the sky. Two strong energies are clashing. He focuses and he is able to tell them apart. One of them is Kakarot's. He must had crossed paths with someone. He facepalms. When I told him to not do anything stupid, I should have been more specific. He just rises ground as he identifies the other energy he is feeling. He really is doing something stupid. He is fighting Zarbon again. But wait a minute, Zarbon's energy is weak. Could it be that Kakarot is winning? He pretty much expected this, but not involving his brother. Zarbon made the worst mistake in his life. He flies off after the energy. Goku. Zarbon is back out and Kakarot is fighting him again. He is landing onti punches now. They separate and Zarbon gives him one of the most hateful look he has ever got. How dare you, you bastard. Zarbon growls. Uh-oh. Somebody doesn't look so good. Kakarot laughs cruelly. Sorry to say this, but you aren't going to last much longer. At least that is what I think. Zarbon laughs it off. Is that what you think? A comedian, I see. You know, I was expecting you out of all the guys I met to know enough about my kind. I mean, you've been around Saiyans long enough to know what kind of trouble you are in right now, right? You were careless to leave me and the others at death's door. He sees the shocked expression on Zarbon's face. He goes on. You see, the amount of damage you gave to me was very helpful because when I healed I became that much stronger. It's the ability that all Saiyans have. Bulma is not liking what she is hearing. It explains how Goku has always got stronger after every fight he lost, but that leaves one question. Just how much stronger has the other Saiyans gotten? Zarbon refuses to believe this. They couldn't had gotten so strong like that. It doesn't matter. You can come back from fighting me 100-fold and your strength won't be even 1/10 close to mine in my present form. Zarbon begins to charge towards Kakarot. The Saiyan replies, I will show you how great your might is compared to that of a Saiyan. They spar heavily for a while. Kakarot has the upper hand until he received a barrage of punches on his face. This strongly aggregates him. Deciding to end it here, he pulls back. His arm as far as he can and throws it forward with the hardest punch he can give. His fist punches right through the armor and through Zarbon's stomach, which is the same spot he almost had him last time. Blue blood spills and leaks through his buried fist. Bulma is screaming in the background. He doesn't care. He just wants this guy dead. Zarbon sounds like he is choking, but he still speaks. Kakarot, please spare me, we can rebel against Frieza. Kakarot snarls. You are asking me for mercy. You saw what happened to my father. Planet Vegeta, you saw it all. You used us. You deserve to die. He fires a blast straight from his buried hand. The blast rips through Zarbon and comes out from his back looking like he is impaled by the energy. It sends the alien off like a rocket, and he falls into the lake. And he's out the field. Kakarot makes a home run. Bulma forgotten how to breathe. She just witnessed someone killed so cruelly by someone she knew since she was a teenager. As the Saiyan turns to look at her, she backs away quickly, planning to escape with the chance she has. She loses it when he jumps over her and lands behind her. Go away. Just leave me alone. Ah, come on, Bulma. He nearly killed me and my brother last time I fought him. He sees her face not changing one bit. He shrugs it off. No matter. Besides, our prince is not too far from immortality. If that doesn't go well, then we have the Earth Dragon Balls as a backup plan. Too bad for you. Never again will humans be a burden to me anymore. He walks over to her and she continues to back away. By the way, there has been something I have always wanted to tell you. He pulls her up by her hair, ignoring her panicking shouts. He knees her hard on the stomach and he lets her go, watching her drop to her knees and coughing. I always hated your attitude. Be grateful that you are still alive. You are the last of your kind after all. He turns his back on her. Now I have my own business to tend to, so it's best if you stay to work on the thing Raditz wanted you to, whatever it is. How long was I here? He tries to count but he waves it off. I have no time for this. I have a son to save. He takes off into the sky, leaving Bulma to herself. Thank Kami. The Dragon Balls never feel off from under her shirt when she was hit. She falls on her back in pain and relief. Well, at least I know that I still have a chance. Hang on, Carrot. I am coming for you. The Earthling Saiyan forces himself to go faster. He will not allow his son to be put into any more danger any longer. What could Frieza be doing to him worries him very much. He holds on to that thought, a perfect motivation to keep going. Then again, what will happen if he does arrive? Frieza may prove to be more powerful than he thinks. He'll have to consider on getting assistance with this one. He focuses to find his brother's energy. Instead of finding that, he picks up another no more than one, and they are the most powerful he has felt by far besides Frieza. What the? Kakarot. Kakarot stops in his tracks. Obviously he doesn't have to look for his brother. Raditz found him instead. Raditz is flying strangely faster usual to the point that he could lose control. The look on his brother's face makes him feel uneasy. It means bad news. Raditz, what's going on this time? You did find the Dragon Ball, right? The older Saiyan reaches his brother with straight fear in his eyes. Raditz never showed that look. He even looks as if he ran 100 miles from the way he is breathing. They are here. What? Who is? What are you talking about? Kakarot has a feeling that it is the energies that he has been sensing for the past few seconds. Raditz says this with his voice heavily shaking. The Ginyu Force. What? Who are they? Raditz snatches his brother's arm. No time for questions. We have to go now. They will be landing any minute and they will be after our Dragon Balls. An explosion happens nearby. This shuts them both up, knowing that their brief victory with Zarbon and the 6th Dragon Ball is short-lived. A red blast shots past them, nearly striking Kakarot down. Another one nearly hits Raditz. Yet another one shoots over both of their heads. Frieza is pissed. Kakarot notes. What else? We have to get out of here. Raditz tugs his brother's arm even harder, but he won't budge. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to be shot down like some kind of bird? Why are you so scared of the Ginyu Force? To put it simply, they are far worse than Dodoria and Zarbon combined. They are Frieza's best men. Fighting them alone is careless. Fighting them all at once is like forget it. We are wasting time. Long story short, they are after us for the Dragon Balls. We can't just run away. Raditz growls, which is filled with so much frustration and impatience that he sounds too close to an animal, which nearly freaks Kakarot out. This is one fight that we have no chance in winning. We have to go. Prince's orders. Quote, Kakarot can't believe what he is being told. What? Vegeta is ordering for us to retreat. He was just having fun. He still needs to save his son. Even he is afraid of their arrival. He knows that even if we work together our chances of surviving is slim, even with the greater power from the fight with Zarbon. There are times that you will have to listen to reason more than instinct. Do you hear me out? More blasts are fired and Raditz is nearly hit again. There is nowhere to take cover. The blast takes down cliffs like a tower of blocks. He starts to fly away to get away from all this, but his brother stays put. He is about to lose his mind. Kakarot, are you deaf or something? I hear you. I know what the issue is, but Kakarot looks deep into his brother's eyes. His face shows no trace of goofiness. It is nothing but straight seriousness. I am not backing down. Not when I now realize how close I am to facing Frieza. Raditz is speechless. He finds some of his words seeing his brother beginning to fly towards the threat. Have you lost your mind? Kakarot turns to face him again. His eyes narrow. No, Raditz. I found it. The end.